Chapter 1461. Gu Jingyan said, "Is Liu Beichen that good?" "Of course." Little Q was very proud as if he was the best player in the world. Little Q looked at her and said, "But you're good too. Let's play together in the future." Gu Jingyan said, "But you're good too. Let's play together in the future." Actually, Liu Beichen was not just famous in the game. In reality, there weren't many young masters who were as ostentatious as him, so everyone knew who he was. His Weibo account was verified and he had many fans. Many young girls went there to express their love for him. Of course, most of the netizens went there to tease and observe the daily life of a tycoon. When Liu Beichen was free, he would post something and everyone would chat enthusiastically. He only posted one every few days. Sometimes it was pictures, sometimes it was playing games, and sometimes it was scolding people. Initially, he didn't want to create a Weibo account to become famous. At first, he just scolded people on the internet. However, maybe it was because his scolding was a little too real. Sometimes, when he saw people saying that a celebrity was better, he would post, "Fuck. You can't see me smoking, drinking, and flirting with women in private." Sometimes, when something was distorted by the netizens, he would go over and scold them. "Actually, I'm eating pork trotters at home and watching you distort the truth." Then, the powerful netizens suddenly discovered him. After a search, everyone found out that Liu Beichen was a rich playboy. As for how rich he was, just look at his family's assets. In addition, Liu Beichen himself was good-looking, so many good-looking girls were instantly attracted by this promiscuous and good-looking playboy. Now, even though Liu Beichen wasn't a celebrity, he was more famous than many other celebrities. After Liu Beichen posted a game, everyone started to search again. The netizens were so powerful that it didn't take long for someone to discover him. So Liu Beichen is the god of the general area, Northbound Limitless. So he's the one playing the game. Of course. Whether it's his equipment or skills, he's definitely top-notch. Everyone had always called Northbound Limitless North God. When they heard that this popular character in the game had met up with a popular character in real life, the discussion became even more heated and the news even made it to the headlines. All of a sudden, Liu Beichen had a fangirl not only in school, but also outside. There were even some businessmen who found a business opportunity and wanted to contact Liu Beichen to do a show. Of course, Liu Beichen scoffed at this and could not be bothered at all. However, after he realized that Gu Jingyan was a good gamer, he always dragged her to play with him. However, it was fine to play games, but he didn't enjoy it. Every time, he would scold Gu Jingyan endlessly. Hearing this, the other two people were speechless. "Gu Jingyan, can you stop? Move to the side. Gu Jingyan, step back. Why are you standing in front? Hey, who are you healing?" Gu Jingyan said speechlessly, "You run so fast, can I keep up with you?" "Ha, you're blaming me for your death." Gu Jingyan's classmates also noticed it. They looked at Gu Jingyan and asked, "Hey, you've started playing games too," Liu Yi said. Gu Jingyan said, "I play occasionally. What's wrong with it?" Liu Yi said, "Isn't this game very popular recently? I see a lot of people playing it, especially those who are led by Liu Beichen." "Really? What does it have to do with Liu Beichen?" You're with Liu Beichen every day. You don't know, but Liu Beichen is very popular now. Everyone has given him a name, South Emperor Bei." Gu Jingyan said, "What the hell is that?" South Emperor is in the south. In City S, there's a King Lo called Gu Yiming. He's a very powerful arms dealer. In City B, in the north, there's a dissolute young master Liu Beichen. Both of them are rich and handsome, so they're very famous. Pfft, that's why Liu Beichen is still playing this game. Many fangirls are playing it, just in case they meet Lu Beichen. Gu Jingyan was speechless. These people are really boring. However, it was no wonder that there were more people watching Lu Beichen recently. That's true. But everyone is also very curious about the support player who plays with Lu Beichen. I wonder which god is playing with Lu Beichen and playing so well. Gu Jingyan's hands paused. There were still people curious about her. At this moment, Lu Beichen arrived. He stood at the door and said, "Gu Jingyan, you're not leaving anymore." Everyone watched as Gu Jingyan hurriedly got up and left with Lu Beichen. It was little Q's birthday today. He had booked a hotel for everyone to play games and eat supper. Although they were very rich, sometimes they didn't have such extravagant pastimes. They were also very willing to organize this kind of all-night gaming with their friends. I just ordered takeout. You guys continue playing, I need to go to the toilet. Little Q got up lazily and went to the toilet after giving them some instructions. Little Q was actually one of the more low-profile ones. Otherwise, with their family background, their birthday would be very lively. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Gu Jingyan kicked Lu Beichen. Go and open the door. What? The takeout is here. Hurry up and go. Lu Beichen harumphed. You're the only one who dares to kick me. Just you wait. Gu Jingyan stuck out her tongue at him. Lu Beichen went to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw a girl standing outside, holding something in her hands. She was still wearing her work clothes and her face was red from the sun. That appearance, there was a little more maturity, a little more vicissitudes of life, but the person was still the same. Fu Chenxi, Lu Beichen was stunned. Outside, Fu Chenxi, who had a part-time job as a delivery boy, had never expected to meet him in this hotel. Lu Beichen. The things in his hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Lu, she was about to leave when Lu Beichen grabbed her. Chenxi, where did you go? I've been looking for you for a long time. Why didn't you give me a reason? Why did you disappear? The first thing Lu Beichen wanted to do was to get to the bottom of it. All these years, this question had been bothering him for a long time. He had never understood what he had done to make Fu Chenxi leave so abruptly. Inside, the few people who heard that something was wrong hurried out. When she saw Fu Chenxi at the door, Gu Jingyan was stunned. Chenxi. Gu Jingyan walked over. Fu Chenxi didn't expect them to be here. They were so rich and had so many houses. Why would they all come to a hotel? Although it was a 7-star hotel and it was very expensive, they didn't seem to care. Chapter 1462. You guys, Fu Chenxi panicked and turned to run. However, Lu Beichen had already grabbed hold of her. Don't go. Don't even think of leaving if you don't explain yourself. Gu Jingyan paused and gave old Su and the rest a look. The few of them immediately understood. They quickly patted their buttocks and left. When there were only the two of them left in the room, Fu Chenxi could not help but look at him. She had never thought that she would meet him again in her life. After all, no man she had met after leaving this place was as good and outstanding as Lu Beichen. Not to mention his family background and looks. At that time, she suddenly felt the pain, because she knew that after losing Lu Beichen, she would never meet such a good man again in this lifetime. Lu Beichen looked at her. Why did you disappear? What are you doing now? Are you still in City B? Why didn't you show up? Fu Chenxi could only lower her head, not knowing what to say. Of course, she wasn't in B City. Previously, the Lus had given her family a lot of money, so her family hurriedly bought a huge villa in the south. After they moved in, her parents squandered money as they pleased. It had only been a few years, but they had already spent all their money. The villa was also lost because of her father's gambling. Even though her mother was furious, she was getting on in years and didn't want to move anymore, so she didn't get a divorce. The family could only return to B City to continue making a living. She attended a third-rate university and had to work part-time to survive. When she saw Liu Beichen, she felt wronged. How could she be so unlucky to have such parents? She could not speak and could only cover her face and cry. Liu Beichen frowned and looked at her. What's going on? Chen Shi, tell me. Fu Chenxi could only look up. A few years ago, your father went to look for me. She was halfway through her sentence and did not mention the matter of money. Liu Beichen seemed to understand at once. He went to look for you and that's why you left. Yes, great. Great. What a good father. Liu Beichen was wondering why Fu Chenxi would leave when he did not do anything. Then he realized that it was because of the family. After a while, Liu Beichen brought Fu Chenxi downstairs. Sure enough, they were waiting at the door. Liu Beichen briefly explained what had happened, and they instantly understood what had happened. Gu Jingyan looked at Fu Chenxi and said, "You should have made it clear at that time. Besides, you should have contacted me before you left. Why did you leave so thoroughly?" Fu Chenxi blushed. "I don't have the face to look for you either." Gu Jingyan didn't say anything. She looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Let's go then. It's too late. We can talk slowly." Liu Beichen said, "Then I'll send Chenxi back." Fu Chenxi was even more embarrassed, but for the first time in all these years, her face revealed an expression of happiness. The next day, Liu Beichen brought Fu Chenxi to school. Gu Jingyan said, "You're in university now, right?" Fu Chenxi was too embarrassed to say it. She lowered her head and said, "I'm actually nearby. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working part-time here." This was a university town with many schools, but they were all in such a prestigious Q university, but I'm at teacher's college. Teacher B. No. It's the third teacher, they blinked. They had never heard of it. Fu Chenxi said embarrassedly, "It's a third-tier school. My studies aren't as good as yours." "I'm already very satisfied that I was able to get into that school." She had only done it at the end and hadn't been in the mood to study before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a problem for her to get into a second-tier school. At that time, she didn't have much interest in it. Now that she saw that they were all in Q University, she really hated herself for not studying properly. It caused her to be even more embarrassed now. Gu Jingyan said, "It's good that we're close." Gu Jingyan wasn't a warm person. After not seeing each other for a few years, they couldn't be as close as before. Moreover, ever since she got together with Liu Beichen, she had deliberately distanced herself from him. Gu Jingyan hid her thoughts carefully. She knew that she wouldn't take the initiative to say anything to others and would just let nature take its course. Anyway, she still had a lot of things to do. Her life wasn't like that of an ordinary girl who only cared about love. In the afternoon, the few of them went to eat together. In the afternoon, they went to class. A few of her roommates came to ask Gu Jingyan, "What happened? Who was that girl with you guys in the afternoon?" Gu Jingyan said, "Oh, it's Liu Beichen's girlfriend." There was nothing to hide, so Gu Jingyan told them the truth. Her roommates were puzzled. "That can't be. That girl is so lame. Is young Master Liu out of his mind?" Gu Jingyan smiled. "How could that be? They were together a long time ago but they separated because of some matters. Now, she's back again." The few of them didn't believe her. "That's still impossible. With you around, how could he like someone else?" Forget it. He actually hates me. We quarrel for no reason. Oh, we used to think that you guys were just quarreling in bed. Don't talk nonsense. If we quarrel too much, we'll get physical. But we still think that you guys are very compatible. When you're together, it's like you're the same person. Then you guys are wrong, Gu Jingyan said calmly. He doesn't like girls like me. Then what type does he like? Gu Jingyan raised her head and looked at the few of them. She looked like she didn't need to ask. Then, they remembered that there was nothing to ask. Just look at Liu Beichen's girlfriend and you'll know. Then, Fu Chenxi joined them again. But because they weren't from the same school, she would often come over after class. Fu Chenxi would bring some food for Gu Jingyan every time. Gu Jingyan would always smile and say, "You don't have to be so polite. You even bring food for me every time." Fu Chenxi smiled and said, "Are we friends? Also, I'm very grateful to you for all these years." "Thank me for what?" "When I left, you even helped me tell Liu Beichen." Gu Jingyan smiled. "You asked me to help you and I promised you. But don't ask me for help next time. Liu Beichen is very scary when he's angry. There won't be a next time. Really, I already regret it this time." Gu Jingyan smiled and didn't say anything. Very soon, the school organized a debate club. In order to join the student union and fight for the position of student union president, Gu Jingyan joined the debate club. Q University's debate club wasn't easy to enter because their debate club wasn't like normal universities. They would participate in many international competitions and they were very famous both domestically and overseas. Chapter 1463. Debating wasn't an easy task. They had to look up a lot of information for a debate topic. Gu Jingyan went around looking for information, and the rest of them were spurred to help her. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan speechlessly. "You're participating in the debate. Why are we here in the library?" Gu Jingyan said, "Because I'm here to participate in the debate. You're all my friends, and I'm asking for your help. If you don't help me, I'll be very unhappy. If I'm unhappy, I'll hit you." As Gu Jingyan said that, she gave him a slap on the face. "Hey, Gu Jingyan, don't hit my face. What are you doing?" "Humph." Gu Jingyan looked at him, as if saying, "What can you do to me?" "Yes, yes, yes." Liu Beichen couldn't do anything to her. To be honest, not only could he not do anything to her, he could only be bullied by her. For some reason, Liu Beichen couldn't do anything to her. She was bad-tempered and headstrong, and she would hit him for no reason. If it were someone else, he would have killed her long ago. But he couldn't bring himself to hit her. It could only be said that they were too close. They had been friends for so many years that they were very familiar with each other. Old Sue laughed bitterly. "Then do we get any rewards?" "No." Gu Jingyan looked at him disdainfully. "Why? You want to resist too?" "No, no." "Miss Gu, tell me, why are you tormenting yourself? Why don't you just ask your servants to investigate it for you?" Little Q looked at her and said, "That's right. Get your butler to check for you. They can find any information you want, no matter how confidential it is. Get lost. Stop talking nonsense." Gu Jingyan reprimanded them one by one. "What's the point? I'm helping you improve. Look, you've learned so much after checking for information. Hee, I think you don't want us to have an easy time either." "That's right. Old Sue, you're finally enlightened." Everyone looked at Gu Jingyan with resentment. Gu Jingyan said, Okay. If we can get first, I'll treat you." "Okay, we want the most expensive one. We are going abroad. Don't try to fool us." Actually, if everyone worked together, it wouldn't be so boring. If Gu Jingyan was alone in the library, it would be very annoying. Just like that, the information was quickly found. Soon, the first round of the preliminaries began. It was Gu Jingyan's first time participating. Looking at the formal appearance, she couldn't help but feel solemn. All the TV stations in the country would broadcast it, and the reporters had already arrived. Their opponent was X University. It could be said that their draw for the qualifiers was the worst. Last time at X University, he was ranked third in the world and first in the country. This was because the debates at X University had always been very fierce, and many people were intimidated by them. The president was so anxious that he was going crazy. He kept telling everyone, "Relax, don't feel pressured." But in fact, he was the one who felt the most pressure. Gu Jingyan soon arrived. She sat in the back, and everyone was still talking. "Who's that guy from Q University? I've never seen him before." "Yeah, she's so pretty." The president was already a veteran debater, and he was very famous. Wherever he went, there would be a bunch of fangirls following him, and some reporters would flatter him endlessly. He looked at Gu Jingyan and sneered, "Is this your new contestant?" The president chuckled, "That's right." "Why?" He pushed up his glasses, "Are you sure you didn't come to the wrong place?" "What do you mean?" "The beauty pageant is at the TV station opposite. Here, it's all about talent." Gu Jingyan laughed, "Sorry, is it because you debaters are usually too ugly, and that's why you have such a perception? Our Q University has always been like this, with good looks and ability." She meant that they were ugly. The person opposite was infuriated indeed. Meanwhile, the president laughed. As expected of someone from the debate club. His glib tongue was on point. The other person laughed and said, "The rest of you aren't anything special, but you stand out a little." "I say, is it because the debate club has become more famous recently that you guys have started to play dirty?" Gu Jingyan said, "Whether or not we need to play dirty, we'll know in a while. Don't lose miserably, and then we'll realize that you guys are the ones playing dirty. If that's the case, the person from your ex-university is really not bad." Sweeping a glance at the girls behind, she started to speak venomously again. "You." He glared at Gu Jingyan, remembering this beautiful and powerful mouth. "All right, I'll see you at the venue." After going down, everyone looked at Gu Jingyan, surrounding her and talking. "Good job." "Yeah, she's too amazing. It really feels good. They're really too arrogant." The person opposite looked at Gu Jingyan, feeling indignant. "Look, the reporters are all asking who that is. Isn't she just good-looking?" The reporters also wanted to capture some special people in the industry, and Gu Jingyan was so beautiful. She was the prettiest debater in recent years. A beautiful debater would definitely attract attention if it was on the news. They just waited for a while. During the debate, they would take a few beautiful photos of her, and then after the debate, they would interview her. As for winning or losing, they didn't have much hope. After all, X University's prowess wasn't just a day or two. They had basically dominated the industry for so many years, and they definitely weren't just for show. After a while, everyone finally went on stage. Today's debate was very fucked up. Was the economy more important, or was environmental protection more important? This was a topic that even the United Nations was debating. Why did they have to debate for no reason? Because of this, everyone had been researching the topic for a few days, and now it was finally time to go on stage. X University's reputation was naturally not just for show. In an instant, they had already gained the upper hand in terms of momentum. On this side, it was obvious that they were still panicking and lacking in confidence. Until Gu Jingyan went on stage. There was already a wave of cheers. Wow, I heard that she's the campus belle of Q University. Yeah, she's especially beautiful. Not only is she the campus belle, but she's also said to be the top student in school. She was the top student in B City and entered Q University. That's awesome. As expected of the campus belle. She looks like a celebrity, and her aura isn't bad. Just by standing there, she was already like a magnificent army. When she smiled at the opposite side, the president's heart skipped a beat. She was too beautiful, so enchanting, and it moved people's hearts. Just a smile made people want to do anything for her. The reporters below hurriedly took photos. At the back, Liu Beichen and the others, who had come to watch the debate, were still watching quietly. Seeing that everyone was sighing for her, old Sue couldn't help but say, seriously, a person like Gu Jingyan is definitely here to challenge the perception of others. That's right. Look, everyone is talking about her. She's so beautiful, but she still wants to snatch the talent. Fu Chenxi had actually come as well. She was watching from the side. She really felt that Gu Jingyan, who had become the focus of attention, was very eye-catching. Chapter 1464. However, when a few people joined forces to debate, the difference appeared. Some of them couldn't keep up with the conversation. Suddenly, there was a huge gap. Towards the end, one of the male debaters looked like he was about to collapse from all the talking. He stood there and began to speak incoherently. The other side started to laugh. What's wrong? Has your team become weak after having a beauty? Gu Jingyan looked at her president. Let him go rest first. All right. The president's face turned red. He could only sigh. He couldn't do anything about it. However, they were already at a disadvantage. Now that they had one less person, they didn't stand a chance of winning. They called for a doctor from the medical team. The other side became even more arrogant. What's wrong? You're a debater. I think you're isolated and helpless. After all, you're just a girl. You need a strong man to protect you. How about coming over here? We won't let you stand there alone. They were openly flirting. Gu Jingyan looked at them coldly. However, it was true that he was pushed to the point where he couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, below the stage, Liu Beichen felt that something was wrong. Old Sue said, "Hey, they're openly snatching people." Liu Beichen said, "They're trying to snatch people from me. Why don't they take a look at themselves first?" Fu Chenxi saw that Liu Beichen was about to walk over. "Hey, Beichen, don't fight here. There are reporters everywhere." However, Liu Beichen didn't even look at them. He just stared ahead and walked over. Gu Jingyan pursed her lips and looked at the other side. Has the debate escalated to personal attacks and sexism? How is that possible? We're just being protective. She's one of us, so we don't need you to take pity on her. Just then, a voice came from below. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads. Liu Beichen had already jumped onto the stage and said, "First of all, our people aren't as weak as you. Second, even if our people are weak, we have to protect them ourselves. You sissies should protect your shrill voices first. It's easy for your voices to break when you listen to us." The people below looked over. Who was this sharp-tongued guy? However, when they turned and saw him, they couldn't help but keep quiet. Liu Beichen. Everyone watched as Liu Beichen jumped onto the stage and walked confidently to the front. He didn't look at anyone but the few big debaters in front of him. He had a strong aura and didn't care about anything else. He was a spoiled brat who wouldn't give face to anyone and always acted as he pleased. Everyone knew who Liu Beichen was. He was the little tyrant of B City and was famous on the internet. The people from X University whispered to each other for a long time. Although he was a little afraid of Liu Beichen, he was, after all, a well-known figure in the industry. Thinking about how Liu Beichen was keeping his mouth shut, he felt aggrieved. Hence, the president stood up and said, "What's the matter? Is Q University going to use their authority to oppress others now?" Liu Beichen crossed his arms and looked at them. "Huh, you're using your power to oppress people?" His gaze sharpened. "You think too highly of yourselves." The president paused. "If I really want to deal with you, I can just spend some money. I don't even need to use my authority." Liu Beichen's expression was really arrogant. It made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but they really couldn't do anything to him. The president said, "I remember that you're not from the debate club. Why? You can just find a random passerby to argue with." Liu Beichen stood on the stage and said, "Yeah, at Q University, debating is just child's play. We don't need to practice at all. We're not as focused as you guys who have to practice their eloquence every day. We're all like this. When we're short of people, we just ask around and ask who's willing to participate in the debate competition. This time, I didn't come because Gu Jingyan came." The people were caught off guard. Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen said, "Aren't you guys short of people? How about me?" When the president saw this, although he didn't believe it, he had never participated in a debate before and hadn't prepared in advance. Gu Jingyan immediately said, "He can do it. Previously, he was the one who helped me organize my information." The president was still doubtful, but at this moment, he could only try it as a last resort. He could only nod. After all, this was Liu Beichen. Even if he lost, he wouldn't lose. The president said, "Yeah, we've decided now. Liu Beichen has been brought here at the last minute to make up the numbers." "Why? Are you guys afraid that we'll find a random passerby to make up the numbers?" The people on the other side snorted and looked at Liu Beichen. Then, they looked down. The reporters were already looking at Q University like crazy. In an instant, Q University's lineup was too strong. Although the debate hadn't come to an end yet, in terms of attention, they definitely had the upper hand. After all, they had Liu Beichen and the beautiful debater Gu Jingyan. "Alright, then let's not waste any more time." Gu Jingyan stood up and looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen stood by the side and looked at her. He smiled, as if he was very confident. Below the stage, the reporters looked at the two of them and couldn't help but sigh. Look at them standing together, they look like a golden couple. Quick, take a photo. They look so compatible. I haven't had such a compatible partner in a long time. And after they went on stage, they indeed cooperated well. The president, who had initially been thinking of giving up, suddenly adjusted his spectacles when he heard Liu Beichen's words. Why hadn't he noticed this talent before? Liu Beichen and Gu Jingyan's cooperation could be said to be flawless. In a debate, the cooperation between two people was very important. While one of them was speaking, the other had already thought of the loophole that the other side would find and was ready to counterattack. The two of them seemed to be able to understand each other's next words in an instant. With just a glance, they understood each other's intentions. This kind of cooperation was really something that could only be done by old partners who had cooperated with each other countless times. They thought that since the two of them were friends, they probably had good chemistry in private. That was why it was so effective. At first, the other side had really thought that Liu Beichen was here to flaunt his wealth. But who would have thought that a debater that they had picked up from the roadside would actually make their jaws drop? All of a sudden, they felt that they couldn't handle it. From the consecutive victories at the start, they were gradually losing. In the end, the opposing side wins. When the judge said this, Q University was still in a daze. No one had expected that when Liu Beichen went on stage, there would be a complete turnaround in their almost eliminated state. All of a sudden, the reporters couldn't wait to surround them. "Young Master Liu, do you know Gu Jingyan from before?" Chapter 1465. You two are so well coordinated. What's your secret relationship? Liu Beichen and Gu Jingyan were surrounded in the middle. Gu Jingyan looked at the reporters speechlessly. No matter what they were interviewing, they would always focus on gossip. Liu Beichen smiled. What kind of relationship do you think it is? Upon hearing that, the crowd became even more excited. Gu Jingyan elbowed them. What relationship? Our relationship is quarreling every day. She scolds me for no reason and doesn't give me any face. She only knows how to set me up. The reporters looked at her. Isn't that the same as fighting at the head of the bed? Pfft, why did everyone say that? Gu Jingyan quickly said, all right, we're just friends. Don't make wild guesses. We're bad friends. Friends, everyone hoped that the two of them would develop further. Liu Beichen laughed. Why are you looking at me like that? Let me tell you, Gu Jingyan looks quiet but she's actually a tomboy. Gu Jingyan said, you too. You look bright but you're actually very dark inside. With that, Gu Jingyan elbowed him again. Liu Beichen immediately said, oh my, did you see that? She did it just like that. Look at the wounds on my hands. They were all caused by her, not to mention the wounds on my body. Tell me, who would dare to marry someone like her? Everyone laughed. But looking at the two of them, they still felt that they were a perfect match. Fu Chenxi's heart was already in turmoil. But she could only stand there and watch with a smile. She clenched her fists. Why couldn't she participate in the debate? But she really didn't have the talent. After the debate, Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen both became famous. They were trending on the internet, talking about the beautiful debater and the rich young master Liu Beichen. Everyone suspected that the two of them were in some sort of relationship. Liu Beichen was too famous, so Gu Jingyan's Weibo was instantly flooded. Gu Jingyan couldn't help but admire the power of the netizens. She didn't interact much with Liu Beichen but people still found out about her account very quickly. Her account was very small and her username was very unique. She called herself Beautiful. She had randomly chosen this name and now it was being teased by the netizens. Her interaction with Liu Beichen was actually very simple. It was all Liu Beichen reposting her posts. In one of the messages, she sent a sigh, I just want to see takeout in the middle of the night. Who else is open? I'm getting hungry. Should I eat or not? Liu Beichen replied, come over to my place for dinner. Gu Jingyan replied, I'm too lazy to move. Liu Beichen said, I'll get someone to pick you up. Come on, beer and crayfish. Alright, I'll pick you up. The netizens sighed when they saw this. Picking someone up for supper in the middle of the night. You must have a good relationship. Looks like they're really close friends. The others were also similar small matters, but they looked very down-to-earth and inexplicably lovable. I didn't expect Liu Beichen to be so down-to-earth. The interaction between the two is really loving. At this time, Fu Chenxi was in front of the computer, looking at the screenshots dug up by the netizens. The two of them usually spoke like this. But why was it that when it was put on the internet, the effect was different? Was it because of the netizens' exaggeration? Or was it because Liu Beichen was much more famous on the internet than before? So it looked very different. On the other side, Gu Jingyan was annoyed. She had just arrived at the school when she was surrounded by people. Wow, look, it's Gu Jingyan. There are more and more celebrities in our school. She's indeed prettier than a celebrity. She's even prettier in real life. Ah, I'm actually lucky to be in the same school as Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan had always been surrounded by people in the past, but it had never been so blatant before. Liu Beichen was already used to it. It seemed like there was no problem. He walked over to her, not caring what they were looking at. Let's have dinner together tonight. No. Gu Jingyan said. She was still in the mood to eat. She would only be in the mood to eat when these people stopped staring at her. Don't be like that. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Of course I'm in a good mood, Gu Jingyan said, looking up. Liu Beichen saw the curious gazes around him. He frowned. What are you looking at? Liu Beichen was used to being bossy and everyone was used to it. They quickly turned their heads away. The crowd quietened down for a while and Gu Jingyan took a deep breath. At night, everyone gathered at Liu Beichen's place to play games. Gu Jingyan ate and watched Liu Beichen and the others play games. Once he went online, the number of people watching the game would come up. Everyone could also see the bullet screen as they watched the match. Fu Chenxi looked at it and couldn't help but sigh. Beichen, you're so famous now. Old Su smiled. Of course. When Jingyan played with us a while ago, she was very famous too. But Jingyan went to debate and we didn't play anymore. Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan and smiled. Jingyan, you even know how to play games. Gu Jingyan said, I was just playing. I didn't do much research. Fu Chenxi didn't say anything. Then, little Q suddenly said, there's a school league being held. Our school is also a school district. Is that so? Nowadays, video game companies also liked to organize offline events. They would organize these kinds of leagues to attract attention. Come, let's form a team and participate. Of course, old Su was interested. But we don't have enough people. I'll find 2 more and we'll go on a killing spree. We'll definitely attract a lot of girls. Whatever. Come on then. Liu Beichen didn't mind and just said that. After all, Q University was the top university in the country. There were so many top students there and they wondered what the effect would be when they played games. But it was proven that many of the top students in Q University were very good at games. Not to mention anything else, they knew how to think when they played games. Thinking was better than brainless games. Hence, there were quite a number of experts here. Fu Chenxi felt that she wouldn't be able to keep up with their pace at other places. This time, she had to catch up. Hence, she dragged Fu Chenxi along to play. In the past, Gu Jingyan would occasionally play with Little Q's account. This time, Fu Chenxi insisted on registering an account and she could only do so. The name was also randomly chosen. She just called it Nanny, I'm not dead. Fu Chenxi looked at it strangely. She named it Sulan Heavenly Flower. It looked very beautiful. The two of them entered the game and started from the beginner's perspective. Gu Jingyan leveled up very quickly and she was very good at playing. However, Fu Chenxi couldn't do it. She kept getting bullied. Chapter 1466. When Fu Chenxi and Gu Jingyan played together, they often said, Jingyan, come and save me. Jingyan, look, someone is coming to kill me. Jingyan, what should I do? Why can't I move? Sometimes, Gu Jingyan saw a problem with the player's operation. Sometimes, it was common sense. Sometimes, it was a mistake. However, Gu Jingyan was not a rigid player. She was willing to spend money where she could. After all, the Gu family was not short of money. Since Gu Jingyan had spent money to buy it, she would definitely have a share of it for Fu Chenxi. She would not leave her alone. In addition, Fu Chenxi had the support of Liu Beichen, so she had a lot of money. As a result, although the two of them had only been playing for a short time, they had quickly entered the rich list. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing about who the new nouveau riche in our district was. This game was very popular all over the world, so those who could get on the rich list must have spent a lot of money. Some of the rarer characters and skins could be obtained with money, but Gu Jingyan was able to obtain them very quickly. Many of the runes and equipment could also be obtained with money. As such, the low-leveled accounts were already more well-equipped than the high-leveled accounts. Everyone was calculating how much money this newcomer had spent. It must be at least a few million. How could a few million in such a short time be a small amount? It was not a small amount of money for Gu Jingyan. She was still a student, and her family didn't give her a lot of pocket money. Most of it was from her second brother. Her second brother, Gu Jingze, had worked in the company for a long time, so he had a lot of money. Her family loved her very much, so if she needed money, they would be very generous. Moreover, they also knew that Gu Jingyan wasn't an unreasonable person. She wouldn't spend money to cause trouble. It was reasonable for them to spend some money to enjoy themselves, so they basically asked Gu Jingze for the money. Everyone was discussing in the public area. There are a lot of new tycoons in our district recently. And I think that tycoon is a girl. Looking at her profile and profile picture, who knows if she's a transvestite? We'll know once we meet him. Although Fu Chenxi had also spent a lot of money, she did not spend as much as Gu Jingyan. Hence, she was not as famous as Gu Jingyan. In addition, Gu Jingyan was very violent. The spectators all realized that her techniques were very powerful. Not long after, her rank had already risen to the top. Therefore, he paid more attention to her. There were more discussions about whether she was a transvestite or not. On this day, someone came to harass her. "Hey, little girl, come, let's play together. Little brother will fly with you." Gu Jingyan glanced at him and saw that he was also on the rich list. At the same time, he was also on the PK list. It seemed that he was also a famous person in the region. "It's called just one fuck," Gu Jingyan said. "No, thanks. I like to play by myself." "Don't be like this. Come on, let's go together." "No need. If you continue like this, little brother won't be happy." Gu Jingyan was too lazy to pay attention to him, but he took advantage of her and shouted through the loudspeaker in the public area. "Brothers, I'm going to marry the new goddess of our zone, Nanny I'm Not Dead. Everyone, come and congratulate me." This message went on for an entire day. Gu Jingyan was so angry that she couldn't even be bothered to play and went offline. Fu Chenxi didn't think that Gu Jingyan would be so famous in a game. She looked at Gu Jingyan and comforted her, "Don't bother with these people. Anyway, they're just people you see online. It's not like you can see them normally. Just pretend that you didn't see them." Gu Jingyan said, "I just think that these shameless people are too much. Forget it, it's just a game anyway. If I don't play, I won't be able to see them." These few days, Liu Beichen and the others had been playing games like their lives depended on it, preparing to participate in the school tournament. Because when they watched the previous match, they saw that there was another team that seemed to be quite good. Little Q also seized the opportunity to train them. Since they had signed up, they couldn't embarrass their own team. Therefore, they didn't see these messages for a while. However, it was at night when Liu Beichen had nothing to do, so he went online to take a look and found out about this. Seeing that Loudmouth was still shouting that someone wanted to marry a Nanny I'm Not Dead, Liu Beichen's face darkened when he remembered that it was Gu Jingyan. Little Q, who was beside him, couldn't sit still. What's the meaning of this? Heh, marry Jingyan. This person must be crazy to dare say that he wants to marry Jingyan. Does he think we're dead? Yeah, she's the fourth daughter of the Gu family. How can he afford to marry her? Moreover, Gu Jingyan is one of us. Doesn't he know? Maybe he really doesn't know. Gu Jingyan and the others are just smurf accounts. They haven't joined our team yet. They probably don't know about Gu Jingyan's relationship with us. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Liu Beichen looked at them. Because of this news, everyone was discussing in the public area. That guy is a godfather. I think he's a coal boss. He's been very arrogant ever since he came. He's flirted with many girls and spent a lot of money on them. That's why he's so high up in the rankings. This time, he probably won't be able to get a nanny. Nannies are so rich. Who knows if nannies rely on men's money? This area hasn't been this lively in a long time. Hurry up and kill the nanny. Kill the nanny. Don't let down your name. Fuck, these people were really, they even dared to touch his people. Old Su was still asking, Beichen, what do we do? It could be seen below. Liu Beichen had already used his megaphone. I've only been away for a day and someone has already climbed onto my roof. That guy is a godfather. I told him to be impotent. As soon as this sentence was said, the public area exploded again. Fuck, it's Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen's in-game name was Annihilating Stars. Everyone knew that this was Liu Beichen's main account. Because Liu Beichen accidentally revealed it on Weibo, he instantly became famous. The people in the public area also knew that the guy who ranked first on the billionaire leaderboard and PK leaderboard was Liu Beichen. All of a sudden, the people below started discussing. No way, Liu Beichen has his eyes on the nanny too. This is the meaning of he's a godfather. Ha, he told him to be impotent. Now that he's a godfather, if he really is impotent, would he dare to challenge Liu Beichen? At first, Gu Jingyan didn't realize it. Because of these annoying things, she was too lazy to go online. However, Old Su immediately called her to inform her. Quick, look, it's crazy in the game. Only then did Gu Jingyan go up to take a look. As soon as she appeared, people immediately noticed her. The heroine is here. The nanny is online. Nanny, come and see, young Master Liu is standing up for you. Gu Jingyan was a little confused. What was going on, star? Chapter 1467. Gu Jingyan glanced at it and understood. She quickly looked for Liu Beichen in the game. What are you doing? Liu Beichen said, I'm taking revenge for you. No need. I'll go offline for a few days. Let's see what he can do then. Liu Beichen wasn't going to let it go. Heh, do my people need to hide from him? Just you wait. Before Gu Jingyan could type out the next sentence, Liu Beichen had already sent the message. Whoever kills just one kill in the future, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. No matter what mode it is, kill him on sight. Send me a screenshot of the kill and get the money immediately. I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan for his head for a month. Damn, this was awesome. Everyone saw that the game was going to be fun from now on. Regardless of whether they were ranked or not, they would just kill whoever they saw. They wouldn't care if they won or lost. They would just kill whoever they saw. Anyway, they would get the money if they killed him. This time, he had been killed by a single person, and he didn't have any temper left. Damn, how could you do that? Liu Beichen, I was just joking. Do you have to spend so much money to kill me? Just one kill, said in the game, speechless. But Liu Beichen ignored him. There was no point in playing anymore. Who could continue playing if they were killed on sight? Therefore, he immediately became listless and disappeared without a trace. Gu Jingyan finally understood and was speechless. She said to Liu Beichen, "Do you have to spend so much money on a scumbag?" Liu Beichen said, "So what? We can't really spend that much. He died so many times that he didn't want to play anymore. It's only a few tens of thousands." Alright, but that was still money. She still felt that it wasn't necessary. But now, Gu Jingyan had nothing to say. They had spent all the money. Moreover, everyone was doing it for her. Liu Beichen continued, "You two should stop playing. Do you think we'll bring you here? Let's go. I'll bring you into our team. Let's see who dares to bully you then." Gu Jingyan still didn't understand. She only said, "A few days ago, another team pulled me in. If it wasn't for that, I would have entered." "What team? What do you mean by ferocious national soldiers? What's the point of joining their battle team? Come, join us." "I saw that their team had quite a lot of people, so I wanted to go over and take a look," Gu Jingyan said. However, since Liu Beichen had a team, it was better for him to join her team. When Gu Jingyan saw the message from Liu Beichen, she immediately accepted it. Just like that, he added it and saw that the name written inside was Team O. What kind of name is this? It's just one letter. She also saw that there were very few people in the team. "Wow, your team has so few people." Liu Beichen noticed the disdainful tone in his voice. Liu Beichen chuckled. "Don't you know how many of our team members are on the leaderboard?" Gu Jingyan usually didn't pay much attention to this. He immediately opened up the tablet to take a look. As expected, the first few names on the entire leaderboard were all from this team. Liu Beichen said, "There aren't many people because I wouldn't let anyone in if they wanted to." Gu Jingyan pouted. How arrogant. The two of them didn't speak anymore. Then, Liu Beichen added Fu Chenxi into the team. Fu Chenxi was quite happy too. She saw that the people in the public area were saying, "Look, Liu Beichen's team has added 2 people. Isn't it just a nanny?" Indeed, the nanny is one of Liu Beichen's people. Who's the other person? I don't know him, but he's also on the rich list. It looks like they know each other. Someone even realized something and said, "Could one of them be Gu Jingyan? The one who's been rumored to be with Liu Beichen recently?" The internet says that they're friends. These people were really good at making connections. Gu Jingyan didn't care about them and went offline. A few days later, the school league tournament started. Gu Jingyan and Fu Chenxi didn't participate. Liu Beichen and the others from his team formed a team. Naturally, they were crushed in the beginning. Later on, when the regional competition started, they started to play more seriously. At this time, the league tournament had just started to become popular and many people came to watch it. Those who played games came to watch the game. Those who didn't play games came to watch the handsome guys. Especially since Liu Beichen was participating this time, there were even more people who came to watch. In an instant, the activity area was filled with people. Everyone's attitude towards this was no different from watching a basketball match. They were all cheering and shouting as they looked at the people on the big screen. Fu Chenxi was still a little nervous. She sat there and said, "It looks like the other team is quite strong." Gu Jingyan said, "Liu Beichen can do it. Don't worry." Fu Chenxi nodded and clenched her fists as she watched. Indeed, the other team wasn't a match for Liu Beichen's team at all. If they went up, they would be at an advantage. Their resources and everything would be snatched away. They couldn't develop at all. However, they didn't expect that the other team already had a plan B. Someone saw Gu Jingyan and Fu Chenxi below and immediately came over. "Hey, would you like something to drink?" Gu Jingyan said, "No." She glanced at the boy. If she didn't know him, Gu Jingyan definitely wouldn't take the initiative to talk to him. Fu Chenxi was different. She was too embarrassed to reject him, so she said calmly, "No, thank you." That person moved closer to Fu Chenxi. "Don't be like this. Sigh, I don't think you're from our school." Fu Chenxi blushed. Gu Jingyan felt that it was strange. Usually, everyone in the school knew about their relationship and no one would come over to join in the fun. However, this person was obviously trying to get close to them. Gu Jingyan said, "Chenxi, let's go over there." "Oh, okay." Fu Chenxi nodded at him in a friendly manner. She felt that it was strange. Why was Gu Jingyan so unwilling to talk to others? Was it because she was a rich missy and didn't like to chat with ordinary people? Fu Chenxi thought about this and walked over. When that person saw this, he immediately followed her. This time, he purposely moved closer to Gu Jingyan. "What's wrong? Why are you so disgusted?" When they heard that Fu Chenxi was Liu Beichen's girlfriend, they definitely wouldn't dare to touch her. However, Gu Jingyan was different. They were friends, so she probably wouldn't be so cruel. That person's face moved closer and Gu Jingyan said angrily, "What are you doing?" What surprised her was that Liu Beichen, who was playing a game up there, suddenly came down. "What are you doing? Who the fuck are you touching? Why are you so close?" When that person was scolded, everyone turned to look at him. Gu Jingyan saw that Liu Beichen, he didn't want to play anymore. Gu Jingyan quickly stood up and said, "Liu Beichen, what are you doing?" Everyone looked at Liu Beichen walking over angrily. The person who had just moved closer to Gu Jingyan immediately said, "What do you mean? She's not your woman. What's there to be anxious about? It's not like you want both of them." Chapter 1468. Those words had obviously touched Liu Beichen's sore spot. Before they could see what Liu Beichen had done, they saw a fist flying towards the boy and he fell to the ground. Ouch! Blood oozed out of his nose and mouth. The onlookers quickly took a few steps back to avoid being implicated. He covered his nose and face, stood up and yelled at Liu Beichen, "You! Liu Beichen, what right do you have to hit me? Ha, that stinky mouth of yours. Did you eat something dirty at home and come out without brushing your teeth? You're asking for a beating." Liu Beichen was about to go forward again. He was so frightened that he kept retreating, shouting, "Liu Beichen, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? Someone, help me." His shouts made the crowd even more rowdy. Everyone looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen waved his fist threateningly. "Fine, if you dare to come, let's see if I have the guts to hit you. How dare you say such insolent words? I won't lose anything even if I beat you to death." The boy below shouted, You can't be so arrogant just because you're Liu Beichen and your family is rich. How could you do this? Is there any justice in this world? Can you kill people just because you have money?" The onlookers did not know what was going on, but they heard him scolding and started discussing it. Liu Beichen is too much. He's rich. What can you do to him? He's so arrogant. He's already begging for mercy and you still dare to hit him in front of so many people. The onlookers felt that Liu Beichen was too much. Gu Jingyan saw that Liu Beichen's expression was so fierce that he looked like he was about to jump over and hit the boy. She hurriedly stopped Liu Beichen. "All right, that's enough." Liu Beichen shook off Gu Jingyan's hand. The onlookers were talking about him and he looked even worse. "Don't worry about me. Let me beat this bastard to death." "Don't." Gu Jingyan saw the expression on Liu Beichen's face. He had really gone all out. She was worried that something bad would happen. Liu Beichen had always been impulsive and reckless. If something really happened, no one would be able to stop him. She quickly hugged Lu Beichen's waist. Seeing this, the people at the side retreated a few steps in fright. Lu Beichen, don't move. Let me go. No, I won't let you go. If you keep messing around, I'll knock you out. Lu Beichen lowered his head and looked at her. What do you mean by that? Didn't you see what he was talking about? I know, but let's not talk about it now. You're still in the match. Gu Jingyan felt that something wasn't right. She looked up and saw that they didn't care about what was going on down there. Especially on the other side, the 5 of them were still fighting well together. However, on the other side, they were starting to become disorganized. Lu Beichen raised his head and said, "You guys fight your own battles. Don't worry about me. The road ahead is already paved. If you can't win, don't come looking for me." When Old Su saw this, he wanted to sit down, but he quickly sat back down. Gu Jingyan looked at him helplessly. Listen to me and stop fooling around, okay? No, I don't believe this. Today, I will beat him up and let him know what arrogance is. Don't. Gu Jingyan looked at the people around her looking at Lu Beichen and felt upset. Everything else was fine, but the way they looked at Lu Beichen made Gu Jingyan very unhappy. Lu Beichen was a rich second generation who bullied others with his power. He was too arrogant, beat people up as he pleased, and was irrational. Lu Beichen wasn't that kind of person. How could they think of him like that? But even if she said it, they wouldn't believe her. They would only believe what they saw on the surface. It was Lu Beichen's fault. He was too rash. He really didn't care what others thought, but she did. She hugged him and didn't move. Don't go over. You can't go. You. Gu Jingyan, let me go. I won't let you go, unless you come with me now. You. I told you to let me go. Do you hear me? No, Lu Beichen, come home with me now. Don't say anything else. Gu Jingyan looked at him forcefully. Lu Beichen said, "Hey, you're going against me. You're threatening me." Gu Jingyan placed her hands on her hips. What's wrong? Can't I threaten you? Come with me now. You don't have to do this kind of trash. Don't you think it's dirty? Lu Beichen said, I like to do it myself. Are you stupid? Gu Jingyan was so anxious that she was hopping mad. Lu Beichen said, who are you talking about? He was doing this for her, but she was still stopping him. So what if she hit him? He was asking for it. But Gu Jingyan wouldn't let him. Go. Do I need you to care? Lu Beichen was stubborn. What do you mean? What I mean is that this is my business now. This old man scolded me, so I'll teach him a lesson. Get out of my way. Ha, I won't let you. I won't let you hit people. So what? Then don't blame me for including you. What? Do you want to hit me again? Lu Beichen approached her and she stepped forward, unwilling to back down. It was supposed to be a fight between Lu Beichen and Lin Yiqian, but now it was a fight between the two of them. The onlookers couldn't help but wonder what the two of them were doing. Weren't they together? Why were they fighting? Lu Beichen stood in front of her, looking down at Gu Jingyan. He was a man after all, so he was much taller than Gu Jingyan when he stood up. But Gu Jingyan's aura was no less imposing than Lu Beichen's. Everyone thought that Lu Beichen wouldn't really hit a woman, but Gu Jingyan sounded a little anxious. Lu Beichen was a rich man with a bad temper. Although he and Gu Jingyan were friends, it didn't mean that they wouldn't fall out. Had they fallen out this time? Everyone was wondering if Lu Beichen would hit Gu Jingyan as well. Lu Beichen picked Gu Jingyan up in his arms. Before Gu Jingyan could react, Liu Beichen flipped her over and in the next moment, she was on his shoulder. You! Liu Beichen, what are you doing? Gu Jingyan slapped him on the shoulder. She struggled, kicking and hitting him. But Liu Beichen ignored her and walked out with her on his shoulder. Everyone was waiting to see Liu Beichen hit her, but they didn't expect this to happen. Liu Beichen got the man into the car, threw him in, and locked the door. Gu Jingyan was locked in his car. She banged on the window and screamed. Liu Beichen, are you crazy? How dare you do this to me? You! Just you wait. Liu Beichen snorted and threw the car keys into his pocket. It was an expensive car with excellent soundproofing, so he couldn't hear Gu Jingyan's screams. Gu Jingyan was furious. She thought to herself that once she got out, she wouldn't let him off. This was too much. Chapter 1469. At the same time, Liu Beichen's team had defeated their opponents. Liu Beichen's sudden departure made it difficult for them. However, the gap between them and Liu Beichen was too big. But because of Liu Beichen's ruckus, no one paid attention to their team's victory. Old Su threw his mouse down. Ah, we finally won. Little Q heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked up and saw that the crowd was in chaos. What was going on? He took a closer look, everyone was discussing it. Gu Jingyan dared to offend Liu Beichen. Look, Liu Beichen threw her into the car. Yeah, no matter how close they are, he's still a young master. How dare he stop him in front of so many people? Liu Beichen is too hot-tempered. We should stay away from him in the future. Old Su and Little Q looked at each other. Liu Beichen threw Gu Jingyan into the car. Given Gu Jingyan's personality, she would go crazy with anger. He really dared to do it. Their thoughts were the complete opposite of those outside. Gu Jingyan dared to offend Liu Beichen. There was no one in Country C that Gu Jingyan didn't dare to offend. After all, they had won the game. They had wanted to celebrate together at night. However, Gu Jingyan walked out and ignored everyone. She didn't even care about Liu Beichen. It seemed like she was really angry. Old Su could only ask the others to join him for dinner. When they reached the dining area, Old Su said, Beichen, you're in the wrong. Jingyan did it for your own good. Fighting in front of so many people will ruin your reputation. Liu Beichen was still playing with his chopsticks, looking nonchalant. But when he heard that, he looked up and said, Hey, are you on her side now? What for my own good? She just wants to go against me. Tell me, why doesn't she care about me? Why doesn't she object to me? There's nothing she doesn't object to. She's even doing it for my own good. There was no way to persuade him. However, Liu Beichen wasn't in the mood to celebrate. After 2 mouthfuls of food, he said that he wasn't in the mood and left. Fu Chenxi looked at him and could only follow him. Old Su and Little Q shrugged. These two were hopeless. Gu Jingyan returned to the dormitory. When the people in the dormitory saw that she had returned, they who were still talking about the good show today quickly shut up. However, when he looked at the person in question, his heart was filled with curiosity. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. Jing Yan, what's going on? Why are you fighting with Master Liu? That's right. Is Master Liu really angry? You too. Even if you have a good relationship with Master Liu, you can't not give him face. But young Master Liu, why did he lock you in the car? How did you fight? We didn't see clearly from outside. Everyone was actually very curious, but no one could explain in detail what had happened to cause such a big commotion. Gu Jingyan raised her head and said. Seeing that they were thinking so much, she was speechless and said, "Isn't it just a quarrel? I'm fine. But if we fight, what will people say about us?" Seeing that there was something to talk about, his roommate quickly came over and said enthusiastically, "They said that someone bullied young Master Lu's girlfriend and young Master Lu was so angry that he beat them up. But they also said that you fought with his girlfriend and he wanted to beat you up. They also said that you had an affair with that guy and young Master Lu was so angry that he wanted to beat that guy up but you stopped him and then the two of you fought. What the hell was going on?" Gu Jingyan said, "That's not true. Firstly, we didn't fight at all. Secondly, I went over to stop them. What does it have to do with me?" Everyone looked at each other speechlessly. "Then, these rumors are all wrong." Gu Jingyan said, "Of course. I'm really curious why they are spreading such rumors." They shrugged and said, "Because even though you're not in the society, there are rumors about you everywhere." "That's right. You're too pretty. Not only are you pretty, but you're also good at studying. You, young Master Lu, and the rest of them. Will people stare at you wherever you go? Because you are the most influential people in school." Gu Jingyan shook her head and said, "Sigh, everyone is so bored." Gu Jingyan and Lu Beichen's relationship had indeed become famous in school. The next day, Gu Jingyan and Elder Su had a meal together. Lu Beichen was so angry that he didn't come to school. The two of them tried to persuade Gu Jingyan, "All right, one of you should stop talking and the other one should take a step back. Let me tell you, if you say a word to him, he'll definitely not be angry anymore. That's just how he is." Gu Jingyan snorted and said, "Forget it, I'm not interested." "Sigh, you, if you want to talk, then don't. It's not like I have to talk to him. I still have you guys. Do you think I'll die without him?" The two of them didn't want to take the first step. Elder Su said, Let's see how long you can continue." The others saw that Elder Su and Elder Su were still together with Gu Jingyan and they were curious. They had thought that since Gu Jingyan had offended young Master Lu, no one would dare to talk to her anymore. However, they didn't expect that Gu Jingyan was so close to them. They had thought that they would definitely follow young Master Lu. They couldn't tell that they were Gu Jingyan's good friends. The two of them just did their own things and pretended that the other person didn't exist. Fortunately, the school was big and after so long, they wouldn't be able to see each other even if they didn't want to. On the other hand, because Lu Beichen and Elder Su had won the school championship, they were immediately recommended to continue competing in the competition in City B. News started to spread on the internet that Lu Beichen had participated in the game competition. In an instant, everyone paid more attention to the competition. Someone said in surprise, "I didn't expect young Master Lu to be so good. Young Master Lu is also a godly person." Lu Beichen looked at the praises on the internet and was very pleased. Although there had been a lot of compliments over the years, it was all because he was Lu Beichen. This was the only thing that was appreciated because he was good at the game. Fu Chenxi was a little puzzled. She smiled and said, "Look at you. You're like a child. You're so happy to be praised for playing games." "Then you don't understand," Lu Beichen said. "It's called a sense of achievement. But you wouldn't understand. Just like me and Gu Jingyan, he suddenly brought up that unlucky person again. He spat and said, "Anyway, this is something we did on our own. It has nothing to do with our family, so we feel a sense of achievement." Fu Chenxi's face darkened. Yeah, she wouldn't understand. She wasn't a rich missy. Chapter 1470. However, it was better for them not to have quarreled. Fu Chenxi felt that after Gu Jingyan and Lu Beichen quarreled, Lu Beichen would talk about Gu Jingyan every day. Although it was just a casual remark, it still sounded weird to the ears. On the other side, Gu Jingyan was called to the teacher's office. The teacher said, "It's almost certain that you'll be elected as the student council president this time." "Is that so?" "Thank you, teacher." The teacher quite liked Gu Jingyan. After all, she was good at her studies and was good at everything. She was multi-talented and beautiful. Most importantly, she wasn't anxious at all. She wasn't like some girls who were more troublesome and had so many boyfriends. The teacher didn't know what to say. However, Gu Jingyan was beautiful, but she didn't rely on it. "It's about the matter between you and Liu Beichen recently, teacher. This is my private matter. It shouldn't affect this. We were just friends who quarreled." Although she was still angry about it. That bastard actually dared to throw her into the car. The teacher said, if it was someone else, it would be fine. But this is Liu Beichen. It's not like you don't know his influence. He's an internet celebrity now. Do you know what an internet celebrity is? Everyone knows him. He's like a celebrity. Gu Jingyan thought about it and felt disdain. It was all because he didn't keep a low profile and was too flamboyant. The teacher said, and with his influence, at the end of the day, the school was worried that he would be unhappy if Gu Jingyan became the student council president because of his influence. Seeing Gu Jingyan's unhappy face, the teacher quickly said, "The school's thinking is more rigid, so I thought of an idea for you." "What?" "There's an exchange meeting in City S. You should go. It'll probably take about 2 weeks. When you come back, the storm will probably be over. Just a quarrel and she would be chased to S City to hide from the limelight." Gu Jingyan nodded. It didn't matter where she went. If she had to hide, then so be it. The teacher quickly said, "I knew you're the most obedient." Q University wasn't like other universities. Teachers didn't dare to offend these influential and good students. What if they became big in the future? There were so many students in Q University and they would all be important people in the future. Gu Jingyan made some preparations and went to S City without telling anyone. However, the school gave her economy class and her family was worried, so they gave her first class. In fact, she had never taken economy class before and wanted to give it a try. However, she was worried that if she told her family, they would be anxious and send her a plane directly. She had no choice but to buy a first-class ticket to City S. She would stay at the other party's school and attend the exchange meeting. She had a single room to herself. She hadn't been to S City for a long time, and she was prepared to take a good look around. Over there. Liu Beichen was still focused on the competition, but during a break in practice, old Su said, "Did you hear? Gu Jingyan left." Liu Beichen looked up and asked, "What the hell?" "He went to S City University." Liu Beichen stood up immediately and asked, "What did she do? Did she run away?" Really, she ran away when she couldn't win. She's really something. I didn't do anything to her, but she's so magnanimous. She left just like that. Does she not want any of us friends? Seeing Liu Beichen so agitated, old Su and little Q almost died of laughter. Seeing the two of them laughing so hard, Liu Beichen frowned and said, "What are you guys doing?" Old Su said, "Look at how scared you are. She went to attend the exchange meeting and will be back in 2 weeks." Liu Beichen sat down, his face dark. Old Su said, "I told you, you're so stubborn. If she really dies with you and doesn't interact with you anymore, let's see if you regret it." Regret? If he didn't regret it, why would he regret it? This kind of person wouldn't give in no matter what. He had never seen such a stubborn person before. Would it kill him to speak softly to him? He was always the one who gave in first. He glanced at the two of them and asked, "When did she leave?" "Yesterday." "She went by herself?" "Yeah, the school sent her." She went by herself. Lu Beichen sat down and muttered, the school is really something. It's so dangerous for her to go by herself. That's right, that's right. The school didn't even think about it. Gu Jingyan is such an attractive person. If she goes there, she won't have our help anymore. What if she gets bullied? Seeing that there was hope, old Su smiled and said, let's go. I'm going to visit her. If anything happens, it'll be too late for regrets. I'll go in the afternoon. Are you coming? Lu Beichen frowned deeply and put his hands in his pockets, looking very impatient. Are you going or not? My plane is parked at the airport. Just come with me. All right, all right. If you want to go, then let's go. I haven't been to City S in a long time anyway. Heh, he was too prideful. In the afternoon, the few of them decisively flew to City S together. They took old Sue's private plane. Fu Chenxi went too. It was her first time taking a private plane. She felt that the plane was very small, but it was really comfortable. Soon, they reached City S. Lu Beichen went straight to his family's headquarters and took 2 cars. Since it was the Lu family's headquarters and his young master came to take the cars, there was no reason not to give them to him. One was Lu Beichen's favorite Ferrari and the other was a Porsche. They stayed in a hotel owned by old Sue's family and packed up to go to S University. When they reached the entrance, old Sue called Gu Jingyan with a smile. Guess where I am? Why are you calling me at this time? I'm so busy. Hey, you're really something. I'm in City S and I came to look for you out of goodwill to accompany you for an event. You're ignoring me. What? You're in City S. Where are you? I saw the best car at the school gate. I'm right here. Car. That's great. You have a car. Quick, wait for me. Send me to the venue. I'm going to be late. Old Sue put down the phone and the person next to him asked what was going on. Old Sue said, I was right to come. She said she didn't have time and was in a hurry to get a car. As she spoke, Gu Jingyan had already dashed over. Gu Jingyan was panting heavily. Her face was flushed from the wind. However, she saw the Ferrari and Lu Beichen at once. She stopped and stood there looking at the few people. Lu Beichen acted as if he didn't see Gu Jingyan. Old Su thought to himself, she's quite good at pretending. Now he knew that both of them were very prideful. Old Su could only say, Jingyan, you said it was urgent. What is it? Gu Jingyan then remembered that she had come back to get some documents and was going to be late. I'm going to the event venue now. It's almost time. Old Su said, hurry up then. Just as he was about to let her into his car, he remembered Lu Beichen and said, Chenxi, come down. Beichen drives fast. Let Gu Jingyan take his car. Chapter 1471. Gu Jingyan and Lu Beichen looked at each other. Lu Beichen was still as arrogant as ever, but he held on to the steering wheel and said, all right, Chenxi, you can get out first. Fu Chenxi paused, looked at the silent Gu Jingyan, and got out of the car. Gu Jingyan pouted, opened the door and got into the car. Just as she got in, Lu Beichen stepped on the accelerator. The car sped away at high speed. Ah! Gu Jingyan was so shocked that she grabbed the handrail. Lu Beichen smiled, as if he was happy to see her like this. Gu Jingyan thought to herself. She knew that he wouldn't be so kind. He just wanted to see her make a fool out of herself. She held on to the car door tightly and let him drive away. He sprinted down a few streets. Normally, he wouldn't be late at this speed. However, he didn't care about his life at all. His speed didn't go below 100 kilometers per hour. Only he would dare to do this on the road. Some traffic policemen wanted to stop him, but when they saw the Ferrari and the number 6 on the license plate, they turned a blind eye to it. So it was a smooth journey. But when they reached the front, they couldn't go any further. It seemed that there was an accident in front, and the car couldn't move. Liu Beichen cursed under his breath. He stopped and looked back and forth. The road was completely blocked. Damn it, he burst out cursing. Gu Jingyan looked at him and said, "What's the use of cursing now? You're still looking down on me at this time. Ha, why don't you think about who's blocking this road?" Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes and became arrogant. "I didn't beg you to come. Hey, you ingrate. Why didn't you say that just now? I'm halfway there, and you're saying that. If you had said that just now, I would have let you get in the car." Gu Jingyan raised her head arrogantly. But when she saw the long line of cars, she felt helpless. What should she do now? Gu Jingyan looked at her phone helplessly. Oh no, it's almost time. Liu Beichen looked around and looked at the road in front of him. How far is it? Not far, just 2 more streets. Liu Beichen frowned, opened the car door and got out. Hey, where are you going? Let's go. Why are we still staying in the car? If we had the time, we would have already run there. Ah. Gu Jingyan quickly said, then what about your car? Stop here. Don't worry about it. Ah. I don't think so. What are you talking about? Let's go. He grabbed Gu Jingyan's arm. Gu Jingyan paused for a moment, looked at the car behind them, and then let him pull her forward. He ran all the way. Soon, they arrived at the venue. Gu Jingyan was panting. Liu Beichen said, "That's enough time. Let's go in." Yes, that's enough. You should go back now. Gu Jingyan took the documents and quickly ran inside. Liu Beichen ran in after him. Because of Liu Beichen's crazy actions, Gu Jingyan finally arrived on time. Everything went smoothly. Gu Jingyan's event was over. She heaved a sigh of relief. However, as soon as she got off the bus, she saw someone saying to Gu Jingyan, "Jingyan, there's a handsome guy waiting for you. Is he your boyfriend?" Gu Jingyan was stunned. Looking at the infatuated looks on their faces, she had a bad feeling. She went over to take a look. It was Liu Beichen. She quickly walked over and looked at the man who was still leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Hey, you. Liu Beichen, why are you still here? Liu Beichen said, I'm waiting for you. You're waiting for me. Where's the car? Don't you want the car anymore? Liu Beichen said, I forgot. Damn, how could he forget that? Hurry up and see how the car is doing. Gu Jingyan hurriedly shouted. Little did she know that they didn't have to worry anymore, because they saw that the news had already been published. A Ferrari worth tens of millions was abandoned in the middle of the road. The driver disappeared. The traffic police had no choice but to tow the car. There were countless comments below. Most of them were saying, tycoons are so willful. They don't even want their Ferrari anymore. Liu Beichen thought to himself, oh no. Gu Jingyan said, what's wrong? Liu Beichen said, my family doesn't allow me to drive anymore. I had to threaten the secretary here to get me a car. My dad will definitely see the news. Gu Jingyan scratched her head. This Liu Beichen was too much of a show-off. Why did he have to drive a Ferrari? Alright, hurry up and get the car from the traffic police. It didn't take much effort. The news had already been published online. They went straight to the traffic police station that towed the car away. Once they entered, they said, we're here to get the car. The traffic police said, what car? Did you park it illegally? Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen. You could say that. It was parked in the middle of the road. It must be illegal. What's the car plate number? The traffic police frowned as he registered the car. 666666. The traffic police looked up. If it was any other day, he would definitely think that it was a joke. But today, they had really towed away a 666,666 car. What car are you looking for? A red Ferrari, Gu Jingyan said. The two of them were brought to the back. The traffic police captain said from behind, "Young Master Liu, I didn't know it was you. But this car is really being detained," and, he smiled and said, "We've already found the owner." Liu Beichen looked up and said, "You called my dad?" "Yes, old Master Liu said that he'll be here soon." Liu Beichen's face was pale and he looked like he was about to die. Soon after, Liu Qinyu flew over. Liu Beichen was about to run away. He said to Gu Jingyan, "When my dad comes, tell him that I'm leaving first." Gu Jingyan hurriedly said, "Sigh, that's enough. It's too late for you to run now. My dad said that if I drive again, he'll break my leg." That still, just as she finished speaking, Liu Qinyu had arrived. "Liu Beichen, you unfilial son, you unfilial son. What trouble did you cause this time? Everyone knows about it and it's spreading everywhere." The police officers saw that the fiery Liu Qinyu had picked up Liu Beichen and beaten him up. They didn't dare to stop him and could only try to persuade him. Old Master Liu, it's okay. It's just a small matter. Nothing happened." Gu Jingyan also hurriedly said, Uncle, it's all because of me." "Don't." Liu Beichen was humiliated and immediately flew into a rage. "Alright, you hit me every time. I learned this from you. It's all because of your teachings that you hit me. Hey, you unfilial son, how dare you say that?" Liu Qinyu was furious and said, Alright, I wanted to teach you a good lesson. I should have cut off your food supply so that you wouldn't have to wander outside every day. So be it." Liu Beichen looked up, looking noble and disdainful. Chapter 1472. You said it yourself. Alright, I'm not taking the car away today. You can punish whoever caused this. Liu Qinyu said directly, "Punish them however you want and arrest them. You don't have to give me face." With that, he walked out angrily. Before he left, he looked at Gu Jingyan and said, "Sigh, I told you to stay away from him. I don't have the face to see your mother anymore. Look, I'm always dragged down by this unfilial son of mine." Gu Jingyan pursed her lips carefully. She was speechless. It was all because of her this time. Seeing Liu Qinyu being so gentle to Gu Jingyan, the traffic police officers were wondering who she was. She was so awesome that even Liu Qinyu was being so nice to her. After Liu Qinyu left, the law enforcers discussed. Although Liu Qinyu had said to punish them however they wanted, they couldn't really not give him face. Thus, they drove the two of them back and said that they would just have to pay some fines. They couldn't really bring the two of them in. On the way, they were very polite to Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen. They didn't expect to meet the eldest young master of the Liu family and the fourth daughter of the Gu family while towing the car. When they heard that Gu Jingyan was the fourth daughter of the Gu family, they were all shocked. But it made sense. If it weren't for these rich young masters, who would dare to cause such trouble? The two of them were sent back. Gu Jingyan knew that Liu Beichen had gotten into trouble because of her. She could only sigh at him. "Is your father really going to cut off your food supply?" So be it. Who cares?" Gu Jingyan said, "Don't be like this." Liu Beichen said, "I still have you guys. You won't let me starve to death, right? Alright, that was true. Gu Jingyan thought that if his family really stopped giving him money, she would definitely help him. After all, it was to help her this time. But then she thought that it was fine if they were late. He didn't have to be so impatient. When they arrived at school, old Sue and the others were waiting there. You guys are really something. You can even cause such a stir just by driving a car. You all know about it, Gu Jingyan said. Old Sue said, the news is so big. How could I not know? Didn't you see what was written on it? A Ferrari worth 10 million was thrown on the road. Oh, what a great headline. Fu Chenxi looked at them and said helplessly, are you guys going to be alright? Liu Beichen said, it's fine. It's just that their food supply has been cut off. What? Fu Chenxi was extremely shocked. Just like that, they returned to B City. Gu Jingyan had been busy in S City for a few days, so she went back soon. When they arrived at B City, as expected, the Liu family cut off Liu Beichen's food supply. Liu Beichen was used to spending lavishly, so he didn't have much money left. Now that he had nothing to spend, his hands and feet were tied and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Fu Chenxi looked a little reluctant and said to him, why don't you go back and apologize? Your dad might be soft-hearted and give you the money. I'm not going. What are you apologizing for? Liu Beichen immediately harumphed and turned to look at Gu Jingyan. It's all because of you this time. I'm counting on you next month, Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan said speechlessly, I don't have any money. Liu Beichen slammed the table. Hey, how much money did you spend playing games? I don't believe you don't have any money. I asked for it from my second brother, Gu Jingyan said. Then why don't you ask for more? If someone else had said this, it would have sounded outrageous. However, the few of them knew very well that this bit of money was nothing to their family. My second brother secretly gave me more than 1 million this month. I've already spent it, so I'm too embarrassed to ask for more. I don't care. You can ask for more. Anyway, I'm counting on you. Gu Jingyan looked at this rascal helplessly. Fu Chenxi was speechless. After all, she really couldn't fork out a single cent. She couldn't help at all. Then, the school organized a trip. The election for the student council had just ended and Gu Jingyan won the position of the student council president without a doubt. After it ended, the school began to organize the trip, and Gu Jingyan was the one to organize it. Gu Jingyan chose a place and asked Liu Beichen and the others where they were going. Liu Beichen looked around and felt that it didn't matter. He chose a place not far from B City. Fu Chenxi looked at them and said enviously, your school is good. They even have a school trip. Their lousy school didn't have any decent activities, not to mention such a big group trip. Gu Jingyan looked at Fu Chenxi and said, why don't you go too? I'll just add to the quota. Fu Chenxi said in surprise, can I really? Of course, but you have to pay for it yourself. Liu Beichen will pay for it. Liu Beichen said, Sugar Daddy, I'm being supported by you now. You can pay for it together. Gu Jingyan naturally agreed to it. Fu Chenxi felt very embarrassed. Gu Jingyan and the others didn't think it was a big deal to spend money on each other. After all, money wasn't that important to them. But it was different for Fu Chenxi. Fu Chenxi didn't mind spending Liu Beichen's money, but she felt uncomfortable spending Gu Jingyan's money. But she didn't want to miss out on their trip. Soon, the day of the trip arrived. But Fu Chenxi's stomach wasn't working. She was in the car with the top students of Q University and felt out of place. Not long after she got in the car, she felt a terrible pain in her stomach. Fu Chenxi said, no, I want to get out of the car. There's something wrong with my stomach. It hurts. Lu Beichen immediately said, I'll take you to the hospital. Fu Chenxi knew that she had eaten something bad and wanted to go to the toilet. She didn't want him to follow her. That would be too embarrassing. She had always thought that she was much more vulgar than Gu Jingyan. How could she let him see such an embarrassing side of her? No need. You guys go first. I'll catch up later. She insisted. Gu Jingyan thought that it was a physiological problem and stopped Lu Beichen. All right, I'll get the driver to send her back. Don't worry. Lu Beichen nodded as he understood the situation. Fu Chenxi left and the group continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived at their accommodation. 2 people to a room. Gu Jingyan had originally arranged to share a room with Fu Chenxi, but now that Fu Chenxi had left, she was left alone. Everyone had a good time on the trip. After tidying up, they went out to eat. Because they were in university, no one cared about drinking. Everyone decided to buy some alcohol to liven things up. Gu Jingyan, let's play a game to celebrate your election as the president of the student council. A student suggested. Gu Jingyan said generously, what do you guys want to play? How about this? Let's drink and draw lots. We'll go to whichever room we get. If there's a guy and a girl together, don't even think about changing. Hee hee, what do you guys think? They were playing so big, of course, Gu Jingyan didn't agree. I don't think so. What if something happens? Forget it. What can happen? We're all adults. If something really happens, it'll happen even without this game. Chapter 1473. Also, there are a lot of guys. How could you be so unlucky to be with a guy? That's impossible. Come on, let's try our luck. We've agreed that nothing can happen. Of course, if something happens, you have to take responsibility. Ha ha ha, most of you are single, right? None of you have a girlfriend, right? Only Lu Beichen has a girlfriend. I'm single. If anyone were to be with Lu Beichen, they would be laughing maniacally. Suddenly, everyone became excited. Gu Jingyan didn't want to participate, but the class monitor went ahead. If Gu Jingyan isn't going to organize it, I'll organize it. Come on, let's draw lots. The class monitor was busy and Gu Jingyan was speechless. Lu Beichen walked over and looked at the class monitor. What's going on? A game. What game? The class monitor explained the situation to him. Lu Beichen frowned. However, the class monitor continued. You didn't see it. When everyone heard that they were going to draw lots, they were all looking forward to being with Gu Jingyan. Seriously, I want to see what will happen. Gu Jingyan will definitely break their legs. Lu Beichen's body tensed up. Draw lots with Gu Jingyan. He would believe it if it was anything else but Gu Jingyan. She was going to live with a guy. His face darkened as he thought about it. No. He tugged at the class monitor's sleeve. Come, do me a favor. The class monitor felt bad and looked at him. What are you doing? Lu Beichen raised his eyebrows. The class monitor looked at Lu Beichen suggestively. I couldn't tell, Lu Beichen. Lu Beichen slapped his face and said, what are you thinking? Gu Jingyan is my good friend. How can I let my friend stay in the same room with another man? That's impossible. It's safer for me to watch over her. The class monitor thought that it made sense. They were so close. If anything were to happen, it would have happened long ago. He said, all right, I'll help you. After a while, the drawing of lots began. Everyone was still looking on in anticipation. As expected, there were more science and engineering students in Q University, and most of the people who came this time were science and engineering students, so there were too many guys. One by one, they grouped up with the boys and looked at each other in misery. What's the point of drawing lots? Finally, a girl drew the same number as a boy, and everyone started to make a ruckus. At this moment, Gu Jingyan also took one out. She looked at it and said, "Room 601. Everyone looked over expectantly, wondering who would be so lucky as to draw the same lot as Gu Jingyan. The class monitor glanced at Liu Beichen and said, "Who else drew 601? Everyone looked at each other curiously. Liu Beichen walked out and took the number. Everyone looked at the shining number 601. Immediately, everyone sighed. No way. You two are together again. What a coincidence. You guys can even be together. Hurry up and get together." Gu Jingyan raised her head and looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen looked arrogant as he looked at them. "Go away, what are you doing? If not, why would I stay with you instead of me? Go away, go away." The boys looked at Liu Beichen with jealousy. But the girls looked at Gu Jingyan with jealousy. However, when they thought about it, they felt that the two of them were so compatible. Now that they were living together, it seemed like fate. Gu Jingyan really felt that she was in trouble. Why did it have to be him? She walked to Liu Beichen's side. "No way. Together with you." Liu Beichen bumped her shoulder. "Why? Are you afraid?" "Pfft. If it was someone else, she would be worried that it would be troublesome. If it was him, what was there to be afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? Not to mention anything else, she wasn't his type. And the two of them always quarreled. In an instant, the matter was settled. Everyone packed up and went back to their rooms. Liu Beichen helped Gu Jingyan carry her things. Gu Jingyan said, "Don't let Qin know about this." Liu Beichen said, "Why?" Gu Jingyan said, "What do you think? Which girl wouldn't mind?" "No, I'm your bro. What's there to mind?" Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes at Liu Beichen. "You don't understand a woman's heart. Just don't say anything. It's better to avoid trouble. What if she finds out? It's just a game. I don't want to cause trouble." Liu Beichen pursed his lips. The room was too shabby when he entered. However, the school's budget was limited. It was good enough to book a room like this with so many people. After Gu Jingyan went in, she pushed Liu Beichen out. "I'll change my clothes. Wait for me." "Pfft, I'll change. Who wants to see it? You're so flat. You must weigh less than 100 pounds. You're either flat-chested or short. You must be flat. A cup, right? Who wants to see it?" Liu Beichen grumbled for a long time. Then, the door opened. Gu Jingyan changed into a nightgown. She didn't want to wear a dress, but she didn't expect to encounter such a terrible game. She thought that she would be sharing a room with a girl, so she only wore a nightgown. Now it was great. However, she thought that Liu Beichen wouldn't be bothered to look at her, so she put it on. But Liu Beichen was indeed. He stared at her for a while. It was rare to see her wearing this. She had good skin and a good figure. The small nightgown didn't look decadent on her, but it gave her an indescribable feeling. Liu Beichen felt that something was wrong with his body. It was hot. But he still covered his head and hurried into the bathroom. "Really, can't you go into the bathroom to change? Why do you have to make me go out?" Gu Jingyan couldn't be bothered with him. She snuggled into her blanket. She had thought that nothing would happen even if the two of them were together. However, when she really lay down, she could feel that there was another unfamiliar aura in the room. She couldn't sleep. especially when Lu Beichin kept tossing and turning on the other bed. In the middle of it, Fu Chenxi called. She said that she was at the hospital and asked Lu Beichin what he was doing. Lu Beichin looked at Gu Jingyan. He thought that he was calm, but now he felt a little guilty. He said that he was going to sleep, but he didn't say that he was sharing a room with Gu Jingyan. Sleep. Even though it was two separate beds. After hanging up, Gu Jingyan couldn't sleep anymore. Lu Beichin felt it too. He jumped up and said, "Damn, I can't sleep. Let's get up and have a party." Gu Jingyan said, "What party? I'll fall asleep when all the lights are switched off." "No, let's get some wine. Let's order some food and barbecue." The new book has been released. After signing the contract, there will be 4 updates every day. Everyone can go and read it. The temporary title is Hidden Wife. Hubby, don't play me. Chapter 1474. It's so late. Why are we having a barbecue? Let's drink to celebrate our first time in the same room. Get lost. Isn't living in the same room the same as sleeping together? The two of them joked around, but Lu Beichin knew deep down that he just wanted to have a good night's sleep after drinking. How could he possibly fall asleep like this? He didn't know why, but he kept glancing at Gu Jingyan, thinking that she was just beside him. No matter what, he didn't feel sleepy. The excitement in his heart made him feel hot all over as he lay there. How could he sleep? Gu Jingyan couldn't argue with him and could only order takeout. Soon, the takeout arrived. As he drank and ate, Lu Beichin's mind finally relaxed. Gu Jingyan sat with him on the other side. She hugged her knees and sat there eating. He realized that no matter what she was eating, even if she was eating in the most inelegant posture, she still looked very elegant. Perhaps this was called a natural aristocratic aura. Actually, people who didn't know would never understand this. For example, she and Fu Chenxi were different in this aspect. Fu Chenxi was careful and quiet. But no matter what she did, she didn't have that kind of temperament. But even though Gu Jingyan was loud and noisy, she still looked very aristocratic. He continued to drink his beer and said to Gu Jingyan, "Eat. You look so skinny. You look like someone is torturing you." Gu Jingyan said, "No, I'm so skinny. My family is so skinny. It's my genes, okay?" But it had to be said that the Gu family perfectly reflected the importance of genes. Lu Beichin drank his beer in a daze and mumbled, "Why are you wearing this pajamas?" Gu Jingyan looked at her pajamas. "What's wrong with it? It's so normal. The skirt is so short. How is it normal?" Gu Jingyan looked down. Her long legs were indeed exposed. But she didn't expect to be with him. "Hey, what else can I do? I'm wearing pajamas. Do I have to cover my whole body? You can't show it like that. Didn't you know not to look? Turn your head away. You're not allowed to look," Gu Jingyan said as she reached out to push his face. Lu Beichin frowned and said, "Hey, can't you change your bad habit of getting physical for no reason?" "I can't. Who asked you to have such a big mouth?" Lu Beichin dodged and said, "If you dare to touch yours truly again, yours truly will break your little claws." Then, he reached out and grabbed her arm. Gu Jingyan didn't succeed. She snorted and said, "Let go." Lu Beichin said, "Hurry up and apologize to me. I'll treat you to a barbecue and you still dare to hit me. Hey, why should I apologize to you? Come and apologize." "No, no, no." Gu Jingyan wanted to jump away, but Lu Beichin's grip was too strong. He held her hand tightly and refused to let go. That forceful tug, Gu Jingyan fell backwards. "Hey, you. Lu Beichen hurriedly tried to pull her up, but to his surprise, both of them fell to the ground. Their eyes met. She is below, he is above. So straight, he looked at her face. That good-looking face was now flushed and stubbornly presented in front of his eyes. This damned woman always needs to be taught a lesson. Today was especially so. I told you not to hit me. Look at you, you can't even see clearly. You're falling. Gu Jingyan lowered her head. She felt his chest hitting her body. It was so painful, because the position of his chest. She looked at him and he looked back at her. For a moment, her mouth was dry, as if something was swimming in her body. His lips moved. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his body as he looked at her face. Facing her lips, he abruptly kissed her. Gu Jingyan paused. Then, she closed her eyes tightly as her lips intertwined with his. Immersed, lingering, the moment the two of them touched, they couldn't care less about anything else. In their eyes and in their bodies, there was only each other. It was like a river that hadn't seen water for many years. Suddenly, it was like a spring breeze. It was like the spring after a harsh winter, when flowers bloomed for thousands of miles. It was like a gear that hadn't been turned for a long time was suddenly wound up. It was like the spring breeze and rain came together. He hugged her passionately and kissed her more intensely, as if he wanted to tear her apart. And she, with her eyes closed, had already involuntarily wrapped her hands behind his back. Feeling those slender arms wrapping around him, his movements became even more frenzied. There was only one violent thought in his mind. He wanted to eat her up, when their bodies were completely attached to each other. When they were completely joined together, the satisfaction in his heart was more than anything else. There had never been anyone who could make him feel so satisfied and so fulfilled. She didn't give in to him. After a while, she turned around and sat on his body. After a while, she came down and wrapped her arms around his waist, asking for it. He really felt like he was going to be killed by her. The two young bodies had been tormenting each other for a long time. Only then did he fall into a deep, deep sleep. The sky brightened. When Gu Jingyan slowly woke up, her body froze. What was going on? Where was she? It hurt, she felt like her lower body was being torn apart. She looked up and saw the man beside her, Lu Beichen. When he was asleep, he was like a baby, so obedient, so well-behaved, so good-looking. But all of a sudden, she sat up abruptly. At the same time, Lu Beichen also sat up. He was shocked. He blinked his eyes and looked at Gu Jingyan. They had never thought that things would turn out like this, but what should and shouldn't have been done had been done. She looked at him. All right, it's my fault. Lu Beichen didn't know what had happened to him that night. But looking at her, he couldn't control himself and kissed her passionately. And it was her first time. Hearing the remorse in his voice, Gu Jingyan felt as if she had eaten something bad, and she felt terrible. After a while, she stood up. How could it be? It takes two hands to clap. This is both our fault. All right, since it has already happened, let's not care whose fault it is. He lifted his head and looked at her. Gu Jingyan stood up. No matter what, she would always be Gu Jingyan, that arrogant princess. When she lifted her chin, she looked down on everyone. Anyway, we can pretend that nothing happened. Only you and I know about this. We can pretend that nothing happened. Anyway, it will never happen again, right? Lu Beichen narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Pretend that nothing happened? Was she that carefree? Chapter 1475. Gu Jingyan didn't need a man who didn't like her and had to take responsibility for her just because of one thing. She didn't need a man like that at all. Hence, she said it in a carefree manner. Moreover, she didn't think that in this society, a woman would need a man to take responsibility for her just because of one thing. That night was their fault. That was for sure. Liu Beichen stared at her. After a while, he nodded. Since you say so, all right then. After leaving this place, the two of them were still good buddies. If she could do it, he could definitely do it too. The people outside were still very excited about the game. Now that they were back at Q University, everyone had to return to their respective tracks. On the way, Liu Beichen looked outside, feeling that he had let her down. However, he looked at Gu Jingyan. She was still chatting and laughing with the class monitor and the other students. He didn't seem to notice anything. He clenched his fists and looked away again. Soon, they reached the place. Fu Chenxi couldn't wait to fetch him. Sorry, Beichen, my stomach wasn't feeling well. Did you guys have a good time? Liu Beichen looked at Fu Chenxi, his heart pounding. Yeah, it's okay, he couldn't help but look at Gu Jingyan. Her gaze had already shifted elsewhere. Without saying a word, she left. Fu Chenxi held on to him and only cared about talking to him. She didn't care about Gu Jingyan. After this event, Gu Jingyan would officially be promoted to the president of the student council. She would start running around and with her studies, her schedule would be even tighter. However, the president of the student council of Q University would usually receive a lot of attention. Hence, everyone would only pay more attention to this beautiful female president. Gu Jingyan was even invited to attend the ZF conference. When they went to eat together, Gu Jingyan lowered her head and ate. At the side, old Su said, "Let's go to the beach tomorrow. I'll drive there and bring you guys along." Gu Jingyan said, "I'm not free. I have to attend the University Environment Conference at ZF tomorrow." "Huh? ZF? You're going?" Old Su said, "You're the president of the student council. Why are you going there?" Little Q said, "Are you dumb? Don't you know how powerful the president of the student council of Q University is? Once you become the president of the student council, you have one foot in the government." Fu Chenxi looked up. "That's amazing." She looked at Gu Jingyan and thought about how Qi Calm claimed to be the best in the country. Naturally, it was different from those small schools. Elder Su said that Gu Jingyan doesn't need it at all. I remember that her big brother is going to be a big shot in the political world. If he helps her, she'll be able to get in. Fu Chenxi said, "Is her big brother very powerful too?" Old Su blinked. "You will see him in this year's election." "Ah. Presidential election, dummy." Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan in surprise. So, her big brother was going to be the president? As Fu Chenxi ate, she thought about how that was the president, who was high up and in charge of the entire sea country, like an emperor. In that case, Gu Jingyan would be a real princess. Gu Jingyan raised her eyebrows. "That's enough. What does he have to do with me? I'm going to wash my hands." Liu Beichen was leaning against the wall. When he saw Gu Jingyan get up, he got to his feet lazily. Not long after, Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen and said, "What are you doing?" Liu Beichen said, "Gu Jingyan." She said, "All right, Chenxi is still outside. I'll go out first." She brushed past his side. Liu Beichen, however, grabbed her arm. She was pinned to the wall by him. He looked down at her and said, "Gu Jingyan, look at me." Gu Jingyan looked at him and said, "What are you doing?" Liu Beichen kept thinking about what happened that day when they were together. It was almost impossible to pretend that it didn't happen. Moreover, he felt that his body still liked her very much. As a result, everything that happened that night was so clear and obvious. It made him feel like he was reminiscing. And what made him even more reminiscing was the feeling he had when he looked at Gu Jingyan. Looking at her, that fanatical feeling, that impulsive feeling, it made people feel so different. He had never felt that kind of passion before. He had never wanted someone so deeply. But that person was Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan, can you really do it? He grabbed her arm tightly. Gu Jingyan said, "Let go." "How did you do it?" "Let go." "You." Just then, a soft voice came from the side. "Jingyan." "Beichen, you too." Fu Chenxi felt that Liu Beichen had been gone for a long time, so she came over to have a look. She was stunned to see the two of them at once. Gu Jingyan took the opportunity to push Liu Beichen away and looked at Fu Chenxi. "I'm fine." Fu Chenxi's eyes moved. "You two aren't fighting again, are you?" Gu Jingyan smiled. "How could that be?" "No." Liu Beichen paused as he watched Gu Jingyan leave, feeling helpless. Fu Chenxi felt that the two of them were different. But what was different? When they went out, Gu Jingyan had already left. Fu Chenxi said, "Why did Jingyan leave first?" Old Su said, "Is she a busy person?" Little Q also said with a smile, "Hey, did you two quarrel again?" "That night, after you were assigned to the same room, did you?" Just as she was about to continue, Old Su's arm had already poked her. Fu Chenxi was stunned. At this moment, she, who had always been stupid, was extremely sensitive. "What are you talking about?" "What room?" Old Su laughed. "Nothing, we were just talking about playing games in the same room. Weren't you not around that day?" "Alright, I'm done eating, I'm going to the toilet." The two of them hurriedly went to the toilet. However, Fu Chenxi had already sensed that something was wrong. The next day, she went to look for Gu Jingyan. However, when she reached her dormitory, Gu Jingyan was not there. "Where did Jingyan go?" Fu Chenxi asked her roommate. Gu Jingyan's roommate laughed and looked at Fu Chenxi. "Why? Are you looking for Jingyan?" "Nothing much, I just came to take a look." Hee, she's been in a bad mood these few days and has kept herself busy. Don't look for her, she won't be back for the time being." Bad mood? Fu Chenxi could not tell. That's impossible. I'm with her every day, how could she be in a bad mood? Fu Chenxi's roommates did not like Fu Chenxi at all. They always felt that she had an unscrupulous aura about her. You only care about showing off your affection for Liu Beichen. Do you still remember Gu Jingyan? She's in a bad mood. That day when they were playing games, she stayed with Liu Beichen for a night and she was in a bad mood. I wonder what your Liu Beichen did. Fu Chenxi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. What did you say? Who stayed for a night? Gu Jingyan, with Liu Beichen. Chapter 1476. Gu Jingyan didn't need a man who didn't like her and had to take responsibility for her because of one thing. She didn't need a man like that at all. Hence, she said it in a carefree manner. Moreover, she didn't think that in today's society, a woman would need a man to take responsibility for her because of one thing. At night, that night was their fault. That was for sure. Liu Beichen stared at her. After a while, he nodded. Since you say so, all right then. After leaving this place, the two of them were still good buddies. If she could do it, he could definitely do it too. The people outside were still very excited about the game. Now that they were back at Q University, everyone had to return to their respective tracks. On the way, Liu Beichen looked outside, feeling that he had let her down. However, he looked at Gu Jingyan. She was still chatting and laughing with the class monitor and the other students. He didn't seem to notice anything. He clenched his fists and looked away again. Soon, they reached the place. Fu Chenxi couldn't wait to fetch him. Sorry, Beichin, my stomach wasn't feeling well. Did you guys have a good time? Liu Beichin looked at Fu Chenxi, his heart pounding. Yeah, it's okay, he couldn't help but look at Gu Jingyan. Her gaze was already elsewhere. She didn't say anything and just left. Fu Chenxi held on to him and only cared about talking to him. She didn't care about Gu Jingyan. After this event, Gu Jingyan would officially be promoted to the president of the student council. She would start running around, and with her studies, her schedule would be even tighter. However, the president of the student council of Q University would usually receive a lot of attention. Hence, everyone would only pay more attention to this beautiful female president. Gu Jingyan was even invited to attend the ZF conference. When they went to eat together, Gu Jingyan just lowered her head and ate. At the side, old Su said, "Let's go to the beach tomorrow. I'll drive there and bring you guys along." Gu Jingyan said, "I'm not free. I have to attend the University Environment Conference at ZF tomorrow." "Ha! ZF? You're going?" Old Su said, "You're the president of the student council. Why are you going there?" Little Q said, "Are you dumb? Don't you know how powerful the president of the student council of Q University is? Being the president of the student council is equivalent to having one foot in the government." Fu Chenxi looked up. "That's amazing." She looked at Gu Jingyan and thought about how Calm claimed to be the best in the country. Naturally, it was different from those small schools. Elder Su said that Gu Jingyan doesn't need it at all. "I remember that her big brother is going to be a big shot in the political world. If he helps her, she'll be able to get in." Fu Chenxi said, "Is her big brother very powerful too?" Old Su blinked. "You will see him in this year's election." "Ah. Presidential election, dummy." Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan in surprise. So, her big brother was going to be the president? As Fu Chenxi ate, she thought about how that was the president, who was high up and in charge of the entire sea country, like an emperor. In that case, Gu Jingyan would be a real princess. Gu Jingyan raised her eyebrows. "That's enough. What does he have to do with me? I'm going to wash my hands." Liu Beichin was leaning against the wall. When he saw Gu Jingyan get up, he got to his feet lazily. Not long after, Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichin and said, "What are you doing?" Liu Beichin said, "Gu Jingyan." She said, "All right, Chenxi is still outside. I'll go out first." She brushed past his side. Liu Beichin, however, grabbed her arm. She was pinned to the wall by him. He looked down at her and said, "Gu Jingyan, look at me." Gu Jingyan looked at him and said, "What are you doing?" Liu Beichin kept thinking about what happened that day when they were together. It was almost impossible to pretend that it didn't happen. Moreover, he felt that his body still liked her very much. As a result, everything that happened that night was so clear and obvious. It made him feel like he was reminiscing. And what made him even more reminiscing was the feeling he had when he looked at Gu Jingyan. Looking at her, that passionate feeling, that impulsive feeling made him feel so different. He had never felt that kind of passion before. He had never wanted someone so deeply. But that person was Gu Jingyan. "Gu Jingyan, can you really do it?" He grabbed her arm tightly. Gu Jingyan said, "Let go." "How did you do it?" "Let go." "You." Just then, a soft voice came from the side. "Jingyan." "Beichin, you too." Fu Chenxi felt that Liu Beichin had been gone for a long time, so she came over to have a look. She was stunned to see the two of them at once. Gu Jingyan took the opportunity to push Liu Beichen away and looked at Fu Chenxi. I'm fine. Fu Chenxi's eyes moved. You two aren't fighting again, are you? Gu Jingyan smiled. How could that be? No. Liu Beichen paused as he watched Gu Jingyan leave, feeling helpless. Fu Chenxi felt that the two of them were different. But what was different? When they went out, Gu Jingyan had already left. Fu Chenxi said, why did Jingyan leave first? Old Su said, is she a busy person? Little Q also said with a smile, hey, did you two quarrel again? That night, after you were assigned to the same room, did you? Just as she was about to continue, Old Su's arm had already poked her. Fu Chenxi was stunned. At this moment, she, who was usually stupid, was extremely sensitive. What are you talking about? What do you mean by sharing a room? Old Su laughed. Nothing, we were just talking about playing games in the same room. You weren't there that day, right? Alright, I'm done eating, I'm going to the toilet. The two of them hurriedly went to the toilet. Fu Chenxi had already sensed that something was wrong. The next day, she went to look for Gu Jingyan. But when she reached her dormitory, Gu Jingyan was not there. Where did Jingyan go? Fu Chenxi asked her roommate. Gu Jingyan's roommate chuckled and looked at Fu Chenxi. Why? Are you looking for Jingyan? Nothing much, I just came to take a look. Hee, she's been in a bad mood these few days and kept herself busy. Don't look for her, she won't be back for the time being. Bad mood? Fu Chenxi could not tell. That's impossible. I'm with her every day, how could she be in a bad mood? Fu Chenxi's roommates could not bring themselves to like Fu Chenxi. They always felt that she had the aura of a profiteer. You only care about showing off your relationship with Liu Beichen. Do you still remember Gu Jingyan? She's in a bad mood. She stayed with Liu Beichen for a night when they were playing games and she was in a bad mood. I don't know what Liu Beichen did. Fu Chenxi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. What did you say? Who stayed for a night? Gu Jingyan, with Liu Beichen. Asterisk, she did not know how she left the place. She ran all the way outside, feeling that it was impossible. They were jealous of her and that was why they had said that. She was trembling as she called Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen picked up quickly. Fu Chenxi's voice did not seem to belong to her. Beichen, what's wrong? Liu Beichen sounded a little impatient. Fu Chenxi said, I'm coming to look for you now. Where are you? I'm in class. After a while, Fu Chenxi arrived at his class. Class had already ended and Liu Beichen was working hard for the thesis that he was about to hand in. Fu Chenxi walked in with a pale face. He looked up and saw Fu Chenxi in this state. He felt that something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Fu Chenxi looked at him. Tell me. You and Jingyan. That night, you slept in the same room. Did something happen between the two of you? Liu Beichen was stunned. Fu Chenxi burst into tears at once. She looked at him expectantly. Did anything really happen? Liu Beichen pulled her and said, listen to me. Chenxi. He was confused and didn't know what to say. Fu Chenxi pushed him away. Tell me, did anything happen? Liu Beichen was pushed to the side, his hands hanging by his sides. He lifted his head and looked at them silently. He bit his lip and nodded. Fu Chenxi thought that she was seeing things. She widened her eyes and looked at him. What did you say? What did you say? Liu Beichen was not going to lie. He turned around and said, it was just an accident. Chensi, but, looking at Fu Chensi's pale face, he said, but it did happen. You, Fu Chensi's heart ached. She was indignant and unconvinced. She grabbed Liu Beichen and shouted, is it because she is the fourth miss of the Gu family? Liu Beichen frowned. How is that possible? Then why? Is it because she is beautiful? No, of course not. Oh, then is it because you like her? Fu Chensi became more desperate as she spoke. No, it's not like that. Liu Beichen wanted to say more, but Fu Chensi couldn't take it anymore. She turned and ran out. Chensi, Liu Beichen wanted to chase after her, but he couldn't. He didn't know how to catch up with her. Suddenly, Fu Chensi disappeared without a trace again. The next day, when he went to Fu Chensi's house, she was gone. And Liu Beichen knew that he was in the wrong this time. It was his fault that she left so angrily. That night, Gu Jingyan didn't see Liu Beichen. She looked around and asked old Su, where is Liu Beichen? Sigh, isn't that so? That Fu Chensi is too good at harming people. She actually ran away without a sound again. Gu Jingyan was stunned. Unlike the two people who were cursing at Fu Chensi, she sat there silently. After a while, she stood up and said, I'm going out for a while. The moment she went out, she tried to find a way to find Fu Chensi. She used the Gu family's power to find the Gu family's secret guards to look for Fu Chensi. It was still possible to find her this way. Fu Chensi was still in B City, at a relative's house. She walked over and saw that it was a dilapidated courtyard in a village in the city. It was dirty all around. She stepped on it with her sneakers, and the side where she stepped on it was slightly dirty. And Fu Chensi was sitting at the side, helping a relative take care of a child. She was wearing simple clothes and seemed to have lost a lot of weight in just a few days. Chensi, she called out. Fu Chensi was stunned. Looking at Gu Jingyan again, Fu Chensi's tears fell instantly. You. Who asked you to come here? Why are you here? Fu Chensi stood up immediately. Gu Jingyan looked at her. You know. Fu Chensi paused for a moment before she understood what Gu Jingyan was talking about. Yeah, I know. I know you and Liu Beichen. I can't believe you two are together. Gu Jingyan, how can you be so shameless? You're my friend and he's my boyfriend. How could you do this? Gu Jingyan listened to her curses but did not say anything. And now you still have the cheek to come here. What are you doing here? How is this place befitting of your noble status? It is so dirty, how can you step on it? We are poor, but we are not to be bullied by you. You have already got Liu Beichen, why are you still here? Gu Jingyan raised her eyebrows and looked at her calmly. Chensi, this has nothing to do with who has money or who doesn't, she said. Fu Chensi laughed coldly. Of course you don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand, because I've never cared about money, so I don't understand why you always talk about money. Maybe it's because of this that you feel inferior, but I want to tell you, Chensi, it's not a matter of money. Then what is the problem? This is because. Gu Jingyan said, I like Liu Beichen. Fu Chensi took a step back. Gu Jingyan took out a large sum of money from her pocket and placed it in front of Fu Chensi. That's right, Liu Beichen and I did something that shouldn't have happened. I don't know how to make it up to you. As you can imagine, all I have is money, so I'm giving you these. But have you ever considered that Liu Beichen and I are both rich, we both have status, we both have everything that others don't have? That's why we're not together for money or power. We're together because we're infatuated with each other. It's because we have certain feelings for each other. I need to tell you this. After she said this, Fu Chenxi found it even more difficult to accept. That's right, she's right. Fu Chenxi burst into tears again. Gu Jingyan did not want to say anything more. She turned around and did not come back. If this matter had ended at that time, the two of them would have treated each other as a temporary mistake and would still be able to get along with each other as brothers. Then, would everything be able to remain as beautiful as it was in the past? However, that night, when Gu Jingyan found Liu Beichen grabbed Gu Jingyan in his drunken state. Jingyan, tell me, aren't we very bad? Gu Jingyan calmly hugged the drunk Liu Beichen and said, yes, very bad. I am bad, and you are bad too. Yes. Then why don't we be bad together, so that we don't have to bring harm to others, right? Gu Jingyan looked down at him and asked, are you serious? What else? Liu Beichen looked at her and said, let's be together. He grabbed her hand. Chapter 1477. Gu Jingyan really thought that he was talking nonsense. However, the next day, he really appeared at the bottom of her building. With his hands in his pockets, he leaned against a tree. There was a hint of melancholy between his brows, accentuating his firm cheeks, making him look even more charming. The passers-by couldn't help but look at him. When he saw Gu Jingyan coming down, he said calmly, Gu Jingyan. Didn't I say that we are going to be together? Let's go home and tell our family. Gu Jingyan's mouth was slightly agape as she looked at Liu Beichen. After a long while, she slowly nodded. The news of Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen being together exploded on the internet. The dignified fourth miss of the Gu family and Liu Beichen of the Liu family were about to get married. Now, the two of them were going to study abroad and discuss the wedding when they came back. In an instant, this news made everyone sigh. Liu Beichen was originally a rich online celebrity and was known as the little tyrant of capital city. His every move had always attracted attention. Obviously, everyone was more concerned about this marriage than he was. In an instant, the enthusiastic netizens started to calculate how much the two of them would be worth, and what kind of storm would the Gu family and the Liu family cause when they were together. And it was also because the news of their relationship had exploded on the internet that the schools suddenly found out about Gu Jingyan's identity. The dignified fourth miss of the Gu family had been in Q University for so many years, but they had only found out about it now. But Gu Jingyan didn't care anymore. She returned to Q University for the last time to pack her things and prepare to go abroad. Stanford University had already arranged for her to go to school when she arrived. It wasn't their recruitment season, but after seeing Gu Jingyan's information, they immediately made an exception and recruited her. And Liu Beichen also went to Stanford. The two of them were going to study together for 4 years. As for the future, they would talk about it later. When she entered the dormitory, everyone looked at her and exclaimed, Gu Jingyan, you are fourth miss of the Gu family. Gu Jingyan packed her things. What's wrong? What's wrong with fourth miss of the Gu family? She said helplessly, look at you all as if you were looking at a monster. Does fourth miss of the Gu family have eyes or legs? A few of her roommates immediately crowded around her. Fuck, I've been living with the Gu family's fourth young mistress for so long and I didn't even know about it. You still have the cheek to say that. Gu Jingyan continued to pack. I'm not the fourth daughter of the Gu family. My name is Gu Jingyan. I can't possibly introduce myself to you. I'm the fourth daughter of the Gu family. My name is Gu Jingyan. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at Gu Jingyan. They were a little reluctant, but they were also a little emotional. Unexpectedly, the fourth daughter of the Gu family was still so low-key, so hardworking, and so likable. We're all very happy that you're with Liu Beichen. You two are indeed a match made in heaven. Was it a match made in heaven? She didn't think much of it. They were still the same as before, joking around as if they were brothers. As for dating, there didn't seem to be any feelings of falling in love. The two of them quickly went abroad. After returning to the country, they prepared to get married. If he hadn't met Fu Chenxi when he got married, perhaps, in the future, they would be able to live a peaceful life amidst their quarrels. However, a few years later, Fu Chenxi was still there. No. Although she was not always around, she would appear from time to time. At first, Gu Jingyan still felt that she was her friend. But now, things were different. Gu Jingyan left Liu Beichen behind and sped away in her sports car. Although many people looked down on female drivers, no one dared to disrespect a female driver who drove a sports car worth more than 10 million. Gu Jingyan stepped into the bungalow. She knew that this was a gift from Liu Beichen to Fu Chenxi. In the past, he could turn a blind eye to it and let it pass. Because she knew that although Liu Beichen had taken care of Fu Chenxi, he had never touched her. Otherwise, given her temper, she would have exploded long ago. But today, Liu Beichen had completely angered her in the car. She pushed open the door. The Fu family did not know who was in front of them. "Who are you? Who told you to come in? Where's Fu Chenxi?" She took off her sunglasses and asked. The Fu family's old maid saw her and was stunned. You, tell Fu Chenxi that an old friend is here and wants to meet her." At this moment, Fu Chenxi heard the voice and walked out. The moment he saw Gu Jingyan, his heart skipped a beat. The paleness on his face was obvious. Gu Jingyan walked towards her step by step. Her powerful aura made people flinch. Gu Jingyan said, "Fu Chenxi, I know that my husband took care of you in the past. For the sake of his old friend, he spent money on you, bought you a house, and helped you find a job. I didn't say anything. But after all, he's my husband. If I'm divorced, it's fine. You can do whatever you want. I'm not divorced yet. If you're impatient, you can wait a few days or persuade him to sign the divorce papers so that he can be with you. Don't drag it out and annoy me every day." Fu Chenxi's face turned black. Gu Jingyan was no longer the amiable student she used to be. She had been in the business world for many years and had quarreled with Liu Beichen for many years. She knew Liu Beichen from the inside out. She knew how to deal with people like Fu Chenxi. She interrupted Fu Chenxi and said, "What do you mean? You want to say that this has nothing to do with you? You don't want to seduce my husband and destroy my family?" Fu Chenxi's face turned even paler. Gu Jingyan said bluntly, "Okay, I don't want to ruin it. You should leave right away and get married right away. Find a man to marry. Don't find all kinds of excuses to stay and disappear right away. That's enough." Otherwise, she walked closer to Fu Chenxi. Her stare made Fu Chenxi feel even more guilty. Gu Jingyan was so scary and domineering. It made there was no room for rebuttal. Gu Jingyan stared at her face and said, "Otherwise, all the reasons are just excuses. You don't have to tell me that you don't want to destroy other people's families. Whether or not it has nothing to do with you, it has nothing to do with me. Whether or not you did it on purpose, it has nothing to do with me. Because I can only see one thing, and that is, you are here, destroying my family." Gu Jingyan snorted and said, "So, there are no excuses. You are a mistress, understand?" Fu Chenxi fell to the ground. Gu Jingyan didn't say anything else. She turned around and looked at her parents. "Take good care of your daughter. Either you let her display her ability as a mistress and get Liu Beichen to agree to divorce me, or you stay away from our family. You." Chapter 1478. Gu Jingyan left. The Fu family's parents were furious. Looking at Fu Chenxi, who was standing behind him, Father Fu said, "Look at yourself. Say something." Fu Chenxi lowered her head and kept quiet. Fu Chenxi's mother said, "Humph. She only dares to talk to you like that because her family is rich. Why are you afraid of her? Liu Beichen is good to you. What can she do to you? That's right. If you work harder on Liu Beichen, you will kick her away from being Madame Liu. If not, you can give birth to a child for him." "Mom, what are you doing?" Fu Chenxi stomped her feet and went back to her room. Liu Beichen had given her this place. But Liu Beichen had only given her food and water so that she wouldn't starve to death. He had never said anything about it. He did not want to give her any other feelings. She couldn't even touch him if she wanted to. Now, it was just as Gu Jingyan had said. Liu Beichen did not want to divorce Gu Jingyan. Although Liu Beichen had said it nicely, saying that he was unwilling to let Gu Jingyan get what she wanted. But was it true? All these years, she had been thinking about what Gu Jingyan had said to her. She and Liu Beichen were from the same family. They were both rich and did not care about money or status. So, they could be together because they had feelings for each other. So, did Liu Beichen really have feelings for Gu Jingyan? Gu Jingyan did not go home. She was too lazy to meet Liu Beichen, so she found a place to stay. When Liu Beichen got home, he was furious when he did not see Gu Jingyan. This woman was really, not only did she run away for half a year, she even disappeared when she came back. When he went out, he saw his bodyguards. "Where is Madam?" he asked angrily. "That. I don't know." Liu Beichen was furious again. "What do you mean you don't know? You don't even know where she is. Why are you eating?" "Young Master Liu. You know Madam's bodyguards. If Madam does not want to be found, it is hard to find her." Yes, he could always control the whole world, except for Gu Jingyan. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control her. Good, very good. Alright, all of you get lost. You can't even beat a few bullshit security guards from the Gu family. You're really embarrassing me. After that, he went back and slammed the door. However, he was indeed in a bad mood. Who could be happy? His own wife was asking for a divorce every day. It would be strange if he could be happy. At this moment, Fu Chenxi called. He looked at it and felt inexplicably annoyed, but in the end, he still picked up the phone. "What's up?" "Yes. Jing Yan came by today." Liu Beichen wanted to ask casually, but when he heard that Gu Jingyan had been there, he jumped up. A moment later, he walked over to the Western restaurant downstairs. The Western restaurant didn't sell Western food at this time, but they would provide some afternoon tea. Fu Chenxi ordered some red wine to go with her afternoon tea. When she saw Liu Beichen, she lowered her head and said, "Come and try this red wine. I heard that you like Lafite, so I specially bought it." Liu Beichen couldn't care less about the red wine. "Where did Gu Jingyan go this afternoon? Did she look for you? What did they say? Where the hell is she now?" Fu Chenxi paused. She couldn't keep the smile on her face. She said, "She didn't say anything. She just said that you're getting a divorce." Liu Beichen's face was burning. This woman, who was divorcing her? They hadn't even divorced yet. He hadn't even agreed to it and she was already announcing it everywhere. That's what she said. Fu Chenxi said, "Beichen. Why are you getting a divorce? Don't get a divorce, okay? If there's anything, you can talk about it." She tugged at his arm and seemed to be advising him very carefully. Liu Beichen was furious again. Don't listen to her. We're not getting a divorce. We're not getting a divorce at all. There's no way you can get a divorce. She must be dreaming, he muttered angrily. Fu Chenxi's throat tightened. She felt extremely bitter. Did he really not want a divorce? She smiled. Yes, your child is already so big. It's not because of the child. I just don't want a divorce. Why should I listen to her? I won't get a divorce. Fu Chenxi felt even worse. She looked at the red wine beside her and said, all right, don't be angry. Beichin, I know. I thought it was true. How could she say something like that? It's so hurtful. She even scared me. All right, drink something. Don't be so angry. Lu Beichin took a big gulp. He was really angry and drank a lot of wine in one go. Fu Chenxi saw that he had drunk too much and went out to send him back. When she reached the door, she called Gu Jingyan. Jingyan. Gu Jingyan sneered. What else do you have to say? Fu Chenxi said, nothing. It's just that Lu Beichin is at my place. He's drunk. Why don't you come and fetch him? There was a long silence on the other end of the line. After a while, she said, since he got drunk with you, you should be responsible for the aftermath. I'm not his nanny who needs me to fetch him when he's drunk. You take care of this drunkard. With that, she hung up. Fu Chenxi paused and looked at Lu Beichin. She had done it on purpose. She didn't want Gu Jingyan and Lu Beichin to have a good life. Lu Beichin had been her boyfriend. It was that bitch, Gu Jingyan, who had stolen her boyfriend. Gu Jingyan put down the phone. The secretary was still hesitating. President Gu, did that bitch call? Because she had helped Gu Jingyan settle some matters, she knew a little about what had happened between the two of them. Gu Jingyan nodded silently. The secretary said, Madam, don't believe that bitch. She must have done it on purpose. Gu Jingyan took a deep breath. Yes, she did it on purpose. But you have to remember who gave her this chance. The secretary was stunned. Gu Jingyan said, if Lu Beichin hadn't seen her, he wouldn't have given her the chance to show off in front of me. The secretary was completely convinced. President Gu was right. Gu Jingyan continued to write. After a while, one of the pens broke. The next day, when Lu Beichin woke up, he was already at home. And on the other side, it was Fu Chenxi. He was stunned. He quickly looked down at himself. Seeing that his clothes were intact and that Fu Chenxi was still wearing the clothes from yesterday, he heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, nothing had happened. He looked at Fu Chenxi. Why are you here? Fu Chenxi said, Beichin, you were drunk, so I had to take care of you. Don't worry, nothing happened. You went to sleep the moment you came back. Of course, nothing could have happened. He got up, ran his fingers through his hair and walked out. However, just as he reached the door, he saw Gu Jingyan walking in with her handbag. Chapter 1479. Lu Beichin froze. At the side, Fu Chenxi was instantly stunned. Gu Jingyan snorted. Sorry for disturbing you. I just came back to pick something up. Lu Beichin walked over. Jingyan, what are you doing? Gu Jingyan pushed Lu Beichin away. Let go of me. You didn't misunderstand, right? I'm just drunk. That's right. Everything that happens when you're drunk, right? You look so familiar. Oh, we did it back then too. Gu Jingyan smiled. Fu Chenxi hastily said, don't misunderstand, Jingyan. Nothing really happened between us. Really? Gu Jingyan looked at Fu Chenxi and did not say anything. She just walked into her room. This room was also Liu Beichen's. Since they were husband and wife, it was natural for them to share a room. She turned around and smiled sweetly. What do you think, Chenxi? My room isn't bad, right? Fu Chenxi blushed. Liu Beichen was about to go crazy. Gu Jingyan, what are you doing? I told you, I have no reason to lie to you. Don't you know me? I can't even get hard when I'm drunk, so how could I do anything? That's right, how could she not know him? The two of them had been together for so many years. They probably understood each other better than they understood themselves. Fu Chenxi obviously did not feel good hearing these words. Gu Jingyan turned around. Can you leave first, Chenxi? I can't, Jingyan. Listen to me, Gu Jingyan interrupted her. This is still my home. Can you stand here and talk to Liu Beichen later? Fu Chenxi froze. Gu Jingyan continued, at least wait for us to sign the divorce papers before you wait for Tang Tang to enter the room, all right? Fu Chenxi blushed and ran out. Liu Beichen wasn't in the mood to chase after her. He merely looked at Gu Jingyan. Believe me, Gu Jingyan directly said, sign it. You, Gu Jingyan looked at him. How about you, Liu Beichen? We're husband and wife and we've known each other for so many years. Think about it. Can you bear to do this? Can you bear to see me hurt like this and not let me go? I want a divorce. I just want a divorce. Sign it, all right. There was a pause. Looking at Gu Jingyan's expression, Liu Beichen felt as if a piece of his heart had been gouged out. Gu Jingyan, Liu Beichen closed his eyes. He suddenly felt that he owed her, so he should return what he owed her. Fine, if I sign it, it will make you happy and no longer sad, then I'll sign it. He picked up the pen. This time, without giving himself a chance to hesitate or think, he directly signed his name. The moment she saw his name, Gu Jingyan felt relieved. Smiling, she looked at him. Her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. Thank you. She picked up the agreement and walked out without looking back. Liu Beichen, on the other hand, seemed to have lost all his strength as he sat on the ground. He had a splitting headache. Gu Jingyan went out. Seeing that she came out with the agreement she had been thinking about, the secretary couldn't help feeling distressed. President Gu, actually, you should know that they really, Gu Jingyan nodded. Yeah, nothing happened. I know. But if we don't take this opportunity to get him to sign, we won't get another chance in the future. The secretary looked at her. She felt that President Gu was so smart, but this damned President Liu didn't love her. Instead, he loved a woman who was nothing. What was wrong with President Liu's brain? The secretary said fiercely, President Gu, after the divorce, you will definitely be very popular. The line of men who want to woo you will be so long. Gu Jingyan laughed and patted the secretary's head. Stop teasing me. Let's go. To where? Since we are divorced, of course to relax. Gu Jingyan looked very relaxed. But Liu Beichen, at the bar at night. Liu Beichen's head was dizzy from all the alcohol. Old Su said, Are you serious? Are you really divorced? Yeah. Are you lying to me? Are you really divorced? Yeah. Alright, Liu Beichen, I really can't help you with this. I'm on Jingyan's side. Old Su stood up and scolded Liu Beichen. What's wrong with her? Why do you hate her so much? Look at how you've treated her all these years. Liu Beichen raised his head. I didn't do anything. I didn't even lay a finger on Fu Chenxi. Not this time. Old Sue said, I mean, in the past, you secretly gave Fu Chenxi money to spend, helped her buy a house, and helped her find a job. All of these are even more abominable than this time's drinking. You know, to Jing Yan, what you've done is a death from 1,000 cuts, and she can't say anything about it. Do you know what people outside say? They say that you have a mistress outside. Liu Beichen lowered his head. I just feel that I can't watch Fu Chenxi starve to death in front of me. So you just watch the outsiders mock Jing Yan and make her into a rich and powerful woman. You just watched as she was sad and upset, and you didn't care at all. You only care about Fu Chenxi. What about Jing Yan? Who cares about her? You can't treat Jing Yan as a man just because she doesn't want to tell you. You can't treat her as a man just because she has more things, is strong and independent. She's not your brother, she's your wife. She's not your buddy. She's your wife. That sentence completely shattered Liu Beichen's heart. Liu Beichen stood up and said to Old Sue, get lost. You're on her side. I want to be her wife too. But she only wants to divorce me. She only wants to quarrel with me. You bastard. Divorcing you would be too easy for you, Old Sue said as he threw a punch at him. Hey, hey, hey. Don't hit me. Little Q quickly stood up. But Liu Beichen was already lying on the ground. Blood started to flow from the corner of his mouth. Liu Beichen gritted his teeth. He stayed on the ground for a while before standing up. Hey, Beichen, where are you going? Don't be angry. We've been friends for so many years. Little Q was helpless. He wanted to say something but Liu Beichen said, I'm going to look for Gu Jingyan. Little Q said, huh? Old Sue stopped Little Q and said, let him go. Humph, Gu Jingyan won't care about him. She has so many suitors. Which one of them is weaker than Liu Beichen? He thinks he's so popular. He purposely said this for Liu Beichen to hear. Liu Beichen ignored him and ran out. Where was Gu Jingyan? Gu Jingyan was still in the office. But she had already applied for leave. She wanted to go out and have fun for a while. Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen were both workaholics. No matter where they were, they would think about work first. They hadn't had much rest in the past few years. At that moment, Gu Jingyan was really tired. She packed her things and was about to leave. Outside, President Gu, President Liu is here. He's coming. I think he's crazy. What do you think? Chapter 1480. Just then, Liu Beichen walked in. Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan was still packing her things. She walked past Liu Beichen as if she did not see him. Hey, President Liu, you can't come in. Get out of here. Liu Beichen said directly. Everyone was shocked. Looking at Liu Beichen, they did not know what to say. Gu Jingyan turned around calmly. All right, you can leave now. Everyone looked at Gu Jingyan sympathetically and left quickly. Was Liu Beichen going to fight with President Gu again? And it seemed that President Liu was very angry. Gu Jingyan said, why are you here? To send me off. No need, I can walk myself. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan's expressionless face. Sometimes, he really wanted to tear off her mask and see what she was really thinking. But this woman was too stubborn, so stubborn that he could not do anything about it. He walked over step by step, but Gu Jingyan did not even look at him. Gu Jingyan, what do you want? He said in a weaker voice. He was completely different from the arrogant man he used to be. Gu Jingyan turned around and nodded. She looked at him, a little surprised. But she was not too surprised. "What do I want?" she said calmly. "I just want to go on a holiday. I haven't had a break all these years. I've been working hard for the company. Can't I give myself a break now?" "No." Liu Beichen approached her. "I regret it. I won't sign the divorce." Haha, Gu Jingyan thought that this man was so fickle. Why did he feel sorry for her just now? Now that he realized it, he regretted it. Did he not take revenge on her and pester her enough? It's useless. I've already signed it. It's legally binding. You want to go back on your word? No way, Gu Jingyan said. No, definitely not. I don't agree. Liu Beichen panicked. He stood in front of Gu Jingyan and said, "Why? You tricked me into signing it. It doesn't count." "Ha, it's written in black and white. Do you think it doesn't count just because you say so?" "Get out of my way, ex-husband," she said fiercely. Ex-husband just like that? Why did the word ex-husband sound so piercing? Take it back. What ex-husband? I haven't agreed to it yet, Liu Beichen said. Does it matter whether you agree or not? Now that you have nothing to do with me, your opinion doesn't matter anymore. Get out of my way. No, I'm being raped by my ex-husband. I won't do it. Liu Beichen continued to block. I don't care. Gu Jingyan pushed Liu Beichen away. She pulled the suitcase and walked out. Seeing this, Liu Beichen quickly chased after him. Gu Jingyan, let's talk this out. I have nothing to say to you. Impossible. You definitely have one. Don't go. Get out of the way. Why are you being so shameless? Don't go. I'm shameless. Impossible, my plane has already been booked. Then I'll stick to you. You're leaving now, right? I'll go too. Hee, I booked the Gu family's plane. You want to come? No way. Damn the Gu family. Outside. Everyone was shocked. Although the two of them were bound to argue, one was running in front and the other was chasing after him. Looking at Liu Beichen's attitude, it was as shameless as President Gu had said. It seemed, it was a little strange. Gu Jingyan, just you wait. Go. Even if you go, I can still find you. Gu Jingyan strode away. The people at the back looked at Liu Beichen, who was standing there all alone. Suddenly, they felt pity for him. No matter how they looked at it, he seemed to have been dumped by President Gu. Moreover, he was panicking now. He couldn't lift his spirits at all. Liu Beichen stood there thinking. He didn't know what to do now. He probably couldn't get on the Gu family's private plane. As long as Gu Jingyan didn't agree, he couldn't follow her. Now, he could only find out where she had gone. Liu Beichen hurried to ask her. After asking, he found out that she had gone to the Maldives. Oh, that place, they had gone there for their honeymoon. How could she have gone to the Maldives if she didn't have feelings for him? He got someone to book the plane and quickly chased after her. On the way, he saw that Fu Chenxi was calling him. He frowned. He felt annoyed for no reason. In the past, he had been very patient with Chenxi because he always felt that he owed her. That year, it was his betrayal that made her leave in despair. However, he really couldn't find any patience now. He felt annoyed when he saw Fu Chenxi's name. He felt that it was because he was worried about Gu Jingyan. However, he didn't want to talk to Fu Chenxi and hung up. They flew all the way to the Maldives. Liu Beichen looked at the place and felt that the honeymoon scene was replaying in his mind. During the wedding, he had brought up Fu Chenxi. During the honeymoon, he had argued with Gu Jingyan until the end. He felt suffocated. He looked to the side and saw a young couple talking. The girl said softly, "It's so beautiful here." The man said, "It's rich too." The girl said, "You're annoying. The honeymoon only happens once in a lifetime. Of course it has to be sweet." Yes, in a girl's heart, honeymoons and weddings were both very important. However, Gu Jingyan had never been fine. Did she come here because of regret? He felt even worse. He just wanted to see Gu Jingyan as soon as possible. At this moment, in the best seaside villa in the Maldives, Gu Jingyan was sitting by the sea, soaking her feet and drinking red wine. On the side, the waiter served her well. He knew that this was a tycoon who came in a private plane, so he was very respectful. "Madam, your wine." "Don't call me madam." She looked up and said, "I just got divorced." "Ah, is that so, miss? You're so young and beautiful. Which man doesn't cherish you?" Gu Jingyan smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, there was a commotion outside again. "Hey, sir, you can't go in. There are already other guests here, don't stop me. My wife is inside." Gu Jingyan frowned. Was this man done? Liu Beichen didn't care and barged in. The moment he saw Gu Jingyan sitting there comfortably, he panted and let go of her. "Hey, Gu Jingyan, you," looking at Gu Jingyan's expression of enjoyment, this Gu Jingyan had just gotten divorced. How could she look sad? "You made me look for you." Gu Jingyan looked at him. "Hey, this is my private place now. Aren't you afraid that I'll call the police if you barge in?" "Hey, you're really calling the police?" He was about to come in when he saw Gu Jingyan go to get her phone expressionlessly. Chapter 1481. Okay. I'll go out, okay. Liu Beichen admitted defeat. He was not here to quarrel. He did not want to quarrel with Gu Jingyan now. However, he wouldn't leave so easily either. Gu Jingyan watched him leave. She stood there, holding her phone, puzzled. What was this guy doing now? Chasing her here to torture her? Was it necessary? However, not long after, Gu Jingyan stood on the balcony, looking up to take a breath of fresh air. Then she saw, a man was standing on the balcony next door. He rested his chin on his hand and smiled at her presumptuously. "Damn it, Liu Beichen." Gu Jingyan was furious. Why are you here?" Liu Beichen waved his hand. She was wearing a long dress. It looked very much like the Bohemian sea breeze, making her look even longer. And slimmer. She was very good-looking. He had to admit that his wife was very good-looking. No wonder so many men coveted her. He whistled. "What's wrong?" "I rented this place." "Isn't this a hotel?" "I can check in whenever I want." "I'm staying here legally." "Can't I?" Gu Jingyan shouted, "That's impossible. I saw a couple living next to it." "Oh, I know." "Then why did you? I gave them $1 million to let me have the room." Good. This was something that Liu Beichen would do. Gu Jingyan looked at him. "What do you want?" "Didn't I say that I regret it?" "But there's no cure for regret." Gu Jingyan snorted. "If there was, I would have taken it long ago." Liu Beichen's expression changed. He looked at her and said, "Jingyan, we still have Apple." At this moment, he still remembered their daughter, Apple. Gu Jingyan said, "When you helped another woman, did you ever think about what your daughter would think of you when she found out about it?" Liu Beichen felt that he had gone overboard. He had never thought about it in the past. Apple would gradually grow up and she would stand on her mother's side. She would also hate him as an incompetent father. I was wrong, Liu Beichen said in a low voice. In this matter, he was completely wrong. Gu Jingyan paused. For the first time in her life, she would hear Liu Beichen say that he was wrong. Was she dreaming? Unfortunately, it was too late. It was too late. She didn't want to hear it anymore. Fine, you're wrong, but I'm not going to forgive you. Humph. After that, Gu Jingyan closed the door and windows and went back. In the evening, by the pool, a group of people looked at Gu Jingyan's swimsuit, lying by the swimming pool and doing nothing but staring at Gu Jingyan. When Liu Beichen arrived, he saw Gu Jingyan sitting there, sunbathing. She was very fair, but she tanned easily. However, even if she tanned, it wouldn't be ugly. After a short rest, she would regain her fair complexion. Therefore, she basked in the sun unscrupulously, and so did everyone else. Liu Beichen looked at a foreign man in swimming trunks and swaggered over. Hey, do you want me to help you apply some sunscreen? The sun is very hot today. The foreign man was quite straightforward. Gu Jingyan wanted to refuse, but when she saw Liu Beichen, she gave up. Sure, thank you. The foreign man was quite good-looking and had a model's body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage to come over. Liu Beichen was just about to go over when he saw the foreign man holding the sunscreen and reaching for Gu Jingyan. He was so angry that his liver was about to hurt. Hey, where did you come from, son of a bitch? I don't think you dare to touch her. Don't even touch her hair. Everyone turned to look at him. Liu Beichen walked over angrily. He pulled the man away. Although the man was a foreigner and looked tall and strong, Liu Beichen didn't seem to be afraid of him. The foreign man snorted, "Who are you?" "She's my wife." "Who do you think I am?" The foreign man was stunned. Then, Gu Jingyan spoke up. "Hey, she's a divorced ex-wife." "What wife?" "Watch what you say." When the foreign man heard this, he understood. Now she's choosing me, not you, understand? Go away, or don't blame me for being rude. He could say whatever he wanted and Liu Beichen wouldn't do anything. But as he spoke, he put his hand on Gu Jingyan's shoulder. His anger flared up. He had been building up his anger for the past few days. Now that he exploded, he threw a punch at him. "Ah, you!" The man was hit for no reason, so he naturally retaliated. Liu Beichen became even angrier. "Hey, Liu Beichen, you!" Gu Jingyan was furious. This man, could he not be so childish one day? This time, the embassy was alerted. Because the other party seemed to be a very important person, the embassy asked about why their people were beaten up and sent to the hospital. And Liu Beichen was detained by the embassy because of this. Suddenly, Liu Qinyu hurriedly made a call. "Jingyan, no matter how much you quarrel, don't let him be detained by the embassy. It's embarrassing. Get him out first." Liu Qinyu was very nice to her, so she had to listen to him. Gu Jingyan had no choice but to go and get him. When Liu Beichen came out, he was still wearing his wrinkled clothes. He looked at Gu Jingyan and smiled. "Hey, wife, I knew you wouldn't leave me alone. How shameless. I'm not your wife. Also, your father asked me to come and get you. He said not to embarrass yourself overseas." This Gu Jingyan, but Liu Beichen wasn't angry. He said, "I don't care. You're here anyway." "Ha, how shameless." Gu Jingyan was furious. With him around, she wouldn't be able to take a vacation. "Let's go home." Gu Jingyan packed her things and prepared to go back to country C. Liu Beichen, of course, followed her. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony this time. They took the plane back to Country C. However, as soon as they got off the plane and Liu Beichen switched on his phone rang. Beichen, are you coming to the high school reunion? High school? No. Liu Beichen thought that he was busy chasing after his wife. Who would want to go to that kind of thing? However, Gu Jingyan heard it from the side. She raised an eyebrow and said immediately, "Hey, class rep. I'm Gu Jingyan. Fu Chenxi, are you coming?" "Hey, Jingyan, Fu Chenxi." "Yes." "Then we'll go too," Gu Jingyan said. "You." Liu Beichen knew that Gu Jingyan was up to no good. She just wanted to find something for him to do. Liu Beichen said, "What? What do you want?" Gu Jingyan harumphed. "Why? You're not going. You don't dare to go. How could that be?" Chapter 1482. No one knew that Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen had divorced. But Fu Chenxi knew. Therefore, Fu Chenxi made up her mind that Gu Jingyan probably wouldn't come. After all, she had just gotten divorced. She shouldn't want to see anyone. But unexpectedly, her plan went awry. Fu Chenxi drove a car here. The car was bought by Liu Beichen, so the price must be very expensive. Once she appeared, the people outside were surprised to see Fu Chenxi walk in like that. The little follower from before was now driving a luxury car. They hadn't seen each other for so many years. The friendship between classmates was still there, but everyone had changed. They had thought that they would have a good future, but now they realized that some people weren't so good. And those who weren't eye-catching at all were good now. For example, Fu Chenxi. The moment she arrived, she was questioned by everyone. They asked her what she was doing and how she could earn money. She said that she wasn't doing much, but everyone thought that she had married a good man after losing Liu Beichen. At this time, outside, someone said that Gu Jingyan was here. Fu Chenxi didn't expect it. When Gu Jingyan walked in, there was a group of people behind her who knew her. They were greeting her respectfully. It was obvious that she was different from the other students. At first, no one knew that Gu Jingyan was the fourth daughter of the Gu family. Later, when she and Liu Beichen went public, everyone knew that they had such an amazing classmate. Now, when they saw Gu Jingyan walking with bodyguards, they were amazed all the way. "This is the first time I've seen the power of the Gu family. Only the Gu clan can afford to be so extravagant. She's indeed the fourth daughter of the Gu family. She's amazing." At this time, someone noticed that Fu Chenxi's expression was unnatural. It made sense. Everyone knew that she had a relationship with Liu Beichen. Now that she was the fourth daughter of the Gu family, she must be very angry that she was being suppressed. But there was nothing she could do. Everyone looked at Fu Chenxi sympathetically. They felt that she was very unlucky to have such a love rival, the fourth daughter of the Gu family. How could Fu Chenxi not feel these gazes? She felt like her heart was being pierced by thousands of arrows. It was very uncomfortable. What made her feel even worse was yet to come. After Gu Jingyan came in, she immediately searched for Fu Chenxi. "Chenxi. Hey, you're here too." Everyone turned around to look at Fu Chenxi, looking like they were watching a good show. Fu Chenxi clenched her fists and replied, "Jingyan, I didn't expect you to come." "Oh. Since you're here, how could I not come?" Fu Chenxi's heart thumped. "I'm not the only one here," Gu Jingyan said. Liu Beichen, who had just parked the car, walked in. "Gu Jingyan, wait for me," Liu Beichen said as he walked in. When he saw the two women standing opposite each other, he stopped. All of a sudden, everyone began to watch a good show. In their hearts, they all thought, today, it's so lively, so exciting. Fu Chenxi's heart suddenly twisted together. He looked at Liu Beichen and said, Beichen, why are you here? Seeing that Gu Jingyan was around, Liu Beichen could not be bothered to speak to Fu Chenxi. I'm here for the class reunion. That's right. Since you're here, of course he'll come, Gu Jingyan said. There was a hidden meaning in her words. Everyone couldn't help but cough dryly. The smell of gunpowder was too strong. Liu Beichen immediately said, Hey, don't talk nonsense. I obviously came with you. Fu Chenxi was stunned. She looked at Liu Beichen sadly. What did he mean? Gu Jingyan frowned. Really? I didn't say that you had to come. I gave you the right to choose. You were the one who insisted on coming. At this moment, she actually said that he insisted on coming. All right, he was a coward. He wouldn't say anything. Yes. But since you're here, I definitely have to come. I have to protect you. Liu Beichen glanced at Fu Chenxi and pulled Gu Jingyan into the room. Fu Chenxi was surprised. What was wrong with Liu Beichen? Why was he ignoring her? She turned to Liu Beichen in disbelief. Beichen, are you all right? What did she mean by, all right? Liu Beichen looked at Fu Chenxi. He felt that it was wrong of her to say such a thing at this moment. He looked at Fu Chenxi and said sternly, We're fine. We're fine. Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen and pushed him away. Go away, stay away from me. Isn't it hot? That won't do. I'm your husband. I have to stay close to you. Everyone looked at them and couldn't help but have goosebumps. Hey, you two are here to show off your love, aren't you? That's right. You two are here to show off your love. Have you been married for a long time? Why are you still so lovey-dovey? Liu Beichen, you're Liu Beichen. Why are you acting like a slave to your wife? Liu Beichen's face darkened. What slave to his wife? However, when he saw Gu Jingyan sitting there, he was still terrified. So be it, wife-slave. What do you know? You're just jealous. Liu Beichen harumphed, silently agreeing to the term wife-slave. Everyone felt even more jealous. Gu Jingyan looked at him in surprise. Why was he so submissive today? But she wasn't going to let him off so easily. Suddenly, she laughed and said, Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Don't make fun of us the moment we meet. Oh yes, speaking of which. Liu Beichen, you and Chenxi used to have a relationship. Liu Beichen knew it, his face darkened, but he immediately clarified, Hey, that's all in the past. I was young back then, that's why I did it. Fu Chenxi felt as if she had been shot by an arrow. It wasn't hard for everyone to see that Liu Beichen was cowering and trying his best to please Gu Jingyan. Even the great Liu Beichen was trying to please Gu Jingyan, but it made sense. After all, Gu Jingyan was the daughter of the Gu family. Speaking of which, if anyone else married Liu Beichen, they wouldn't be able to control him. But Gu Jingyan was different. Their families were well matched. It was impossible for Liu Beichen to do anything outside of the family. Gu Jingyan could let him die in 10,000 ways. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen innocently. Hey, Chenxi is still here. How can you say that? If you didn't like Chenxi back then, you wouldn't have had a relationship with her. I really didn't. At that time, I didn't even know what it meant to be in a relationship. Gu Jingyan said, Oh. Liu Beichen said, Even if Chenxi was here, I would still dare to say that, because it's the truth. I have to be honest with her no matter what. I can't lie. Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen in surprise. What was wrong with Liu Beichen? No, he must have something on him that Gu Jingyan could use against him. I'm so tired today. That's all I have to write. I'll work harder tomorrow. After Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen's story, I'll start writing about Black Eagle and Firen's follow-up. I'll also start writing about Gu Jingze and Lin Che's follow-up. Chapter 1483. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan with a smile. He knew that Gu Jingyan was here to set him up. But the result was, he had no choice but to let her set him up. After all, he was the one who was humbling himself right now. In other words, now that they were divorced, Gu Jingyan was no longer his wife. If she really wanted to leave, then she would leave. And he didn't want to see Gu Jingyan leave. Whether it was out of habit or out of love, he couldn't tell anymore. Anyway, when he thought of Gu Jingyan leaving him, his heart felt empty. He wouldn't allow her to leave. And it was true that he felt uncomfortable when he saw Fu Chenxi. Not because of anything else, but the way she looked at him made him feel uncomfortable. Gu Jingyan was right. He was already a married man. How could she still look like she wanted to be with him? He couldn't control his feelings. But he couldn't be so obvious in front of Gu Jingyan. If it was too obvious, it would seem utilitarian. He looked at Fu Chenxi with a frown. He really couldn't have any contact with her. Besides, he had helped her a lot over the years. Gu Jingyan raised her hand, wanting to eat some fruit. Liu Beichen hurried over to them. Don't move, let me do it. The grapes are so juicy, what if your hand gets wet? Ouch! The people below had already vomited. Of course, most of them looked at Gu Jingyan with envy. Liu Beichen was so good to her. He even peeled the fruits for her. Gu Jingyan looked at him speechlessly. You're exaggerating. Of course. If I say there is, then there is. Don't move. Liu Beichen said domineeringly. He took the plate of grapes and started peeling them for her. This man, he was really getting more and more childish. However, Gu Jingyan glanced in Fu Chenxi's direction and sneered. Liu Beichen could do whatever he wanted. After that, Liu Beichen didn't do anything else. His eyes were fixed on Gu Jingyan. Whenever he saw Gu Jingyan doing something, he would do it for her. Everyone was surprised. It was Liu Beichen. He was the little tyrant of the capital. He used to be the eldest son of the Liu family. Now he was the successor of the Liu family and the CEO of Liu Corporation. However, Gu Jingyan was not bad either. After the class reunion ended, everyone was still amazed. Liu Beichen has really changed. He's so considerate to women now. I'm so envious of Gu Jingyan. She has such a good husband. Yeah, not like the one in my family. She has no money and doesn't do anything for me. Don't even talk about peeling grapes for me. He's already angry with me before the rice is sent to his mouth. Sure enough, the richer a man is, the better he treats his wife. Fu Chenxi heard all this, and her eyes dimmed even more. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. However, when she saw Liu Beichen leaving with Gu Jingyan, she couldn't wait to follow them and ask them about it. In the evening, Gu Jingyan naturally returned to her own home. Liu Beichen followed her hatefully, but he was locked outside. He was so angry that he stood at the door and said, Gu Jingyan, are you really going to ignore me? Gu Jingyan was so cruel. In the past, she had been too soft-hearted towards Liu Beichen, which was why she had been bullied by him. Now, she had seen through him. He was no longer her husband, so why should she still accommodate him? Naturally, she would do as she pleased. Seeing Liu Beichen waiting outside, and Gu Jingyan closing the door and disappearing, the servants felt sorry for him. Liu Beichen had never suffered. He was the young master of the Liu family who had grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth. Now, for Gu Jingyan, he had suffered and lowered his status. However, if their mistress was unwilling, no one could do anything to her. Liu Beichen looked at it and realized that he couldn't really wait for the whole night. There was a long way to go. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. He felt that he had to slowly move Gu Jingyan. Otherwise, Gu Jingyan, who had so many ideas, would definitely not be coaxed with just a few words. But at this moment, Lu Qinyu suddenly had an accident. Lu Qinyu's servant suddenly called and said that Lu Qinyu's heart was not good, so he was sent to the hospital again. Lu Qinyu was old after all, so he had to go to the hospital for a checkup. When Liu Beichen heard this, he rushed to the hospital. When he reached the hospital, he saw Lu Qinyu sitting there. The doctor was still advising him carefully, "It's best that you get a stent. Otherwise, your heart will still have problems in the future." Liu Beichen walked over. "Dad," seeing that Liu Beichen had come, and seeing that he seemed to have heard the doctor's words, Lu Qinyu said, "All right, don't listen to the doctor. He likes to exaggerate. I know my body. It's fine. It's just that I'm old. Why can't my bodily functions function?" Sigh. Liu Beichen sighed and walked over. "If you want to get a stent, then so be it. You have to listen to the doctor. You can't feel it yourself. If all illnesses could be felt by oneself, then what's the point of having a hospital?" Lu Qinyu patted his hand. "Where's Jingyan?" Usually, Gu Jingyan would be the first to receive such a notification and come over. She was closer to her than him, the unfilial son. Liu Beichen didn't dare to talk about the divorce. He only said, "She's too tired. I told her to rest at home, so she didn't come over." Lu Qinyu said, You even care about your wife now. But it's true. Jingyan is very stubborn. She won't tell anyone about anything. She won't even tell anyone when she's tired or hungry. You have to be more attentive and take good care of her. Otherwise, when she's tired and sick in the future, you'll be the one regretting it." Liu Beichen didn't feel good. Heavily. He nodded. Lu Qinyu continued, "In my entire life, I can't even compare to old Gu in educating people. Look at old Gu's children. Each one of them is better than the other. Look at me. Sigh, I'm a failure. I'm not worried about my illness now. I just wish that one day, Xiaoche would call me Dad." Jingyan. Sigh, needless to say, he hates me so much. I think he'll never call me that in this lifetime. Liu Beichen paused. He still liked Lin Che, but Mo Jingyan, he couldn't describe his feelings. Perhaps it was because he was hostile towards him, so he couldn't get close to him. But at the end of the day, he was his biological brother. Liu Beichen looked at his father. At this moment, he really felt that he was getting old. He was really going downhill. If these wishes couldn't come true, he didn't know when it would really be a lifetime of regret. Liu Beichen said, "Dad, your son isn't just for show. Although you don't have confidence in me in this lifetime, I want to tell you that I'm not worse than the others. I know. You're very filial and you're very attentive. Liu Corporation is doing very well. Except for Jingyan, where you went too far and you're not a good husband, you're still passable in other aspects." Chapter 1484. Liu Beichen didn't say anything. He just pressed on Lu Qinyu's shoulder. He wanted to find a doctor for his father to take a good look at his heart. At night, it was resplendent. After Liu Beichen entered, many people came over to greet the young master of the Lu family when they saw him. However, just as she was about to approach him, she immediately noticed his gloomy expression, as if he was about to be beaten up if anyone came over. She immediately felt that he was in a bad mood. Knowing what Liu Beichen's temper would be like when he was in a bad mood, they immediately hid far away. At this moment, Liu Beichen found a private room and sat down. Then, he saw a waiter come in. "Call your boss over." The waiter looked at Liu Beichen. "Ha! Young Master Liu, are you looking for our manager?" Liu Beichen raised his eyebrows. "Your manager is the boss." "Hee, I'm talking about your biggest boss." "The biggest boss, Black Hawk." The waiter hurriedly looked at Liu Beichen. "Young Master Liu, President Imo isn't here." "Hee, don't lie to me. I know he's here today." Seeing this, the waiter hurriedly said, "Why don't I go out and look for it first? I'll get back to you later." The waiter was leaving. However, Liu Beichen immediately grabbed the back of the collar. "You want to run, don't you?" The waiter was horrified. It wasn't because he was a coward, but because Black Eagle had instructed everyone to inform them that he wasn't around when the Liu family arrived. The two families had a grudge against each other, which was why they didn't want to meet Liu Beichen. However, Liu Beichen was not a pushover. If he was really angered, he would not have a good ending. Therefore, he subconsciously prepared to leave. However, how could he just leave like that? Now that he was being carried, he could only beg for mercy. "Young Master Liu, please spare me. I really didn't know. I'm just a nobody. Please don't make things difficult for me. I know, you're just a nobody. Tell me where he is, and I'll go look for him myself. Otherwise, I don't care who you are, you." "What? Are you afraid that he won't let you live? But think about it, whose hands are you in right now? Are you going to wait for him to deal with you, or are you going to die in my hands?" This was really, he was so anxious that he was about to go crazy. At this moment, "All right, the great young Master Liu is here. My apologies for not going out to welcome you." Black Hawk walked in with the waiter. The waiter felt as though he had been pardoned. The waiter immediately turned. The waiter immediately. "All right, go down. Don't embarrass yourself here." Black Hawk looked at the attendant with his black eyes. The waiter was scared out of his wits and left first. Liu Beichen snorted and patted his hand before looking at Black Hawk. "There's no need to welcome me from afar. It's good enough that you're willing to see me. Liu, B. And, Liu. What business do you have with me?" Liu Beichen was not here to fight today. He looked at Black Hawk. "Black Hawk, I don't care what you think. My father is your father. He's old and he might not be able to wait for you guys for much longer. You and Lin Che, no matter how much you guys don't want to admit it, you guys are still the flesh and blood of the Liu family." Under the cover of the darkness, Mo Jinyan's eyes revealed a sinister look. It was a look of ridicule towards Liu Beichen. Blood is blood, and feelings are feelings. In terms of feelings, he will never have anything to do with me. He is your father, not mine. Liu Beichen said as he watched Black Hawk leave. "Do you have to wait until he's gone before you regret it? How do you know that you won't regret it one day? Why don't you give it a try now? Feelings need to be nurtured. If you don't see him, how do you know that you have no feelings for him?" "What a joke," Black Hawk said. "He has never had any impression of me since he was young. It doesn't matter if I'm around or not. How can he have feelings for me?" Liu Beichen shook his head. "No. I've always believed that people are born with the same traits. It's innate. It's impossible for you to destroy it. Mo Jinyan harumphed and moved closer to Lu Beichen. A thick dark aura spread in the room. Mo Jinyan said, "Let's be clear. That's because you're by his side. That's why you think so." Lu Beichen shook his head again. "Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about your daughter. When you look at your daughter, don't you believe in the innate nature of blood? If you don't, why do you love her when you've never seen her and you don't know of her existence?" Mo Jinyan's smile froze on his face. He looked at Lu Beichen. After a while, he spat out a word. "Get lost." "Ha." Lu Beichen chuckled and said, "If it wasn't for the innate nature of blood, I wouldn't be here today. You'd better think it through." Everyone was still looking at the two of them as they walked out. Lu Beichen walked all the way out. When he was outside, he leaned against the wall and smoked a cigarette. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. He wondered what Gu Jingyan would do at a time like this. She would be strong and tell herself that everything would pass. A life with troubles was a life. If there were no troubles, there would be nothing left until the day she died. So life was about dealing with one trouble after another. Now, he was only dealing with one of them. Unexpectedly, he saw Fu Chenxi at the doorstep of his house. "Beichen." Seeing Lu Beichen's tired expression, she hurried over and asked with concern, "Beichen, what's wrong?" Lu Beichen frowned. "Chenxi, you seem to be very free every day." Fu Chenxi said, I have a lot of free time at work." "Really?" "Yes." "Then why don't you find a part-time job instead of saying that your life is so miserable and you have so much free time at work?" Fu Chenxi was just joking. After everyone knew that she knew Lu Beichen, they treated her even better. They wouldn't care what she did. That was why she had so much free time. Fu Chenxi said, I want to, but I'm stupid. Being stupid is not an excuse. If you don't know how to do it, then go and learn." Lu Beichen was really disgusted. For a moment, he felt that she really didn't know how to do anything. Moreover, she had never thought of working hard. She only knew how to say that she was stupid, silly, and naive. It was just like her studies in the past. She never worked hard and always said that she couldn't do it. She was too reliant on others. Lu Beichen then realized that she really didn't seem to have done anything. She didn't care about her work at all. He really wanted her to live a good life, but it wasn't this kind of good life. It wasn't that she didn't want him to help her for the rest of her life. He said in annoyance, "All right, if you have the time to care about me, you might as well care about yourself. You don't have to care about me. I'm living a better life than you." Chapter 1485. Fu Chenxi wanted to say something, but Lu Beichen was not going to give her a chance. "All right, Chenxi, you know that I'm very busy and I don't have time for every moment. Since you're so free, you can find something to do. I'm leaving." "Hey, Beichen." "Beichen." Lu Beichen left without looking back. Fu Chenxi was very depressed. But unexpectedly, at that moment, behind them, a car door opened. Just now, the luxury car had been parked there, but no one had cared about it. Because there were too many luxury cars parked in the dark and they couldn't see who was there. Now that Lu Beichen had disappeared from the door, the person in the car got out leisurely. Fu Chenxi immediately saw that it was Gu Jingyan. Had she been watching them all this while? "Hey, Chenxi." Gu Jingyan clasped her two slender palms together. "How is it? Do you know how it feels to be ignored and hated?" Fu Chenxi's expression changed. You did it on purpose." Gu Jingyan smiled. "I did it on purpose." "Why, Are you going to tell Lu Beichin? Alright, you go and tell him. I want to see who he will believe in the end. Fu Chenxi thought of Lu Beichin's attitude towards her and her expression darkened. Gu Jingyan didn't seem to care. Why, don't you feel bad? Are you sad? Are you sad to be ignored by the man you love? Gu Jingyan moved closer to her and her voice became even colder. It's okay, you'll be even sadder later. She brushed past Fu Chenxi and said to her directly, whatever Lu Beichin gave you, I'll make him take it back one by one. You should also enjoy the feeling of having the things in your hands leave you one by one. Alright, I won't disturb your sadness any longer. It's best to be alone when you're sad. Take your time to shed your tears. I'm leaving. Leaving just like that. All of a sudden, Fu Chenxi felt hopeless. She sat on the ground, her heart empty, as if it had been hollowed out, and she couldn't muster any strength. That was exactly what Gu Jingyan wanted. She wasn't someone who liked to be conflicted, but she wouldn't allow herself to be bullied if she was forced to the extreme. Inside, Lu Beichin was still racking his brains over these matters. He didn't want to stay at home, because without Gu Jingyan, the house seemed to be very empty and big. After thinking about it, he decided to go to Lin Che's place to look for her. Lin Che was still cooking at home. It was rare for her to have a break recently. She did nothing but study baking at home. Because the teachers at school were saying that some parents asked their children to share their baked goods with other children. Gu Xiuan said that she wanted her to do it too. Lin Che was dumbfounded. However, he could not bear to see Gu Shiyuan disappointed, so he could only study it at home. Lu Beichin came in immediately. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Why are you blocking my way? I'm here to look for Lin Che. Hearing the noise, Lin Che walked out without taking off his gloves. Lu Beichin. Why was he here? Lu Beichin was also here to lobby. Fortunately, Lin Che had a good impression of him, so he didn't chase him away like Black Hawk. He lay down on the sofa. Lin Che, I'm telling you, if you don't listen to me on this matter, I'm going to stay at your house and not leave. Lin Che looked at him strangely. What do you want? Lu Beichin looked at her. You know very well that your biological father is my father, but you don't want to acknowledge him. You're making him so sad. Lin Che was speechless. She looked at Lu Beichin. What are you doing? She walked over. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Lu Beichin said shamelessly, I don't care. He's your father and you have to acknowledge him. You have to respect reality. The reality is that he's your father. Lin Che felt that there was something wrong with Lu Beichin. He would never bring up such a problem all of a sudden. It's useless even if you act shamelessly. This isn't a game where you can acknowledge someone just because you say so. Sigh, you. At this moment, Gu Jingzi came back. Lin Che, Lu Beichin is here. Lu Beichin looked up. Gu Jingzi, you're back at the right time. You have a father-in-law, but you don't acknowledge him. Lin Che is young and doesn't know any better. You're already a grown man and you're still so insensible. Gu Jingzi didn't expect to encounter such a situation the moment he came home. Lin Che shrugged. He didn't know what was going on. Gu Jingzi thought for a moment and said to Lu Beichin, let's go. I have something to tell you. The two of them went outside. Gu Jingzi asked, what's wrong with you? Lu Beichin said, what can I do? I just want Lin Che to acknowledge her family. She's already a grown man and everyone's misunderstanding has been cleared up. What's wrong with her? Gu Jingzi patted him on the shoulder. You have to know one thing. There's always a barrier in her heart that she can't get over. Moreover, this is a big deal, not a small matter. Give her some time. Liu Beichen looked outside. He wanted to give them time. But who would give Liu Qinyu time? Liu Beichen didn't say anything else. He looked at Gu Jingze and said in a deep voice, Lin Che is still young. She still has a long life ahead of her, but my father is old. Gu Jingze's eyes moved as he looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen didn't say anything else. When Gu Jingze returned, he saw Lin Che sitting there in a daze. Lin Che. Lin Che raised her head. Gu Jingze had already slowly walked over. She found a spot on his body and nestled herself in it. Tell me, am I being very unreasonable? Of course not. But I don't think there's an opportunity to acknowledge him. It's weird to go over and call him Dad. I understand, moreover, I'm really not familiar with him. I can't get to know him. Next time, we can find an opportunity to do something together. You're so far away from each other and haven't seen each other for a long time. How can you get to know each other? Okay, Lin Che was about to say something when his phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Mu Firen. Lin Che. What's wrong? Lin Che instinctively thought that something had happened when she heard Mu Firen call him. But Mu Firen said, you should control your brother. He's your biological brother. Fine. Another biological brother was in trouble. What's wrong? He insists on marrying me. That's normal, right? Was it a problem that he wanted to marry her? Mu Firen also didn't know how to explain it to others. However, she just learned that He Ying was Yunyan's father, and she had a relationship with him in the past. Before long, He Ying suddenly said, let's get married. Mu Firen went crazy. At this time, He Ying was still outside. After being locked outside, he kept knocking on the door. Firen, open the door and listen to me. Impossible. Get married. Impossible. Okay. If it's impossible, then it's impossible. Mu Firen was surprised that this guy was so easy to talk to today. Chapter 1486. He pulled the door open. Black Hawk pushed the door open and walked in. He held Mu Firen in his claws and leaned against her. His black eyes were almost touching her face. Then get engaged first. Black Eagle looked at her. Why? You really don't want to marry me? Marriage required the right time, the right place, and the right people. It was only when they felt that they were ready to get married. It wasn't like she was playing house. She couldn't just get married just like that. Mu Firen said, Mo Jinyan, we haven't reached that level yet. Although they were always together, they were not even sure if they were boyfriend or girlfriend, and they were going to get married. This was too strange. Black Hawk said, not to that extent. What extent? On the bed. As he spoke, he began to take off his clothes. Mu Firen, how could it not be this horrifying? She quickly pushed him away. Mo Jinyan, can you put on some clothes? Okay, promise me first, get engaged. You, Mu Firen said, I really don't want to. Is there any meaning in forcing me? It was pointless, but Black Hawk did not know what to do. In his mind, not all marriages were like this. After spending some time together, they could get married. He felt ready to get married. However, only he himself felt this way. Why? Why didn't she want to? Black Eagle couldn't figure it out. In fact, it wasn't just Black Hawk who couldn't figure it out. Many of Black Hawk's subordinates couldn't figure it out either. Thinking about their boss, who was handsome and awe-inspiring. In B City, there were many people fighting to marry him. Why did Mu Firen refuse to marry him no matter what? They definitely couldn't figure it out. That day, Black Hawk's entire face was tense. Everyone looked at their boss, and they were also at their wits' end. They had pursued women before, but they had never met a woman like Mu Firen. He had given her everything, but she still wanted to run. Boss, a good woman is afraid of a pestering man. Don't be discouraged. Sooner or later, sister-in-law will agree to marry you. Black Hawk raised his head slightly and nodded. Someone else said, Boss, women like romance too. My husband is one of them. He says it's not nice, but he's really happy inside. Women like to create surprises when they're free. The Black Hawk looked up. Everyone came up with many ideas, but none of them were practical. Black Hawk thought about it and made up his mind. Anyway, Mu Firen would belong to him sooner or later. He couldn't escape. Haiying didn't pester Mu Firen that night. Mu Firen thought that he was disappointed in her and didn't want to mention it again, so she didn't care about it anymore. When he woke up the next day, he did not see the Black Hawk again. She slowly made her way to the set of the advertisement. The fans outside followed and shouted at Mu Firen. Mu Firen waved goodbye to her fans patiently before entering the hall. When the manufacturers saw that there were so many people watching Mu Firen's advertisement, they were very happy. There were also many people who came to watch Mu Firen shoot the advertisement. However, the manufacturers had their own requirements. Some said that this was not good, so they had to shoot it again. Some said that that was not good, so they had to shoot it again. Having been in the circle for so many years, Mu Firen naturally understood this feeling. Although it was tiring, she had signed a contract to be their spokesperson, so she had to take responsibility. Everyone's taste was different. That was why some people felt that it looked good, while others felt that it didn't. If he wanted to satisfy everyone, he could only do it a few more times. There was a break in the middle. The manufacturer said, Firen, thank you for your hard work, but everyone wants this advertisement to be perfect. You can work harder in the afternoon and shoot 2 more. Of course, I know. Mu Firen was speechless. Shoot more, but there was nothing she could do. The manufacturers smiled and wanted to say that their money was not spent in vain. Mu Firen was very beautiful in person. However, at this moment, the few of them walked in together. Hey, hey, hey. What time is it? Why aren't you done yet? They looked at them and didn't know who they were. Mu Firen paused and turned around, but her face darkened. She knew that person. It was Xiao Ba, who worked for Haiying. What was wrong with her? She stood up and said, Hey, why are you here? The people around Mu Firen knew that something was wrong. These people, they were from Haiying. Oh, they were here again. Xiao Ba came over with a smile. Sister-in-law, boss asked us to pick you up. I'm shooting something. It's too tiring. Boss said that the advertisement can only be shot in the morning at most. Otherwise, your body will be exhausted. Hey, who are you? Why did you say that? The manufacturers were unhappy. They hadn't finished shooting yet. Xiao Ba said directly, if you think there's a problem, go to Majestic Clubhouse. What? Protest with our boss. Ha! Our boss, Mr. Mo, protest with Haiying. Which manufacturer dared to do that? As they spoke, they began to pack up Mu Firen's belongings. Mu Firen's people were very self-aware. They knew that they couldn't persuade Haiying. They walked over and persuaded Mu Firen, let's go, Sister Firen. This manufacturer is too much. The advertisements we shot in the morning were already very good, but he insisted on shooting them. Mr. Mo is doing this for your own good. Let's go. She wanted to cry but had no tears. However, Mu Firen's people were really afraid of Haiying. Before Mu Firen said anything, they had already packed up. Mu Firen got into the nanny van. The driver in the van was not from her company. It was Xiao Ba. Mu Firen said, "You," Xiao Ba chuckled. "Our boss wants to take sister-in-law to a place." A moment later, the car stopped in front of a jewelry store. Mu Firen came down in surprise and saw the man sitting inside. He was looking at his mobile phone with his legs crossed. The luxurious French-style chair made him look like a gentleman. On the table next to him, there was a red wine with an enchanting color. "Brother, sister-in-law is here." Hearing the voice, Haiying looked up and stood up when he saw Mu Firen. He said, "Come on, Firen, take a look and see which one you like. I've asked the people inside to leave so that it won't be inconvenient. Now there's no one else here. Take your time to choose." When the people in the store saw that it was Mu Firen who came, their eyes lit up. Previously, they were very angry because Haiying came and directly drove them away. They didn't know whether he would buy it or not. Now when they saw Mu Firen, they felt that Haiying was driving them away because Mu Firen was a public figure. Then, they saw Haiying directly took out a black card and said to the shop assistant, "Take out the best jewelry in your store." When the shop assistant saw this, she was immediately delighted. The pain of driving them away was instantly cured. This was what it looked like when they met a big customer. Mu Firen said, "What are you doing? Why would I buy jewelry for no reason?" "I'm happy to buy jewelry for you," Haiying said, "You choose. I'll buy whatever you like." "But I don't need jewelry. Do you think you have too many jewelry? If you don't want it, you can give it to Yun Yun as a dowry." The shop assistant was extremely envious. Where else could she find such a rich man? Chapter 1487. The shop assistant smiled and said, "Usually, we only see people complaining that this item is too expensive and that item can't be bought. This gentleman is so generous, he must like Miss Mu very much." Mu Firen blushed and raised her head to look at the man. "What like?" This man was habitually domineering. She said, "Can I really not have it? I don't think I want anything." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Black Hawk's face darkened. The shop assistant was afraid that she really wouldn't buy it, so she quickly recommended a few. "Sir, these are all very good. The quality is good, and it especially matches Miss Mu's skin color. Look, Miss Mu's skin is so well maintained. This kind of emerald suits Miss Mu the best." Black Hawk was overjoyed when he heard the shop assistant praising Mu Firen. "Alright, wrap these up." Sigh, Mu Firen looked at him speechlessly. Now, he didn't even ask for her opinion and directly bought it. Mu Firen wondered if she could refuse. When he came out of the jewelry store, the people behind him were already holding big and small bags in their hands. Mu Firen wore one on her hand and one on her neck. These two looked fresh and not so tacky. She didn't want to wear them, but Black Hawk insisted on putting them on her. She had no choice but to wear them. She looked up and saw that Black Hawk had other places to go. She couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going now?" The Black Hawk said, "Let's go eat." As he spoke, he opened the door and allowed Mu Firen to enter. Mu Firen could only walk in. Then, he brought her to a high-class restaurant. Mu Firen said speechlessly, "Why did you come here?" "Yes, I booked the entire restaurant for you. It's just the two of us, so no one will disturb you." He booked it again. Mu Firen said, "Don't make it so exaggerated." Black Hawk looked at her. "You're too popular. Wherever you go, people will surround you. I don't want you to have no time to yourself, so I brought you here. There's only the two of us here. You can eat whatever you want." Mu Firen was touched for a moment. However, looking at Black Eagle's face, no matter how he looked at it, he felt Impossible. He simply wanted to do this. How could she not know who Black Eagle was? Forget it, forget it. No matter what, she had already booked it. She couldn't do anything about it. He went inside. The decorations here were very romantic. The violin was played, and exquisite cutlery was placed on the table. There was also an exquisite bow on the menu, which seemed to have been specially prepared. However, to Black Hawk, this was naturally just an order. She didn't care about these things. These were all his kind intentions. At this moment, the waiter came over and said, "Sir, miss, what dishes would you like?" Before Mu-Firen could speak, Black Eagle raised his head and said, "I'll take the best in your shop." All right, this was very Black Hawk. As the two of them ate, Black Hawk looked at her. "Look, don't we feel good like this?" "Ah, it's very good. So what's the difference between this and marriage?" "I knew it. Mo Jinyan, didn't I say that this is too fast?" "Too fast." Black Eagle looked at her indifferently and raised his eyebrows. Did she think it was too fast? But they had known each other for a long time. However, there didn't seem to be any progress. Every time, they did their own things and didn't care about each other. It felt very comfortable, so they didn't make any changes. Black Eagle thought of something and said to her, "Come, let's drink some wine first." Mu-Firen raised her glass and clinked glasses with him. Not long after, she seemed to be a little dizzy. Black Eagle quickly came over to help her. "Are you a little drunk? Let's go back." Mu-Firen didn't mind touching him. Being supported by him, she felt very safe. The two of them left the restaurant. Black Eagle said to the driver, "Let's go home now." However, just as he was about to say something, Mu-Firen's phone rang. It was from her manager. "Firen, come and save the show." Mu-Firen said, "What's the matter?" "Speak slowly." On this set, the female leads suddenly quit. "This is our own TV series, so President Lin asked me to ask if any of our artists are free to come over and audition. Otherwise, the window will be empty soon, and we'll be wasting millions of dollars a day." This kind of emergency happened from time to time. Because people were the most unpredictable. Who knew what would happen next and they would suddenly not want to act. Mu-Firen thought for a while and said, "Okay, then I'll go and have a try. I haven't read the script yet. Can I?" "You're the diva. We believe in your ability." Mu-Firen said so. Black Eagle's face darkened. She didn't ask for his opinion and immediately agreed. Then, his romantic plan tonight, he looked at Mu-Firen. "Are you going?" Mu-Firen nodded. "Of course. What else? You're drunk now. How can you go?" "I'll just go and audition first. Drinking won't affect me. Besides, it's an emergency, so they won't mind." Black Eagle was not happy. "That won't do. You should rest today. It's so late. I have to go to an emergency. Besides, it's your sister Lin Che's TV series." Hearing Lin Che, he hesitated for a while. But, Lin Che should think of him, the big brother. Mu-Firen said, "Okay, I'm leaving. You stay here." Hey, Black Eagle was speechless, but he saw that Mu-Firen had asked the driver to stop the car. He could not say anything, so he could only frown and say to the driver impatiently, "Don't stop. Where is she going? Let's send her there." After all, the women and their family were all workaholics. If he did not let her go, they might say that he was interfering with their work. Mu-Firen smiled and rushed to the set. On the other side, Liu Beichen was still worried about how to make Black Eagle go back and acknowledge him as his father. At this time, Liu Beichen received news that Gu Jingyan was in trouble. Gu Jingyan was dividing the property of the two people. In fact, they had agreed on a lot of property before they got married, but no one cared about the things after they got married. When Gu Jingyan was dividing the property, she found that the piece of land that Liu Beichen gave Chenxi was bought after they got married. That was to say, she had a share of the land after they got married. It was impossible to use her money to buy things for Chenxi. She would definitely get it back. So she sent a complaint to Liu Beichen's lawyer. Liu Beichen's lawyer received the court summons and was a little confused. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the couple had stopped fighting. Who would have thought that they would go straight to court after they stopped fighting? Liu Beichen was surprised to receive the summons. He looked at the address. It was Fu Chenxi's. He hurriedly called Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan quickly picked up the phone. Chapter 1488. Gu Jingyan said, "It seems that Mr. Liu has received a summons from the court. Since that's the case, let's talk about it when you have time." Liu Beichen took a deep breath when he heard the way she addressed him. "Gu Jingyan, do you really want to do this?" Gu Jingyan said, What about me? Isn't it wrong to take back what belongs to me?" "I'm not talking about that. I mean, do you really want to keep a distance from me?" Gu Jingyan paused and said, "What else can I do?" She harumphed and said, "We have indeed broken up now." Liu Beichen was silent for a moment. "Okay, let's meet and talk about it." Gu Jingyan really didn't want to meet him, afraid that they would quarrel again. She really couldn't be bothered to quarrel with him anymore. But since this issue was involved, she had no choice but to meet him. They agreed to meet at the cafe downstairs. When Gu Jingyan arrived, Liu Beichen was already there. She didn't know why, but Liu Beichen seemed to have lost some weight. His cheeks, which were already sharp and angular, now looked even thinner. But, should she feel sad for him? She knew that Liu Beichen hadn't been having a good time recently. Liu Qinyu's health was deteriorating day by day. Everyone would grow old one day and die one day. When people were young, they always seemed to welcome a new life. Then, as they grew older, they would slowly lose another life. It was so sad. She sighed and sat down. She made up her mind not to quarrel with him today. She would talk about the matter as it stood. Coming. Liu Beichen looked at her. His hands were by his lips, resting on his knees, and he only looked up at her. "Jingyan, you still want to split the assets?" "Yeah," Gu Jingyan said. "Isn't that how divorces are?" The two of them had never thought about it before. Needless to say, their property was the property of their respective families before they got married, and they had already signed an agreement with each other. But after they got married, because they didn't care about money, they didn't care about it. Now, all the assets were tangled together. Actually, if they really wanted to split it, they would have to hand it over to the law firm for a period of time. However, he was unwilling. Divorce wasn't that big of a deal, but when it came to dividing assets, it was as if the two of them were really going to be separated from each other. His heart was also being divided, piece by piece. Liu Beichen said, "But this house, if I'm not wrong, you bought it after we got married. You bought it for her. Although the title deed belongs to her, the deduction on it was directly deducted from the company's bill." "Yes, this is a gift, but you gave it to her without my consent. Now, I'm going to tell the judge that I want to take back the assets that you secretly transferred. Is that okay?" Liu Beichen frowned. "Why are you so fixated on this house?" Gu Jingyan snorted. "Why? Why don't you think about why I did it?" Gu Jingyan sneered, her eyes filled with sadness and mockery. Her originally beautiful big eyes were filled with sadness and disappointment. You used the money we earned together to buy a house for another woman. How do you think I would feel? Are you worthy of the nights and mornings I worked so hard for so many years? For the company, for our career, we didn't sleep or rest, we didn't eat for days and nights. Do you still remember how we discussed a proposal for a week? We slept in the meeting room every day, ate something when we woke up and started thinking about the details. Do you still remember? Remember? Yes, they had worked so hard together before. Thinking about it, why were his eyes tearing up? In the past, he didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, there wasn't a woman who would be willing to be with him until they had nothing but money. In the past, they were just the sons of rich families with no achievements and nothing to be proud of. Together, they had created an empire that belonged to the two of them in so many years. Now, he had everything. But if he lost Gu Jingyan, there wouldn't be a woman in the world who could accompany him through the ups and downs of life and death. Who gave birth to her? His heart was in so much pain. He looked at Gu Jingyan and almost choked with sobs. I never thought. Then start to think about it now. Think about what Fu Chenxi has sacrificed. Why did she not do anything and only shed 2 drops of tears, yet she could get a house worth tens of millions? Her family, who are like bedbugs, can live in the house that I bought with my money and live an enviable life. Liu Beichen bit his lip. So, I want the house back. Liu Beichen paused and stood up. Okay, I'll listen to you. Gu Jingyan was stunned. She didn't expect him to say that. He stood up and said, "You're right. I didn't ask you about it at the time. It's yours. But I still have to go through the process. Otherwise, what I gave to them will be theirs and I won't be able to get it back." He got up and walked out. She could tell that he was in a bad mood. Gu Jingyan didn't know why, but her mood was also depressed. She closed her eyes. Why was she sad because of him? But he was her husband who had slept with her for so many years and the father of her child. As she thought about it, little Apple called. "Mom, didn't you say that you would accompany me to the underwater world?" "Oh, Mom will be right back." Her face warmed at the thought of little Apple. All these years of hard work had not been for nothing. She still had the adorable little Apple. She took a deep breath, got up from her seat, and stood up. On the other side, Black Eagle watched Mu Firen go to the filming set and watched Yunyun at home. He was taking care of Yunyun almost all the time now. Although there were servants, he didn't want to use them. She still had to go to school anyway. He only wanted to accompany her on weekends and holidays. When there were many things to do at the company, he would bring her to the company. When there was nothing at the company, he would take care of her. Yunyun looked at him. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Black Eagle said, "Yunyun, isn't it good for me to marry your mom? That way, you can call me Dad." Yunyun said, "Aw, really?" "Of course." Black Eagle said, "But the key now is," he walked over to Yunyun and picked her up. "Your mom doesn't agree. What should we do?" Why doesn't my mom agree?" "This," Yunyun said seriously, "Uncle, Brother Nian said that marriage is a big thing for a girl. She can't agree to it casually because it's very important. It's something that will last a lifetime, so she has to think about it carefully. My mom doesn't agree because..." "Uncle, you're not good enough." She was really a mother's cotton-padded jacket. Chapter 1489. But looking at Yunyun, she was a girl after all. Black Eagle sighed and thought to himself, is it really not enough? But he wasn't the type to talk about love. At this moment, Mu Firen had already gone to the set. In the set. When Mu Firen arrived, several directors went out to welcome her. Firen, it's great that you're here. I was wondering what to do. Mu Firen said, what happened? Sigh, let's not talk about it. Originally, it was quite good and we didn't have any conflicts. Then, she suddenly accepted a Hollywood blockbuster and left. We couldn't do anything about it. After all, she wanted to develop her career and we said that she had no professional ethics. That's not right. She said that she would pay for the breach of contract. Mu Firen looked at it and realized that it was a fantasy TV series. It seemed that it would have a good future. But she didn't want it and wanted to go to Hollywood. But it was true that everyone had different goals. Some people just felt that making a movie was better than a TV series and refused to work on a TV series. Mu Firen said, am I suitable? Look at me, director. The director said, you're suitable. Your acting skills and image are both suitable. I'm afraid that I'm too old. Forget it. People would believe that you're 20 years old. How are you old? The director welcomed her in with a smile. Inside, there was a woman with her arms around her chest. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. Mu Firen seemed to have seen her. She was a new rising star. She had seen her a few times before. But they had only met face to face. They weren't from the same company and they didn't have any cooperation, so they didn't know each other. Lin Che's company was cooperating with many other companies and they would use some actors from other companies in their TV series so that the audience wouldn't get tired of watching the same few. Mu Firen remembered that her name was Zhou Tong. She only took a glance at her and didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing that Mu Firen had left, many artists came to watch. Looks like Mu Firen will definitely be the female lead this time. Of course. She's the Heavenly Queen. Tisk tsk, the Heavenly Queen is awesome. Zhou Tong snorted. The others looked at Zhou Tong and smiled. They wanted to watch the show and gossip because they didn't want to be responsible. Didn't we say that if it doesn't work out, Sister Tong Tong, you'll be the female lead? Yeah, we also thought that we wouldn't be able to find anyone to save the day by looking for them at the last minute. Who knew that the Heavenly Queen's schedule would be empty? It wasn't that Zhou Tong didn't know what they were thinking. Naturally, she wouldn't let them go out and say anything. She's the Heavenly Queen. She's been famous for so many years. Of course I have to be behind her. I've only debuted for a few years. What he meant was that she had only debuted not long ago and was still young. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It was as if she was the one who gave in to the Heavenly Queen. A few of them added fuel to the fire. Yeah, the Heavenly Queen is still so free. She probably doesn't have any more films to look for, so when she saw this, she hurried over. Zhou Tong snorted. She was still unhappy. However, Mu Firen had a good relationship with Lin Che, and this was Lin Che's film. Zhou Tong knew that she probably couldn't compete with her. She had never played the leading female role before, so she thought this was her chance. He was very disheartened. At this time, Mu Firen had decided to join the crew. The next day, he familiarized himself with the set. Mu Firen was about to get busy. Black Eagle was speechless. His marriage proposal had been thrown out of the window. Black Eagle called Mu Firen. Mu Firen said, "It's nothing. I'll stay here for a while and read the script first. I'm not familiar with the script yet." "Okay, I'll take care of Yun. Don't worry." "Okay, I'll find time to go home." "Then, how are you doing with the crew? Where are you going to sleep?" "Where can I sleep with the crew?" "I'll stay in a hotel. They've already arranged a better hotel for me." But I'm a newcomer and I'm already eye-catching. I'd better not be too ostentatious. I'll just stay casually. What do you mean casually? Black Eagle frowned. Okay. Don't worry about me. I'll read the script first. Alas, hearing her hang up the phone, Black Eagle looked at her gloomily. After thinking for a while, he got up. Hey, boss, where are you going? No, I have to go to the crew and see where I'll stay. I can't be too ostentatious. If I'm not comfortable, how can I film well? The others watched him run out speechlessly. Just tell him that he wanted to see his sister-in-law. In the crew. Mu Firen was still reading the script when she heard voices outside. She froze. She suddenly had a bad feeling. It felt familiar. She went to open the door. Sure enough, Black Eagle's staff were serving supper outside. Wow, there's supper to eat. That's great, who sent it? Sister Firen bought it for us. Wow, Sister Firen is so nice. She gave us benefits as soon as she arrived. I heard it's from Sister Firen's boyfriend. The moment Mu Firen went out, she saw the bustle outside. She ran out and saw her assistant coming over. Speechless, she looked at Mu Firen and said, Sister Firen, others didn't know, but she knew that Brother Black Eagle must have acted first and reported later. Sure enough, Mu Firen came to find Black Hawk with a dark face. Where is Mo Jinyan? She asked one of Black Eagle's staff members. Sister-in-law. Big brother is outside. Take a look. Mu Firen went out and saw Black Eagle standing there, observing the hotel where the crew was staying. He frowned and said, This place is a little shabby. Mu Firen was speechless. Why are you here again? Black Eagle said, Why are you staying in such a shabby hotel? Boss. This is the closest place to the film city. The best place is in the city. Every day, I have to drive for an hour to get to the city. Am I crazy? Black Eagle said, No, this hotel is too shabby. Mu Firen looked around and saw that someone was looking at her curiously. She quickly pulled him out. Okay, let's go out and talk. The people inside were already asking, Is Mr. Mo really Sister Firen's boyfriend? The whole world knows that Mo Jinyan is Mu Firen's backer. They almost made it public. It's true. I heard that Mo Jinyan is Lin Che's big brother, although I don't know why he's her big brother. This network of connections is too awesome. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. When a group of people are together, they will gradually become the same. Look at them, their families are getting better and better. Both Lin Che and Mu Firen's men are so awesome. Zhou Tong listened attentively from the back and frowned. Mo Jinyan. He looked very powerful. At this time, Mu Firen had already walked out with Black Eagle. Your sister's funds are mostly used for the production. She should save as much as possible on the actors so that they can produce good works. Why don't you support your sister? Chapter 1490. Hei Ying was unhappy when he heard it was Lin Che again. Her husband is so rich, but he is so stingy. Running a business is different from having a rich family. Do you have any motivation to shoot a TV series but you can't get a single cent? Hei Ying didn't think about anything else except that Mu Firen's apartment was too lousy. Seeing that everyone was almost done, Mu Firen said to Black Hawk, Don't you want to leave now? Hei Ying looked at her. No. Why? I'm going to stay here. Hei Ying swaggered into the room and said, Although it's lousy, I've decided to get a room. Hey, why are you staying here? Hei Ying turned around and said, Yesterday, Yunyun said I didn't do enough, so you didn't agree to my proposal. I think she is right. Yun Yun is such a scammer, Haiying said, so I've decided to stay here with you. No need, really, alright, I've asked someone to get a room. Oh, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll get it for you. Mu Firen looked desperate. She knew Haiying was up to no good. When they entered the room, everyone was still thanking Mu Firen. They said to Mu Firen enviously, Sister Firen, President Mo is so nice. He even came to visit you. Sister Firen, you are so lucky. Mu Firen thought to herself. You will know how scary it is when you try it. Of course, although he had the intention, but every time he was carried away by a whim, he scared everyone. She looked at Haiying speechlessly and went upstairs with a sigh. On the other side, Gu Jingyan sped up and the court went to investigate. When Fu Chenxi and her family were having dinner, the judge arrived. Father Fu opened the door and said, What are you doing? We are here to investigate. Is Fu Chenxi here? The family looked at the judge with pale faces. After a while, the neighbors noticed the judge was here. Everyone started to guess. What's wrong with their daughter? I don't know. I think the source of the house is not right. Could it be that their family does some dirty business? No, they are not doing business. They stay at home every day, and no one goes out to do anything. They are either playing mahjong or strolling around. Who would be so free to do business? What's that for? I heard that their daughter gave the house to the mistress. Oh, so cheap. The people outside looked at the family of three with disdain and disgust. The people who lived here were either rich or noble, and they hated mistresses very much. Fu Chenxi was suddenly stared at by those ugly gazes around her, and her heart was instantly filled with disappointment. What was going on? Why were they looking at him like that? It was as if she had committed some heinous crime. She hadn't done anything. The Fu family was still worried about their house. Gu Jingyan, you bitch. Ouch, this house is obviously our Chenxi's name. How could it be from an illegal source? You can't do this. The judge said, Where did you get the 10 million? Your family of three doesn't even have a job. We checked the list of the house, and the money came from Lu Corporation. They bought the house for you. That house is also our family's house. Now she said that this house was bought with her money, and she doesn't even know about it. She suspects that you are cheating her. You are also suspecting the swivel chair property. Ouch, how is that possible? You must be saying this because Gu Jingyan's family is rich. You can't do this. You can't bully us just because they are rich. The judge couldn't be bothered to listen to her. A few people said that they were going to seal the house and give them a deadline to move out. Dad Fu quickly said to Chenxi, Hurry up and think of a way. This is a good house. Fu Chenxi was looking at how the people outside were staring at her. Their gazes made her feel as if she had been stripped naked. No, we can't move out. We've lived here for so long, and this is our home. Why should we move out? Fu Chenxi was being pulled, and she really wanted to die in her heart. Hurry up and beg Liu Beichen. He bought this house for you. Liu Beichen, did Liu Beichen know about this? Fu Chenxi opened her parents' door and called Liu Beichen. After a few beeps, Liu Beichen picked up the phone. What's wrong with Jingyan? Is she trying to take revenge on me? Don't you know that Jingyan is angry? She asked the judge to seal my house. Liu Beichen listened to the voice but didn't say a word. Beichen, are you listening? I'm listening, Liu Beichen said, I got it. What do you mean by, you got it? What I mean is, Liu Beichen said calmly, she did not give her consent to this house, and she has the right to take it back. Fu Chenxi dropped the phone on the floor. Clatter. What did Liu Beichen say? Liu Beichen acted as if he didn't hear her and said, "Okay, I'll hang up now." Liu Beichen hung up and Fu Chenxi fell to the ground. She looked at her parents who were still arguing with the people in the court and then at the onlookers. Gu Jingyan. It must be Gu Jingyan, she was behind this. What she said that day, she wanted to take everything back. She wasn't joking. Fu Chenxi was so angry and upset. But what should she do? What could she do? No, she had to find Gu Jingyan, she had to find Liu Beichen. She had loved Liu Beichen for so long, he couldn't abandon her like this. In the office, Gu Jingyan heard the person on the phone saying that the house was being taken back. She nodded and didn't care anymore. At this moment, Fu Chenxi's scolding came from outside. This was Liu Enterprises. Gu Jingyan was still working in Liu Enterprises, because she was still a shareholder of Liu Enterprises and had a position here. Although they were divorced, her career was still tied to Liu Beichen's. Recently, Liu Beichen didn't come to work, so she didn't see him in the office. As for Fu Chenxi, she had probably been to the Gu family before. So the people outside knew about her. She shouted, "I want to see Liu Beichen." "Miss Fu, Boss Liu isn't here." "Don't lie to me, it's impossible. Boss Liu hasn't been here for a few days." The people outside looked at Fu Chenxi with disgust. She came to find a married man. And she was Boss Liu's ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriends were really disgusting, especially when Fu Chenxi turned her ex-girlfriend into a mistress. Everyone was disgusted. In the past, Fu Chenxi didn't care. As long as she could see Liu Beichen, she didn't care about anything. But now, her heart hurt. What did she do wrong? Why did everyone think she was a mistress? It was clearly Gu Jingyan who was the one. Chapter 1491. Fu Chenxi shouted, "I don't care, I want to see Liu Beichen. Let me see Liu Beichen." "That's enough." Gu Jingyan's voice came from inside. She looked at Fu Chenxi and walked over step by step. Fu Chenxi's scream slowly turned into numbness. Seeing Gu Jingyan walking over, followed by two women who kept looking at her in disdain, Fu Chenxi held her breath, and her eyes turned red. Gu Jingyan frowned and looked at her. "This is the company. What's the point of making a scene here?" Fu Chenxi laughed. "What do you mean? What do you mean by chasing me out onto the streets and making me sleep outside?" The people around them looked over curiously. Was this a drama between the wife and the little pervert? It was interesting to watch. Gu Jingyan looked at the crowd and paused for a moment. "All right, all of you leave first." It was a pity that they couldn't watch Gu Jingyan teach Fu Chenxi a lesson. However, Gu Jingyan had already given the order. They could only watch Gu Jingyan and Fu Chenxi stand there. They looked back and quickly left. Only Gu Jingyan and Fu Chenxi were left there. Fu Chenxi glared at Gu Jingyan with hatred. Gu Jingyan smiled. "Fu Chenxi, what did you say?" "I'm chasing you out onto the streets." "Let me ask you, when you didn't have a villa, what did you live in? Didn't you have a place to live?" What we're talking about now is that this house is under my name. You have no right to control it. Why are you doing this? You just want to take revenge on me. You know that this house has nothing to do with you. Why are you doing this? Nothing to do with us. When Liu Beichen bought this house for you, we were still husband and wife. We were still together. So, the things he bought for you are also my money. Do you understand? Nonsense, Fu Chenxi said angrily. Liu Beichen is rich. Ha, so what? You think he can spend it on you? He has plenty of money, but it has nothing to do with you. That money belongs to us. The two of us work day and night together to accumulate it. No matter how much money we have, every penny is printed with our blood and sweat. Do you understand? What have you done? Do you think you can get a villa for free just because you shed a few tears? What do you think your tears are? Pearls. These sarcastic words caused Fu Chenxi's face to immediately turn red. Fu Chenxi's eyes twitched. But, don't try to use such words to lecture me. You were in the wrong from the start. Gu Jingyan, you stole my boyfriend first. Even if this villa is just to compensate me, you shouldn't take it back. Gu Jingyan burst into laughter. Stole your boyfriend. So, you want this villa as compensation? In your eyes, is your boyfriend only worth this little money? No, or should I say, is this how a boyfriend is used to you? To exchange it for money. Fu Chenxi's expression changed a few times. She retreated and rubbed her hands uneasily. No, that's not what I meant, You're quibbling, you're eloquent, and you used to be a debater in the debate club. I definitely can't win against you, but what you're doing now is wrong. You don't have the right to take away my house. I want to see Liu Beichen. I know, you must have used some dirty method to deceive him. That's why he agreed to let you take away my house, otherwise, he wouldn't treat me like this. Gu Jingyan said, then I don't care. He really isn't here. If you really want to ask, go and ask him. Anyway, you won't believe what I say. You can leave now. Seeing that Gu Jingyan was about to go in after saying that, Fu Chenxi panicked again. If she left just like that, where was she going to find Liu Beichen? She had been looking for him for a long time but still couldn't find him. Gu Jingyan, don't go. Gu Jingyan turned around haughtily and said, Chenxi, I advise you to understand that he doesn't love you as much as you think. Perhaps he doesn't love you at all. Perhaps his feelings for you are just the feelings he had for you in the past. It's not that he still loves you as much as you think. Do you understand? These words made Fu Chenxi completely panic. He didn't love her anymore. He didn't have feelings for her anymore. Impossible, impossible. Gu Jingyan was lying to her. Gu Jingyan said it on purpose. Fu Chenxi suddenly rushed towards Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan, it's all because of you. You've ruined everything for me. I will die with you. Seeing Fu Chenxi rushing over, Gu Jingyan pulled her back. Fu Chenxi immediately collapsed onto the table. She was in pain from the collision, but she couldn't catch Gu Jingyan. For a moment, she was in despair. She had forgotten how powerful Gu Jingyan was. When she was in high school, she could beat up a few men alone. She was in so much pain. Why did Gu Jingyan have to be so powerful that she couldn't even take revenge? Just then, she saw a pair of scissors on an office table. She immediately grabbed the scissors and turned around to stab Gu Jingyan. Liu Beichen was still at home, drinking and watching a movie. He had made up his mind not to answer the phone or go to work. He felt lost and sad, as if he couldn't think straight. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Why did he still have such emotions when he was already so old? But he couldn't control it. At this moment, the phone rang tirelessly. He picked up the phone and said irritably, "Stop calling me. Stop calling me. I'm busy. Liu Beichen, you're still at home. Gu Jingyan is in the hospital." What? Liu Beichen threw the things in his hands onto the floor. In the hospital. There were people coming and going. In the trauma department, the blood could be seen clearly on the floor. Liu Beichen came in, reeking of alcohol. Seeing the blood on the floor, he felt his vision go black. He held on to the wall and walked in. When he saw the nurse, he pulled her over and asked, "Where's Gu Jingyan?" The nurse was shocked. Looking at the drunk man, she said, You. What did you say? What are you doing here? This is a hospital. What are you doing here? Where's Gu Jingyan? Why is there blood everywhere? Did she lose so much blood? No. The nurse said, trembling, there was a car accident outside today. There are many injured people here. What are you doing here? Don't interfere with our business here. Liu Beichen pushed the nurse away and walked in again. But he saw that outside one of the rooms, the Gu family's security guards were very obvious. Gu Jingyan must be inside. Where's Gu Jingyan? He walked over and grabbed someone, shaking her as he asked. Mr. Liu, the security guard looked upset. Liu Beichen was shocked. He couldn't control his suppressed emotions anymore and kicked the door open. Mr. Liu. Don't, inside is, Gu Jingyan was sitting inside. Chapter 1492. On the other side, the doctor was bandaging her finger. The doctor was shocked to see the man who had kicked the door open. The doctor stood up hurriedly. When he saw that it was Liu Beichen, he heaved a sigh of relief and stopped. Liu Beichen. They all knew him. Was he Gu Jingyan's husband? The couple was very popular on the internet. Mr. Liu, you're here at the right time. Don't worry, madam is fine. She just hurt her hand. Liu Beichen looked at her and realized that Gu Jingyan's face was a little pale, but she was fine. Only then did he walk over and hug Gu Jingyan tightly. Gu Jingyan pushed him away. What are you doing, Liu Beichen? You're crazy. Liu Beichen pushed her hand away. Let me see what happened to you. How did you end up in the hospital? Gu Jingyan paused and looked at his anxious face. You think I'm in the hospital because I'm hurt? Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan's expression and asked, What's wrong? There was something wrong with her expression. He knew Gu Jingyan very well. He could tell that something was wrong with her even if she frowned. Gu Jingyan thought that he had come to the hospital because he thought she was injured. But, she wasn't the one who was injured. After he found out the truth, she was afraid that he would start to get angry at her again and hate her to the core. She pushed his hand away. Liu Beichen, I'm not injured. When have you ever seen me injured? You're not injured. Liu Beichen grabbed her hand. She really didn't think of herself as a woman. Other women would want the whole world to know if they were hurt. Gu Jingyan stood up seriously. It seems that they didn't tell you everything. Someone else is injured. What? Gu Jingyan brought Liu Beichen to the ward next door. The floor was covered in blood. Fu Chenxi was injured and lying on the bed. Her face was pale and she was crying so hard that she couldn't breathe. When she saw Liu Beichen, she struggled to stand up. Beichen. I thought I would never see you again. Hey, patient, don't move. I'm still bandaging your wound. Her arm was injured. It was bleeding profusely and her white sleeve was stained red. Gu Jingyan stood quietly at the back and watched as Fu Chenxi pounced on Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen frowned at her and then looked at Gu Jingyan. He immediately pushed Fu Chenxi away and asked the doctor to pick her up. Doctor, hold her up. The doctor quickly helped her up. Fu Chenxi was stunned. Then, she glared at Gu Jingyan, who was at the side, hatefully. It's her. She wanted to kill me. Liu Beichen's eyes widened as he turned to look at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan's expression did not change. She stood there and looked at Fu Chenxi calmly. Fu Chenxi said, "Look, it's her. How could she treat me like this?" Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Gu Jingyan looked at him. "Why don't you ask her first?" Fu Chenxi immediately cried out, "I went to the company to look for you, but she said you weren't there. After letting everyone else leave, she hurt me. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I might have already died." Gu Jingyan laughed and said, "Don't you see? You dodged so fast. Fu Chenxi, can you think about the reality before you lie? If I wanted to hurt you, how much would you open? Do you think I studied in the Gu family for nothing?" Fu Chenxi froze. She could only look at Liu Beichen with her pitiful eyes. Unfortunately, even if she looked pitiful, she was definitely not delicate and pitiful. Instead, she looked like a lunatic. Her appearance was so frightening. His body was covered in blood, his hair was messy, and his face was stained with blood and dirt. It was almost impossible to tell what it originally looked like. Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan and then at Fu Chenxi. Gu Jingyan had an indifferent look on her face. Liu Beichen took a deep breath, turned around, and walked up to Fu Chenxi. Fu Chenxi's eyes lit up. "Beichen, it really hurts." Liu Beichen stared at her and said, "All right, Chenxi, Jing Yan is right. Don't you know what Jing Yan is capable of? If she really wanted to hurt you, you wouldn't be in the hospital with just a broken arm." The expression on Fu Chenxi's face froze. What do you mean?" She looked at Liu Beichen in disbelief. Liu Beichen took a deep breath and said, "Chenxi, what I mean is that you should stop looking for Jing Yan. It's not right for you to cause trouble in the company. This is between you and me, don't drag Jing Yan into it. She shouldn't be paying for our problems. She shouldn't waste her time dealing with us. She's already very busy and has many things to do. Don't disturb her, okay?" This time, Fu Chenxi understood what he meant. However, his heart was already half dead. She looked at Liu Beichen in a daze and shook her head. She wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. In the end, she bit her lower lip and threw herself at Gu Jingyan. "Gu Jingyan, I'm going to die with you." Gu Jingyan would never have thought that Fu Chenxi would also go crazy here. She quickly tried to block her, but before she could reach out, she felt Liu Beichen hugging Gu Jingyan and leaning back. Fu Chenxi's hands were full. She grabbed the glass bottle that was lying on the side and threw it at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen blocked her with one hand. The glass bottle exploded in his hand. Liu Beichen shook it and got rid of the broken pieces. Fu Chenxi was shocked. She had never intended to hit Liu Beichen. However, on second thought, he saw Gu Jingyan grabbing Liu Beichen. "Don't move, the glass is inside." Gu Jingyan held his hand and lowered her head to hold it. She quickly took a pair of forceps and carefully removed it from his hand. Liu Beichen frowned and gritted his teeth in pain. But he still lifted his head and looked at Fu Chenxi. Fu Chenxi's teeth were chattering. She didn't know what to say. I really didn't want it. But you. Fu Chenxi looked at Liu Beichen with tears streaming down her face. "You actually blocked it for her. Why? Why did you block it for her?" Gu Jingyan said, "That's enough. What else do you want? I've already spared you once. I didn't call the police and I didn't ask anyone to throw you out, but don't push your luck." Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan with a cold smile. "Call the police then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Anyway, you're the fourth daughter of the Gu family. You're rich. You can kill me and take everything away from me. This isn't the first time you've done this. That's enough, Fu Chenxi." Liu Beichen pushed Fu Chenxi away. He had had enough. He had forgiven her several times. He wanted to say that he had let her down, but she was going overboard. Fu Chenxi, if you have any problems, come at me. That's right, I let you down back then. I like Gu Jingyan and I fell in love with her first. It has nothing to do with her. But I've already made it clear to you. After what happened, I told you that you chose to leave and I respected you. Now, not only are you pestering me, but you're also doing this to Jingyan. I'm the one who betrayed you, not her. What do you want? Chapter 1493. What? What? You said you liked Gu Jingyan. Fu Chenxi wanted to say that she had heard wrongly. But Liu Beichen was already in a daze. Yes, he had said those words. But it was exactly what he had in mind. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan looked back at Liu Beichen in a daze. She had thought that she would never hear him say that he liked her. She had thought that there would be nothing between them other than quarreling. Back then, she had treated him as a friend and a brother. In fact, deep in her heart, she had also wondered if he would like her a little. When he had acted like he cared about her, when he had shielded her from disaster, when he had disregarded his own safety to help her. But she had never dared to think that way. Because she had never dared to. She had always told herself that perhaps he was this kind of person. He was warm-hearted and silly, willing to do anything for his friends. She had never been his type. He had treated her well because they were friends. Sometimes, they were worried that once they said that they liked each other, they would not be able to be friends. Would they not be able to be friends anymore? And so, they had been friends for life. There were so many stories like this. Because of worry, no one had dared to confess or take the first step. It was because of this that they ended up where they were today, wasn't it? Although Gu Jingyan sighed in her heart, she also understood that they had already reached this step. Was it too late to think about this now? She had never said that she liked him. He was already her ex-husband. All these years, he had broken her heart. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan calmly. He suddenly understood. He was stupid and stupid. All these years, he had never thought about what the person he liked was like. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan and said, Jingyan, I'm sorry. I'm a jerk. All these years, I've let you down. Gu Jingyan wanted to smile, but the smile she forced out was so ugly. Liu Beichen said, I've never thought about what kind of person I'd like. You're so good, so strong. I always feel that you're too headstrong. I always want to stand in front of you, so I don't even dare to like you. I'm worried that if I like you, then I'll lose. But I don't want to see you with anyone else, and I don't want to see you getting close to another man. I don't want anything to happen to you. I just want you to be by my side. I hurt you so much, but I don't like it when others hurt you. I like you, right? Hearing his words, Gu Jingyan's eyes became moist. That's right, isn't that liking? It was so similar to her thoughts. However, it was precisely because they were so similar that the decisions they made in their hearts were so similar. For so many years, no one had spoken a single word, and no one had given in even once. Fu Chenxi looked at the two of them. It was as if they were one, and their story was a curve. What about herself? Then what about Fu Chenxi? Fu Chenxi retreated until she was against the wall, with nowhere to retreat. You! What are you doing? Liu Beichen, what are you doing? You clearly like me. You liked me so much back then. It's been so many years. Otherwise, why would you help me so much? But now you're saying that you don't like me. That's impossible. Liu Beichen turned around and looked at Fu Chenxi. Chenxi, I'm sorry. Back then, I didn't know what it meant to like you. I thought you were different from us. I thought it was a new feeling to be with you. I thought it was love. I thought a complementary feeling was the best. How could I like someone who is similar to me? Because the other party is everything that I can see, everything that I'm familiar with. I thought, how could such a person fall in love? That's why I thought I liked you. However, these days, I've thought it through very clearly. I just want my feelings to develop according to my thoughts. I don't want to admit that my feelings have already gone out of control and I've fallen in love with someone else. That's why I forced myself to think that I like you. Fu Chenxi burst into laughter. Her laughter grew louder and louder. In the end, she laughed so hard that her throat hurt and her lungs trembled. So, I'm just a tool for you, right? Liu Beichen could only say, I'm sorry. In love, the one who was not loved was the mistress, wasn't it? That was how she had felt in the past. So, she had never felt that she was the mistress. Even though Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen had a child and had been married for many years and had a stable relationship, she did not feel that it was wrong of her to get involved. She felt that she was the one who was loved. She was doing it for love. She was the heroine of a tragedy. But now, she completely understood. She was the mistress. She had never been the heroine. The heroine had always been Gu Jingyan. She came from a good family, was beautiful, smart, good at studying, and knew everything. She had always been the heroine of the story. Now, even the love story belonged to her. How could Fu Chenxi not laugh? Liu Beichen, just you wait, all of you just wait. Fu Chenxi dashed out of the door. She ran out of the room like a madwoman. Gu Jingyan hurriedly said, what is she going to do? Liu Beichen stopped Gu Jingyan. Let her go. Jingyan, don't go there. I'll send someone to watch over her. If you go there, she might hurt you. Gu Jingyan stopped. She thought that he was right. She could just send someone to watch over her. Liu Beichen's wound had not been treated and the company was in a mess. But, at this moment, Liu Beichen was still staring at her. He had said so much just now. Corny, sincere, everything that should be said, and everything that should not be said, he had said it all. But how could she not react at all? Gu Jingyan lowered her head and looked at his wound. What happened? Don't move. I'll apply the medicine for you first. She sprayed the disinfectant on his body. Oh my, Gu Jingyan, are you trying to murder your husband? Liu Beichen cried out in shock. Gu Jingyan snorted. Who asked you to keep staring at me? I'm asking you to wake up. Husband. You're my ex-husband now. He really hated the word ex-husband. He said, an ex-husband is also a husband. Humph, you can't deny it. Gu Jingyan said, take care of your almost useless arm first. As she said this, she took out some cotton wool and applied it on his wound. Oh my! Liu Beichen cried out again. This Gu Jingyan was too ruthless. Chapter 1494. Gu Jingyan wanted to laugh when she saw him like this. But she held it in. The doctor had already rushed over. Gu Jingyan said, all right, since the doctor is here, let him do it. Liu Beichen grabbed Gu Jingyan and looked at her with a burning gaze. No, you do it. Gu Jingyan frowned and looked up. Why? The doctor will do it. I'm not a professional. Liu Beichen looked at the doctor coldly. The doctor quickly shrank back. He didn't dare to go forward. Liu Beichen looked at her disdainfully. Why? This is also because of you. Can't you do it for me? Gu Jingyan was really, fine. She owed him. Gu Jingyan had no choice but to help him. She lowered her head and carefully applied the medicine for him. Gu Jingyan didn't notice that the man beside her was looking down at her carefully. Her ears were small and so was her face. He didn't know why. In the past, he had always thought that she was tall and big. Now that he looked at her, he realized that she was actually so small, especially in front of him. She looked so thin and weak. But she was so competitive. What a self-contradictory woman. His hands couldn't help but slowly explore her body. His fingers rubbed gently on the side of her body, feeling the curve of her body. Gu Jingyan sensed it. She immediately raised her head. Liu Beichin. If you touch me again, I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Liu Beichin was speechless. He could only spread his hands and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How did I harass you? You were so close." Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes at him. Liu Beichin thought bitterly. He couldn't touch his wife anymore, he had to think of a way to get her back. It was harder for him to accept that they had divorced than to die. No matter what, he would never leave her. Meanwhile, Mu Firen was sitting in her hotel room, reading the script and trying to get a feel for it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Mu Firen went to open the door and saw Blackhawk coming in with supper. She said, "What are you doing?" Blackhawk said, "I bought it for you. Come and eat." Mu Firen looked at him helplessly. This man, really, sometimes was more clingy than anyone else. After coming in, the two of them sat at the table and ate together. The room was actually the best in the hotel, but because it was near the film city, it was relatively old, which made Blackhawk uncomfortable. The Black Eagle said, "You guys live in a place like this while filming?" "What else?" Mu Firen said, "Alas, in fact, no matter how good the hotel is, it's not as comfortable as home. So, for us actors, hotels are just like that." Black Hawk took a deep breath. He felt that she had worked very hard, and his heart ached. He looked at Mu Firen. She lowered her head to eat and tried to read the script. He thought about all those years, when she was by that man's side, she also worked so hard and raised that man's entire company, but she was squeezed to this extent. She was even treated like that by that man's family. Black Eagle approached Mu Firen and looked at this strong woman. After a while, Mu Firen sensed it. She looked up and gave Black Hawk a warning look. "Hey, is it time for you to leave?" Black Hawk coughed dryly and looked at her. "No. It's just..." He smiled. "I think you're pretty, so I want to look at you more." This man, saying it so directly, made people feel as if their bodies were getting hot from being teased. She wanted to laugh, but she didn't want to, so she could only glare at him. Nonsense. However, there was a hint of shyness in her voice, which made her feel happy. Black Hawk looked at her. "What's wrong? Am I wrong? If you're not pretty, how can so many people like you? You have so many fans, which means, everyone likes you, right?" Was he trying to flatter her? Mu Firen became even more shy. However, being praised by Black Hawk, he felt even happier in his heart. She always felt that her achievements were probably nothing in the eyes of people like Black Hawk. Mu Firen said, "All right, stop teasing me. I have to get up early for filming tomorrow, so I'm going to bed early." Black Hawk looked at the time. It was indeed a little late, so he stood up and said, "I'll leave first." However, he took one last look at her. He immediately planted a kiss on the side of her face. Mu Firen felt her cheeks wet. She wanted to cry out, but Black Hawk had already walked out. Really, she blushed even more. Black Hawk closed the door behind him. He could feel her feminine look inside, and he could also feel her blushing just now. He seemed to understand what Yun was talking about. Although they were always together, it wasn't enough. He was always worried that she would be traumatized, so he didn't dare to get close to her. Now that he understood this, it was as if a new door had been opened. He smiled and walked forward. At this moment, coincidentally, he saw a group of drunk people returning from outside. They were shocked to see Black Hawk in the corridor. "Wow, Black Hawk. Why are you here so late? Did he just go to Sister Firen's room?" "Hee, don't they stay together? Sister Firen is such a dedicated person. She won't stay for one night." They were talking in a low voice, but they didn't dare to let Black Hawk hear them. Zhou Tong was among them. Her eyes lit up when she saw Black Hawk. But when she heard the discussion, she bit her lower lip lightly. Mu Firen's man, she wondered how Mu Firen could be so lucky to hook up with Black Hawk even though she had given birth to someone else's child. However, many rich people had such low EQ. They liked big stars. Perhaps because of her halo, Black Hawk didn't care about these things. He just wanted to play with this star. After all, it was said that Black Hawk was the king of the underworld. The underworld was full of fighting and killing, which didn't sound serious. However, he was so powerful that he had connections with both the underworld and the underworld. Everyone was afraid of him. Looking at him, Zhou Tong also felt that even if he was a gangster, he was still a man who could be easily infatuated with. He wasn't covered in grease as she remembered. Instead, he looked like a handsome male lead in a gangster movie. Zhou Tong blinked her eyes. Seeing Black Hawk passing by without looking sideways, she made up her mind. Anyway, he was in the crew, so she was close to him. Zhou Tong couldn't help smiling secretly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. When Mu Firen came down, she bumped into Zhou Tong. She snorted and brushed past Mu Firen. Chapter 1495. Her assistant said angrily, "Hey, what is she doing? Why didn't she say anything when she bumped into her? How dare she touch Sister Firen?" Mu Firen raised her head. She didn't remember offending Zhou Tong. But after staying in the entertainment circle for a long time, she understood that some people wouldn't stab you in the back just because you said you didn't offend them. Sometimes, your existence was a threat to them. Zhou Tong seemed to have heard something and turned around. "Aw, Sister Firen, aw, I'm sorry. I was careless." Mu Firen looked at her with a faint smile. "Really? It's okay. I often meet careless people and I'm used to it." Mu Firen patted the place where she bumped into and walked over. Zhou Tong's face darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. "Humph, don't pretend to be a big shot. Let's see how long you can stay popular." Mu Firen will be popular for a long time. Heiying watched them from behind, sitting in his chair and staring at Mu Firen unhurriedly. Everyone felt uncomfortable being stared at by Heiying. However, some girls were so infatuated with him. "Look, he has been sitting there waiting for Mu Firen. Sister Firen is so lucky to meet such a man who treats her so well. It's so warm. He's here to accompany her." Mu Firen felt annoyed by his stare, let alone the others. She was also curious. Just because he was Heiying, the director didn't care whether he was a member of the crew or not and just let him sit there and affect the filming. Mu Firen looked back at Heiying and walked over. "Don't you have anything else to do?" "Not today," he said after drinking some water. "Then you might as well go back to the hotel." Heiying grabbed her hand. "I want to wait for you here." "Can't I?" Mu Firen pulled her hand back immediately, but everyone saw it. She glared at Haiying shyly. Haiying smiled and said to her in a low voice, "Okay, I won't disturb you. Anyway, there are so many people watching. It doesn't make a difference if I'm here." How could it not be much? Didn't he see that there were so many people staring at them? Mu Firen had no choice but to say, "Why don't you get me some brown sugar ginger tea? My stomach hurts." "Is that so?" Black Hawk frowned. "I told you, there's something wrong with living here. It has nothing to do with that. Maybe I can't eat so much at night." When he heard that he was the one who brought her supper that night, he immediately felt a little guilty, so he immediately said, "Okay, I'll get it for you." Seeing that Black Hawk had finally left, Mu Firen hurriedly asked people to come over and continue filming. Without him around, the efficiency was indeed much higher. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong saw Black Hawk leaving. She looked over and hurriedly followed. How could the Black Eagle make any sugar water? When he got outside, he placed one hand in his pocket and used the other to make a phone call for someone to do it. He turned his head and saw Zhou Tong walking over with a smile. "What's wrong, Mr. Mo? Is Sister Firen in trouble?" Zhou Tong looked at the eagle. The men she usually met were all from humble families. None of them were so famous. It seemed that Mu Firen's popularity was not a coincidence. So many people were helping her, and the rich man behind her was so powerful. If she followed Black Hawk, she would be much closer to the Empress, right? Black Hawk didn't know her, so he didn't say much. He raised his eyebrows and walked over as if he didn't know her. Alas! However, Zhou Tong could climb up so quickly, which meant that she was not a pushover. If he didn't appreciate her help, could he just walk over? No. Zhou Tong's body tilted and she fell down. Ouch! That voice sounded like a strangled voice. If outsiders heard it, they would definitely not be able to bear it and would have goosebumps all over their bodies. Black Hawk narrowed his eyes and turned around. His dark eyes stared at the woman who had delivered herself to his door. He smiled and turned back. "Do you want to get up by yourself, or do you want me to help you up?" "You, help me up." "I can't get up." "I don't want to help you up. I don't like to serve others. I only like to be served." When Zhou Tong heard this, she immediately stood up. "Really? Then I'm the best at serving people." This was a sign. Black Hawk was trying to sound her out. Black Hawk snorted and looked at her. "Are you sure? I do need someone who knows how to serve people." Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. "Is Sister Firen not good enough for you?" Black Hawk raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Zhou Tong immediately understood. That's really. Maybe it's true. After all, Sister Firen is a little old and can't learn all kinds of tricks. There are so many tricks nowadays. As she said this, she winked and looked very seductive. Black Hawk was still smiling mysteriously. "In that case, wait for my news tonight." Zhou Tong's heart lit up. She immediately said, "Really? Okay, I'll wait for you." Haiying smiled at her and walked past her. Zhou Tong's heart lit up even more when she saw him. There was no man who couldn't be seduced, only women who didn't work hard. She thought that she would soon become Black Hawk's woman. She didn't know if she would soon become the next diva. She was even more excited. At night, Zhou Tong soon got the news that he was waiting for her in the charm bar next to her. Zhou Tong immediately dressed up and walked out. When she arrived at the door, she saw Mu Firen was also going out. Zhou Tong was wondering why Mu Firen was going out since Black Hawk asked her out. "Hey, Sister Firen, are you going out?" Mu Firen saw Zhou Tong and was a little surprised that she was surrounded by a rouge fragrance. Yeah. Zhou Tong said, I'm going out soon. Really? Have fun. I'm leaving. Zhou Tong snorted. Okay, goodbye, Sister Firen. Your time is about to end. It's my time now. Zhou Tong's words were full of arrogance and sarcasm. Mu Firen looked at her and didn't pay much attention to her. Zhou Tong thought that since she was going out alone, it seemed that she wasn't going on a date with Black Hawk. Otherwise, Black Hawk would have been with her. Zhou Tong soon went out to the charm bar. She looked around but didn't find Black Hawk. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a man suddenly pulled her over. Zhou Tong, right? Zhou Tong recognized that this man was from Black Hawk. It's me. Black Hawk, is he inside? Hee, come in. Zhou Tong was pulled in at once. The moment she entered, she felt that something was wrong. However, the man from before said, Boss is really good to us. I heard that he specially found someone who has a lot of tricks, is skilled, and is especially good at serving people. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Come, let's go. What? Zhou Tong was stunned. You, how could you? How could we? Do you think we're kind-hearted people? You didn't ask who we are before you offend our boss. The man's eyes darkened and he pushed Zhou Tong onto the sofa. Ah. No. Zhou Tong shouted again, but it was useless. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.